Hey, boo boo. What's going on, Potato Chip?
Oh, not much. I'm thrilled. What a lovely start to my day. Of course, not this Bears Giants sim that's probably going to slap, but it looks real gross on paper. But I got
Uh-huh.
to see you having some puppy time in the background when I logged into our Zoom meeting, and of course, that is going to do nothing but warm my heart. Last night it was Jesse and Thor. Today it was you and your doggos. And any day you start off with a good dose of puppy is going to be a good
Yeah,
day. Let's
totally
just
agree.
talk dogs instead of the Giants or the Bears, because I mean, who wants to talk about them in the first place, really?
We may have to. I mean, if this game ends up sucking, which we enter these things though, Christian, all the time with the mindset of like, oh my God, this is going to blow, especially if it's like a weather Wednesday game or something like that. Then all of a sudden it's like a 35-28, shootout. There are safeties, there are defensive touchdowns, special teams touchdowns. There's Mitch actually throwing for touchdowns and not running for them. I don't know what to expect, but what did you do with your lineup?
I hated making this lineup because
Me
you
too.
got to get
Me
Pat
too.
Mitch in there. You got to get Saquon in there, and then like the good options elsewhere are in rough shape. There's no bargain. Last Bears game we had, Dave Montgomery was like 2,600. He sucked, but he's only 2,600, and now today he's like 5K. The price on Golden Tate went up $1,000. It was like all the guys I wanted to play were more expensive now, so I had to reconfigure things the last minute. I threw Sterling Shepard in the captain spot. Don't know why. Just felt good. I put Ted Ginn in my lineup because old man Ginn had 2 touchdown catches last game. And I am nothing if not a sucker for recency bias. I got Darius Slayton and Anthony Miller in there as well because they're cheap and could do something, but I expect very little from them. If this were a trickle down Simonomics kind of sim, I would be donating my hard earned DK dollars to the sim fam out there. I don't know. Emerson, what about you? Where are you in this one? How do you feel about your lineup?
Okay, so I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. I'm trying to talk myself into feeling pretty good because, like you, I said this is disgusting.
Yeah.
I was clanging and banging at the YMCA this morning on the squat rack, and I'm making the contest. I'm making my lineup, and I went ahead and threw Slayton in the captain spot. I have Mitch in there. I have Daniel Jones. I have Ingram, Cohen, and Gano. So I did not roster the quad father, which is a bold strategy, Cotton, and I don't think it will pay off for me.
I mean, it's been a while since he really had a clunker. You could say he's due, and he's not like an infallible guy like Lamar Jackson, where like 1 in 20 games he sucks. Saquon occasionally will show up and give you like 11, but yeah, he's scored double digits in every sim since Sim 95. This is Sim 121. So yeah, you're paying for quality there. You're buying a Cadillac car and you're getting a Cadillac car typically with Saquon, which is not what the real life Giants got when they drafted him second overall. They got a pretty good rookie who maybe is falling apart and has a lot to prove this season, coming off that torn ACL and coming off a season in which he averaged only 1.8 yards per carry before getting hurt. Ooh, Mitch, buddy.
What's going on, everyone, over on Twitch? Twitch.tv/DraftKings. Train Island. What's up, jerks? Good to see you in there, Christian. Germ.
You know me. I love the Twitch fan. Love the YouTube.
Yeah, you do.
We love you.
CJ, Prince of Darkness. Heavy Kevy. What's cooking, squad? On 2nd and 10, Montgomery, your guy, right? 4 carries already and 3rd and 3 coming up.
Crazy. I mean, he did nothing last game. He did nothing the games before that. And yet somehow his salary rose up to 5K. Clearly, the sim gods seeing that price, realizing that, oh, I guess we got to do something to make him justify it. Yeah. 2,600 salary in his last sim, 2.9 points, which, I mean, for 2,600 isn't bad. As Mitch checks down and can't even check down to throw a 3-yard pass. Stopped shy of the line to gain. 4th down decision coming up for Matt Nagy here. Does he want to try something bold, or is he going to kick it away?
No.
He's going to kick it away. Pat O'Donnell coming in.
No. Playing it safe here as we're about 3 minutes into the first quarter. Stephen K, what's up, dude? Abby Rizzle, subscribe at Postroute. Substack.com is in the house. Nate Hammond, David, and
Nice,
David, and Randy, and DJ, and Solomon, and Maddie, and Broby, and Jinx. What a fam. Gone fishing, Brian C. Top of the morning to you. How is everyone? That's very nice of you to ask, Jinx. We are doing fantastic on this Friday. We got 6 sims on the slate, dude, all leading up to Sunday's 1-year anniversary, Christian D'Andrea.
Are you on Sunday? Are you going to be there, or are you just going to be spectating?
Yeah. Nope. I'm going to kick off. Yeah, I'm going to kick off the festivities with Jeff Ulrich. So Jeff and I at high noon for Bengals at the Falcons. Oh God, who's the sickest on a Bengals game? So that'll be my only sim of the day on Sunday. I said I have to be part of the 1-year anniversary. Like it's too big. We got to celebrate. Reed and I launched this baby a year ago. There's no way I'm not going to play a role in Sunday's celebration.
Fair. I mean, we would be nothing without you. That's why they pay you the big bucks here at DraftKings.
Absolutely. 100%, my friend. So it's you and me here talking about today, high noon. Saints at the Rams coming up next. You're going to hang around. You're going to be joined by Kenny, who is for some reason spending like 6 months as Daniel Jones gets sacked by this Bears defense. He's spending like 6 months there in Cooperstown. I don't know what exactly is happening.
He's just waiting
I don't
to
know.
be lifted in the Hall of Fame. It's fine.
I have a feeling since he bought Lamarca's mattress, Lamarca got pissed because we were all kind of like poking some fun at him, that Lamarca sent people after Kenny, and Kenny escaped, ran away, and is in like one of those witness protection program kind of things, although we've already spoiled where he's at and he has himself. Yeah. So he's doing this thing where he's disguising himself as a Manny, and he's apparently watching a family with his significant other.
Do you think he's doing it like Mrs. Doubtfire style, where he's got the
yes,
prosthetics there?
Dude, Kenny dressing up as Mrs. Doubtfire, that is phenomenal.
Like he's gonna give away his location when like one of the kids asks about the Jets, and he just screams breathlessly for 15 minutes.
Dude, on third and a mile, 20. Yeah, like Golden Tate there with the 27-yard reception for Daniel Jones and just making it look like super easy.
Beautiful.
Oh, now I can't get that picture out of my head. Hello, it's a runaway fruity. Even producer Drew, who's with us today, says, yeah, because no one wants to go to Cooperstown because it's so far from everything. And Brad Guy on the 1s and 2s says, yeah, it certainly wasn't a fun drive to get there. And then we got Joe C from the ops team with us.
In Elmira, in relation to Elmira, because I spent multiple spring breaks in Elmira, New York, so I need to figure out how desolate it is in Cooperstown.
I still can't get over the fact.
Elmira, man, it is near nothing. Utica is like the closest big city. Ugh.
I honestly still can't wrap my mind around the fact that you spent spring breaks in Elmira, New York. Like the first TV market I was in like 14 years ago where I met my wife, like that. There's like really great people there. It doesn't stick out to me as a spring break destination.
It shouldn't have been. It was miserable. It was like 6 degrees out, and like Elmira College, like their mascot was the purple eagle. So all their rock salt was purple, and it would just stain like any part of your clothing that touched the ground anywhere on that campus. So yeah, I have some regrets. Like while my friends were going down to like spring break, or like my girlfriend at the time was like going to Spain for spring break, I was like, all right, I don't have any money, but Elmira is halfway from Pittsburgh to Rhode Island if I go the long way. So
okay,
I'll stop off in Elmira for like 3 days, lose track of my senses for a while, go to Rhode Island, see family, hang out with some friends back home, then hit Elmira on the way back to Pittsburgh. And there was also like the world's most depressing casino somewhere on the way on that drive in like upstate New York that was just like constantly a constant stream of like depressing 80s has-beens playing their hits in the center of the arena. That's where I watched Mike Vanderjagt completely biff a game-tying field goal in the AFC Championship game against the Steelers in 2005. Memories, man. Memories.
Yeah, my wife is intrigued. She's over here asking why Daniel Jones is almost picked off in the end zone. She goes, why is he spring breaking in Elmira, New York?
Low expectations.
Yeah.
Low expectations.
Christian says low expectations.
Like, what did he do?
Yeah. What did you do exactly while you were there?
Yeah. So my best friend went to Elmira, so we would just hang out, and then we would just. I mean, what else do you do when you're in Elmira? We would just drink a lot. That was pretty much drink a lot.
Just a lot of beverages.
Yeah, and like my buddy.
His best friend went to EC. He's a Soaring Eagle.
Yeah. My buddy played on like the JV lacrosse team out there, so I would go watch some absolutely terrible lacrosse one of the days.
I was gonna say, JV lacrosse at a D3 school. Woo, baby.
It was great. Yeah, they had one set play, and it was the hidden ball play. So they'd go man up like after a penalty, and they would all just huddle together and then come out screaming and pretending they had the ball, and like other teams would be like, "That guy has it." Click, click, click. It was tremendously inept lacrosse, delightful to watch while nursing a slight hangover on a chilly April or March day in upstate New York.
And I was going to say, I'd hammer away at some bevies as well if I was going to a JV Division III lacrosse game.
Like literally not much else to do out there. They only really had the one bar too. Like I was spoiled. I was in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like obviously, like you can go to a bunch of places. Elmira, New York, around the college basically had one bar, and everyone from school went there. So it was like you couldn't escape people. If you didn't like the people you went to Elmira College with, you could not escape them by going to the bar. They were just right there the whole time.
Nathan Hammond says, that's my mom's hometown, Elmira. Yeah, dude, I spent 3 years there. I love it. Still have very good friends who I keep in contact with. Again, that was like 14, maybe 15 years ago. I'm an old fart, but also Brian Williams. Brian Williams' hometown. And then also, who was it? Mark Twain. Now, is he from there or was he buried there? Could be both. Either way, he started or finished his life there. Wrote a lot of interesting work.
Yeah, some famous designer, I don't know if it was Tommy Hilfiger or Ralph Lauren, had a big mansion up there too. Which
Yes, Hilfiger. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of get it though, because it's like a nice place. Like anywhere in upstate, you can find like nice rolling hills and like you can get a nice property up there. I'm sure for fairly cheap, where you're only a few hours away from the city. I could appreciate a small college town like Elmira, but I have regrets about having only been there in early March, where it's a nightmare.
Here we go. So those of us wise enough and brave enough to roster Graham Gano has decided to deliver the only 3 points of the game. And I see the always positive Noah Moon in the comments on YouTube, very upset that he was robbed of a 40-yard field goal when, he was kicking 39. It does suck. It's a 1 yard difference, 1 point difference there. So I get it, man. I get it. But positive vibes only today, my sweet chinchilla. So Tate, 2 catches, 34 yards. Ingram, 2 for 19. Cohen, 1 for 2. Not a whole lot. You can probably guess that by looking at the score.
And Madden Mitch, 0.08 points through one quarter, having a very un-Madden Mitch type performance. But he's got more points. Or no, he doesn't have more points. Saquon Barkley is also having a very quiet day, but he does not have 0.08 points. That's Sterling Shepard has less than that. Ted Ginn has less than that. Darius Slayton has less than that. Anthony Miller is basically 5-6 in my lineup right now, Emerson, has fewer than 1/10 of a point, and I am currently sitting 123rd of 129 in the El Atzia Hey Boo Boo free roll.
Hey Boo Boo. Yeah, lineup check, babes. Where you guys at? Thank you to the 129 of you who decided to put a lineup in the Hey Boo Boo contest. So I'm 62 right now. My captain going off, Darius Slayton, big old fat bagel right now. You mentioned how crappy Trubisky is. Jones has 2 points. Ingram almost 4. Okay. And now on 3rd and 15, Madden Mitch, he's going to run, but it does not come anywhere close to picking up a first down. His first carry of the day for 7 yards.
Not ideal, but hey, at least he's getting towards pushing himself up near the 1 point barrier that he didn't even sniff in the first quarter. Now we're going to see the Giants come back and maybe get a little more Saquon ready to go. I mean, there is a chance, Emerson. They just sit on this 3-0 lead and grind down some clock, Waterboy style, because there's been nothing from the Chicago offense that suggests that they can even overcome the slightest deficit today.
Ernest saying, Big E and Christian, what's up? What's up to you? What's up to everyone here in the DK Sim fam on the Dream Stream? So we will have a full 6-game slate today on this Freaky Friday. I mentioned it's going to be Christian Kenny for Saints at the Rams at 2, Glash and Jeff at 4 for Vikings at the 49ers. Then it's going to be Shirag and Maddie for NBA Pre-Lock Live at 5 o'clock. Late slate is going to look like this. Glash and Chicken Nugget Toes, Mr. Jason Rossi for Eagles at the Patriots, Chiefs at the Jets, Kaufman and Brandon. That same duo will have you for Madden After Dark. Cowboys at the Packers as Saquon nowhere to go on that carry. 29 yards on 6 totes for him. He is, not a shocker, the highest owned player in the free showdown, Christian, 79%. Madden Mitch, 67. Ingram, 45. Sterling, 42. A-Rob, former Jacksonville Jaguars legend, 40%. So he's got the franchise tag and will be receiving footballs from Andy Dalton this year. How big of an upgrade is that over Mitch Trubisky?
I mean, Andy Dalton is fine. He's better than Mitch Trubisky when it comes to slinging passes. But I talked about this with Koff the other day. Like, there was a stretch there where he was an above-average quarterback. He had a 6-game stretch where the Cowboys went 4-2, which was a big deal for last year's Cowboys. They only won 6 games, and Andy Dalton looked competent, if not pretty solid. The problem is, like, competence is like the high watermark of Bears quarterbacking for the past 3 decades, and that's never been enough. And poor Allen Robinson, I mean, he had to deal with like Mitch's bad throws downfield and his checkdowns. Now he's going to a quarterback in Andy Dalton who has seen his average pass distance decrease each of the last 3 years. He's not the guy he was with the Bengals, and even that guy couldn't win a damn playoff game. Now, that could be a Marvin Lewis problem. It could be just the fact that the Bengals are a cursed franchise who deserve nothing nice after their Paul Brown Stadium deal, which worked out so poorly for the city of Cincinnati. That aside, Dalton is, I don't know. I want good things for Andy Dalton. I like the Red Rifle. I loved watching him at TCU. The roommate here is TCU grad.
I didn't know that.
Nice things to say about the Horned Frogs, but I don't think he's an answer or enough of an upgrade. And if this defense takes a step back, they can't find the next gear, that next level that has been instrumental in so many deep playoff runs for Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And this is going to be a 6 to 9 win team, and they're not going to be bad enough to rebuild. They're not going to be good enough to do anything but show up for a Nickelodeon broadcast playoff game and be,
I'm going to need the can of Jack. Huge pickup there by Tariq Cohen. His second carry of the day. He's got 26 yards on the ground. Yes, so the Trubisky era, it ended in Chicago, mercifully. Coming to an end and leaving Bears fans like salivating over a potential upgrade at quarterback, right? And then so many of those Bears fans like were dreaming of maybe a long shot trade for Dak Prescott or Deshaun Watson. Others zeroing in, right, on a potential deal for Russell Wilson, which reportedly came fairly close.
Wish list. Amazing.
So who did Chicago end up with in free agency to replace Trubisky? Bengals legend Andy Dalton. I love the other day, the Chicago Bears, they knew exactly what they were doing when they tweeted out the QB1 tweet. It was just simply in text QB1, and it was a picture of Andy Dalton. And there's no way the Bears social media manager is not trolling. But at the same time, they did exactly what they set out to do. People were talking about your team. You had north of 28,000 likes, almost 14,000 retweets, almost 7,000 comments on this picture. That's exactly what they were doing here. They know it's not perfect, but you can have a little bit of fun and laugh at yourself. It's on 3rd and 7. Mitchie Madden sacks.
And the good news, if you have the Bears kicker roster, this is going to be a 50-yard field goal attempt now, but not great there. That's actually one of the main topics in today's post route, which will be hitting your inboxes shortly. My colleague Sarah Hardy talking about the toxicity of the Twitterverse and social media and why maybe we shouldn't hold the Bears social media team to this amazingly high standard, given the amount of crap they've had to put up with for the past 10 years. And yeah, maybe if they are trolling you, maybe take it in stride and act like it's a piece of good fun, which it is, rather than a damaging blow to your psyche. Because I understand all the frustration that comes with being a Bears fan. Poor Tate behind the scenes, who's not with us today on the broadcast, but has done nothing but has expressed his frustration with this franchise in general. It's got to be horrible being a Bears fan. I understand that, but man, that social team is like maybe one manager who's been around for a while and a bunch of younger kids who aren't super highly paid, and they have to scroll through all the awful things you're tweeting. Just take a minute, realize that there are people behind the scenes that actually have to read what you write. Actual human beings that could use a little bit of kindness today and all day. So a nice appeal to just be a little bit more reasonable when it comes to social media. It's not the worst idea in the world.
James Farrell, what's up, dude? We see ya. And while we're sitting here going off on Andy Dalton and the murky future he has in Chicago, Eddie P from another planet. So 50-plus yard field goal, that'll get you 5 points if you decide to roster him. Look at Daniel Jones threatening to run, instead dishes it off to Evan Ingram.
And 100-plus for him now as the Giants moving back into striking range. Holy crap.
What's wrong?
I know. I'm looking at Marquette out in Milwaukee hiring away Shaka Smart from Texas, and I have no idea who that's good for. I know it's a bad sign for Texas basketball, but at the same time, Texas doesn't have to worry about firing him and dealing with his buyout now, so that saves the boosters in Austin quite a bit of cash there. And Marquette gets a big-name head coach who can get them back to the NCAA tournament, who will almost certainly be better than the floor slapper Steve Wojciechowski, but probably can't get it done on a big stage. We're going to have to wait and see. But Marquette basketball school, a lovely Big East program, kind of like Providence in that it's a city environment in a kind of an underappreciated city. I like Milwaukee a lot. I like Providence a lot. They're both good towns. So I'm excited to see what Shaka can do there. I'm excited.
Yeah. He came onto the scene in like 2011, right? That Final Four appearance as coach of Virginia Commonwealth. Okay.
Yeah.
But
he kind of disappeared for a while, and the reputation was up. There's a big strike there. It looks like it's Golden Tate pushing this drive into the red zone.
So he was 109-86 in 6 seasons there at Texas. Did not win a game in 3 trips to the NCAA tournament with the Longhorns.
Yeah, I think the Reds made
young dude. He's still only 43, Christian.
Yeah. He looks way younger. Like, he's one of those guys that looks way younger with hair too. Like, he was rocking the bald look for a while, and then like he grows the hair out and he looks legit like he's like 26 years old.
David in. David in over on YouTube says, Shaka was going to be fired. He just moved on. I mean, hey, listen, smart, good for him. Good way to get out and go land yourself like another job. Doesn't always end up like that. I know the season ended in disappointment for the Longhorns.
Yeah.
Not that I know off the top of my head.
Great for the team that, it didn't work out super great for Vandy, but Vandy was going to fire Kevin Stallings. Pitt came in and was like, we'll just make him our head coach instead. And it worked out so miserably for Pittsburgh. Just almost destroyed the program altogether. And it didn't work out great for Vandy either, because Bryce Drew came in, had one good season, brought in a lot of great recruits, and then 2 years later we went 0-19 in conference play. So, the less said about that, the better. It was somehow a lose-lose situation. Only really worked out for the Vandy athletic department not having to pay a buyout there. But, hey, Shaka Smart to Marquette, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
So wait, they don't have to pay him like the $7.1 million remaining that was guaranteed? So they do.
Correct.
Okay.
So if he leaves on his own accord, they don't have to worry about that buyout and
okay.
He's into a new job.
All right.
So
well, yeah, good for them. I didn't realize they because it was so long ago, at least it feels like a year ago, they won the Maui Invitational like early on, and then they were even as high as 10 in the country, won the Big 12 tournament. But I do remember that loss to 14th seeded Abilene Christian, and we got ourselves a tutty here. Who do we have? Golden Tate, baby, the pride of Notre Dame.
Woo! First touchdown of the game, and it's a Daniel Jones threat. What a masterful 2-minute drill here from the New York Giants. Jones making it happen with his legs, some decent scrambles, and especially on that last one, not only getting inside the 5-yard line, but getting out of bounds so his team didn't have to default to a field goal or burn a timeout. No, leaving enough time for the Giants to cap off this drive with a tutty. And the home team now trailing by 7, probably going to get the kickoff here and kneel it out.
Capping off a 69-yard drive. Very, very nice. And Tate having himself a day, bro, Tato Chip.
Not bad. It's not bad. I thought I was like, I need to get Golden Tate in my lineup, but his price went up a little bit. I don't know if I can justify that $7,600 salary on Golden Tate, and I didn't put him in. Now I feel foolish about it. Like $6,200 in his last, like it wasn't more than $7K in any of his last 20 sims, and there he is up at $7,400, and I was like, no, I'm not gonna pay that much money for Golden Tate. Get out of here, guy. No, shouldn't.
Well,
them guys knew.
Yep, for sure, dude. As we enter halftime, 10-3, Golden Tate receiving the first and only touchdown of the game so far. So he's got just over 19 points in the flex. He was 7,600, as you mentioned. He's 19 yards away from the B word in the receiving yards column. But hey, you got him in the captain spot, which 8.5% of people do in our Hey Boo Boo contest. North of 28 points right now. And I got Brendan Glasheen texting me. Says we sound great. I said, I thoroughly appreciate that, dude. Did you like the stream? He says, of course. And I said, did you like my most recent tweet? It's amazing. And he said, I actually chuckled. You guys know when I can make that warm-hearted man, Brendan Glasheen, chuckle, it's good. You got to check out my most recent tweet right now. The 2 dogs. It's hilarious. I love it. If you love puppies and dogs, hammer away on the like button here on the stream and also on that tweet. But check it out. Who doesn't love Winnie and Georgie together again? The Sassy Springers. Yeah, stoop kids, man. They're just chilling out. They also look like straight up badasses.
Stoop kid.
Emerson Latzia on Twitter. Emerson Latzia on Twitter. Also, Train Island on Twitter. Where's the poster out sign? I haven't seen it.
Poster outside.
Thank you.
Where today, not only are we talking
where is
about,
it?
not only are we talking about that Bears social media team and just being nice to people, but we pare the beer bracket down from Sweet 16 to Final Four, and I don't want to spoil it, but it's great news for the Loyola Chicago Ramblers. We got 3 out of the 4 teams in the in one of the regions, and then we got none of the other ones. We got 3 out of the 16 Sweet 16 teams. It wasn't great. It wasn't ideal.
Second half is underway. Glass chilling with us somewhere.
Yeah.
Creeping around. He's always lurking.
He hasn't popped into the.
He's probably right now naked, walking around his apartment and just taking care of chores, maybe cleaning the floors or something like that.
I believe that Glass is a walk around naked guy, especially after losing all that food. He wants to show it off. He wants to let Sip know, like, hey. He
looks great. And one thing I noticed in I think a tweet he put out last night, one of his TikToks, the man has a lot of hair on his chest. Like, I'm talking a lot of cheddar. It's like he shaved his eyebrows and all the hair grew back, but like on his body and not his eyebrows. I'm I was blown away. And I thought maybe some manscaping, but I don't know. If a lot of hair is your thing, I'm kind of a medium to less is more actually on my body.
Yeah, I you know what, it depends. I think if I'm going to be seen in a place where I might like, because I have like body hair for me is terrible. Like my chest hair is just gross all around.
Yeah.
So I've been growing it out this winter because no one has seen me. But like once it's like tank top weather again, it's gonna be shaved off. Just go through. Yeah, it's just real gross the way it comes in. It's like a weird like X pattern. Like you remember the old Xbox logo, like the first generation Xbox. It's a lot like that, but in very thin hair. That just it's a grim situation for my manscaping. Gotta chop that one all out.
Hey man, trim the hedges and the tree stands taller.
Yeah. You need that optical inch. Yes.
Also, we have
Sign, you tweeted to me. It was awesome. I retweeted it, Jerm. It was beautiful sign.
I would like to say we have confirmation. He has arrived. Glass Singh, 100%. Walk around naked a lot. Yeah, absolutely.
Makes sense.
My roommate has complained that I've started doing this thing a lot, like recently, where I'm like walking around, like doing things in the kitchen, like I don't know, putting cereal like in a bowl with milk, or I'm opening the fridge, and I have no pants on. I have nothing on, below the equator, but up top I'll have like a sweatshirt on and a hat.
Okay,
it's just
so
like I lose everything.
Your way through like household
yes.
chores, is what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah. And she's like, this is so weird. Like, why has this become like a habit and a thing for you? I said, man, listen, I'm in my apartment and like, you're getting you're getting a good show. I know you're not complaining. I know you just feel like you have to say something, but you don't. You can't just just take it in. It's beautiful. It's it's a human body.
Yeah. I mean, we all we know how much time you put in on the Peloton to make that happen, and I can't believe anyone would complain about the quads at this point. Why, Nick?
Nathan Hammond says that's because your roommates are your parents. No, that's Kenny, bro. That's Kenny. That's not me. Please don't get us confused with one another.
Emerson's bed is shaped like a bed, not a race car. That's how you can tell the difference.
Dude, and then it was Rossi the other day who tweeted out a picture of like a bed that was also like a mini WWE ring. And immediately I'm like CCing Kenny on it. I'm like, this had you written all over it. It's on 2nd and 3. Mitch fumbles the football.
What?
It's recovered.
Oh,
no! He gets hit. He fumbles it. And the Giants recover. Mayhem.
What just happened? Oh. So Mitch puts it on the turf. O-lineman picks it up, runs downfield, runs down far enough to pick up the first down. May have more rushing yards in this game than David Montgomery, and yet puts it on the turf. The Giants recover and now take over inside the red zone. Absolutely wild. 2 fumbles forced on the same play. And now here comes Saquon.
Saquon hitting the spin cycle.
The defender just to spin away from him. That feels dirty. That feels like you being mean.
The good news is there, if you got Mitch, as producer Drew, just clarifying, no fumble points lost for Mitch there. No fumble lost penalty.
If you rostered Anthony Daniels, the offensive lineman, you do lose a point there. As Saquon's stood up. He'll probably get a couple more carries here. Although it would be nice to see someone else get into the scoring, like maybe a Sterling Shepard or an Anthony Miller, both of whom are at zeros right now. Miller will obviously have to wait.
We have almost 500 people hanging out with us on YouTube. If Brendan Glasheen can hit the like button on the stream, I know you guys and gals can as well. Hey, especially if you have Saquon Barkley, the quad father. He just delivered some points for your lineup in whatever amazing contest you have entered. So the Giants, the lead continuing to grow. It is a girthy lead right now. So we're 8 likes away from the century mark. Let's go. Get us there. Christian DeAndrea needs this right now.
Saquon, no receptions. The PPR points
What are you doing, Winnie?
yet to come through, but scoring the touchdown there is going to put him up into double digits in this game. And we are going to need to see a lot of that guy, Madden Mitch himself. He's going to have to throw his team back into this one, which is never what you want to hear if you are a Bears fan.
Yep.
Yeah.
CJ asking what we think about playoff Lenny re-signing in Tampa. I mean, I like it. Keeping the squad together, which is basically all Tampa has done. They have proven salary cap is a figment of our imagination, and they're like, we're just gonna run it all back with everyone. We're gonna give everyone raises. In fact,
the salary cap excuse. It's BS. Like, teams in the end can do whatever the hell like they want to do. Like they really, really can. But the Bucs have now re-signed virtually every significant player from last year's championship team. Right now, free agent wide receiver Antonio Brown is the only noteworthy player from last year's roster who is not yet under contract for 2021. But I anticipate him figuring out a way to stay there. If he doesn't, I think that's going to be trouble for him, because for some reason, I've said it once, I'll say it again, he seems to kind of, I don't know, like remain even keel and not be as dramatic when he's got like Tom Brady looking after him.
He needs to live in Tom Brady's basement or wherever to keep him under control, because obviously a tumultuous off the field history for that guy. Fournette like is kind of a weird case though, because like I can't like he's not a very good regular season running back. Like he didn't break 4 yards per carry in the regular season last year, but then playoff Lenny takes over and he's a completely different guy. 300 rushing yards, 100, like almost 450 total yards in 4 playoff games, a whole bunch of touchdowns. Like, dude came to play when the playoffs came, and up to $4 million in incentives. Like, I dig it. I'm into it. Like, obviously, you can work around his limitations in the regular season if you have a good running back platoon, and you have Ronald Jones, you have Keyshawn Vaughn, my guy out of Vandy, who didn't adjust to the league as well as I'd hoped as a rookie, but is that guy. He can be that dude. So,
yeah, because that's a good point you made with, like, I think most people are going to remember him from what he did in the playoffs. As you mentioned, he started all 4 postseason games, total 300 rushing yards, almost 150 receiving yards in the postseason, because after being cut by the Jaguars, like right before the start of last season, as Cohen's going to pick up a first down and then some out at the 16. So in the red zone here, the Bears, going to try to score their first touchdown of the day. Had an up and down year, had career lows in carries with 97 and yards with 367. But yes, significant role played in the Bucs run to the Super Bowl. And it is kind of crazy to see, like, Phillip Rivers retiring, all these other guys, Drew Brees retiring, and then there's Tom Brady signing a 4-year contract extension into his like mid-40s. And I know really they could void it right after a year or two, but still on paper it's a 4-year contract. You never think someone's playing at like this high of a level at that age. I mean, there's nothing we can say that hasn't been said about how mind-boggling it is what Tom Brady is doing. Mitchie, though, calling Buffalo home now, and he completes the pass. Is that Jimmy Graham?
Jimmy Graham sighting of the day?
Yeah.
Graham is a trick-or-treat player and been more trick than treat lately. He's got 2 catches for 16 yards, which is not ideal.
Shout out to the DK Sim fam. You guys getting us over 100 likes. Much love. I hope all of you are. Oh, God. What are you doing, Mitch? He gets sacked.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that was. I think that may have been just went down as a tackle for a loss, not a sack. So, big 1-year anniversary coming up on Sunday. We'll have 6 games, so $30,000 late slate. It's going to be a fun day. $15 entry there. Hope everyone can get in on that, become a part of that. As on 2nd and goal goes to Allen Robinson down at the 1. So pay attention right now. if you have decided to roster David Montgomery, who's listed as that power back, or maybe Tariq Cohen, could be a time to shine for them. Or maybe it's going to be one of those read options for Mitch and he'll lose 5 yards.
All right, big third down here. Bears could have taken the quarter break to think about if they want. Instead, oh, my God. I don't know why you dove David Montgomery. That was unnecessary, but I appreciate the effort as the Bears make it a one-possession game. And Montgomery, his price shot up to $5K from $2,600 in his last sim, and paying off there. Had a lot of usage early in this game, kind of disappeared. But when you need someone to gain you a yard at the goal line, he's a pretty good option. He's a beefy boy.
Yeah. Pork Chop Express says when the rules are so slighted towards the quarterback, you're going to see them playing later and later. And I agree. I mean, the rules, the way the league has gone over the past decade or so, it's the quarterback tends to be like the largest investment, the most important piece of a team. I kind of get why they would want to protect that player at that position. It's the most important position in sports. So, yeah, I mean, it does kind of suck because at times you're like, why the hell is that guy getting called for a roughing the passer? It almost seems like flag football at times back there, those heydays with a steel curtain defense just ripping off the head of an opposing quarterback.
On the old AstroTurf too, which is just like prickly carpet over concrete.
Oh, God, and just destroying knees. And like no cushion inside a helmet. Everyone just, it's like your head straight up hitting cement. But I kind of understand it. Yeah, it takes a little bit of the violence. Yeah, for sure, Christian. It takes like a lot of the violence like out of it, which I know, many people enjoy. But it's just the league's doing what it can, and these teams and these owners to try to protect their biggest investment.
It's not a bad thing seeing guys not get concussed on a regular basis, and or going into a locker room at halftime and guys aren't just ripping through cigs and frescas.
My God, it was the old Chiefs quarterback, right? Wasn't that the picture in like Super Bowl one?
Yeah. he's sitting on the folding chair. He's got the lit cigarette. He's got the bottle. The man's literally drinking Fresco. What a legend!
Amazing. I may go for him as like Halloween this year. That seems like a perfect Halloween outfit.
Would you bring your own chair to like your party and the butts and the Fresca and just sit by yourself in a corner and wait for someone to notice?
Yeah, 100%. Evan Ingram has 7 catches for 54 yards. So Golden Tate, 5 catches, 80 yards. So he hasn't done anything. I think those were his numbers at halftime. No, so he hasn't done anything in the second half.
I mean, basically the entire Bears offense has been stifled. Currently, Ned and Mitch under 5 points in this sim, making Saquon look like the better chalky pick, and Saquon's only on pace for like 15 points. So a real disappointing sim thus far, unless you have Golden Tate, Evan Ingram, some kickers perhaps. Just we kind of like set the expectation that this sim might be so bad it's good. It's just been so bad it's bad. It's been grim. It's been unpleasant, let's say.
Did you mention, or did you answer Jinx's question about the thoughts on the Giants taking the NFC East this upcoming season?
I did not.
What do you think? Because that was such an ish show last year. Yeah. I mean, a 7-9 team like winning it.
Yeah, I think the NFC East will be better if we get a healthy Dak Prescott 100% all the way back. And I think the Washington football team has improved enough to be like a 10-win squad.
It's magic.
Yeah. Nice throw there from Daniel Jones. Evan Ingram crashing towards the bonus. Not quite there yet. In fact, it's going to take a few more big throws, but a lot of PPR points from him. The problem for me with the Giants is that they're just kind of okay at everything, which suggests you need Daniel Jones to make a leap in order to get there. And having Galladay certainly will help. Having a healthy Saquon Barkley will play a big role in that too. But the way he regressed last year really gives me cause for concern. And he's got to get better. He's got to get better about protecting the ball. He's got to be something more than revamped Jameis Winston, which is kind of where he lies with his tendency to turn the ball over. He's taking big shots downfield, sure, but he's also giving the ball up way too often. I think the way things stand right now, I think the Giants can compete for a wild card spot, but I don't think they are going to be a division winner in the East. I think that's going to be Washington. I think we're going to see our first repeat winner in the East in like 20 years. I think the Giants are going to compete, but ultimately they're going to be battling for second place. And I think no matter what happens, the Eagles and that horrible rebuild they're going through down there will settle into the basement.
Mm-hmm. Kyle saying, no matter how bad the sim is, we can all take comfort in the fact that Ducey is not currently going on a 15-minute rant. But don't you worry, Kyle. Don't you worry. Because at 2 o'clock, Christian will be joined by Kenny Ducey for the Saints at the Rams. And Christian gets to take about, 50 minutes of the 60-minute game off because Kenny Ducey will be going on multiple rants. I do not know what they will be about today. All I know is I learned yesterday, do not call him buddy because he finds it very derogatory. He does not like that. So just a heads up.
Poor Kenny. Poor Kenny. Nothing but gripes with the world.
We have about 5 minutes to play here in the fourth quarter. That is a first down. Daniel Jones, who was that to Evan Ingram, 9 catches, 69 yards.
Yeah, so probably not gonna make it to the bonus. I saw all those wonderful catches and then realized that he's averaging like 8 per reception. So despite the massive PPR day, the bonus points probably going to elude him as the Giants with a big opportunity to salt this game away with the score here. Clock winding down, could be Saquon time. It is, in fact, and he's going to be down inside the 5. Big run there. Well, Emerson, I am currently clocking in at 126th of the 120.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Your dogs clearly hate it too.
It's lunchtime right now. Winnie has not Winnie, Georgie. She gets very, very excited when the food arrives. So my wife is currently feeding them, and Daniel Jones is feeding your lineup. My X Factor is hot. My X Factor is moist, and Mr. Jones and me.
Ugh. Wow,
I know.
Daniel Jones coming off at 10-4 in the flex, but he's typically worth it here in Simland. Give me 17 per. Coming off a mediocre sim, only 14.5 in his last game, but had 29 points the last time out against the Chiefs, and today he has been an absolute killer.
Yeah.
I see you, Matt Nelson, in first place by a lot in our free roll. And that's about 21 points out of Danny Dimes in the captain spot. 31 from Golden Tate in the captain. I'm sorry, Daniel Jones in the flex, 21 points. Golden Tate in the captain spot, 31.2. And he's got a 6-point cushion on the rest of the field. It's a lot of ground to make up right there. 8 rushing touchdowns now in Simland for Danny Dimes. Larizzi, I know, man. Saquon in the zone, and immediately the Giants turn away from him and just let Danny Dimes do his thing instead. But hey, bad news for Saquon. Good news if you're waiting for some Bears garbage points because, well, they're down 14. They're going to be throwing the ball quite a bit here.
Yeah. There's plenty of time. I have faith in Madden Mitch. I have never lost faith in Madden Mitch. Although the Giants right now jonesing for a win, Mr. DeAndrea. 2nd and 6 from the 29. I know you love it. Absolutely punstoppable. Germ.
A scramble for Danny Dimes. So you didn't miss too much. Tell your boss we say hi.
But 3rd and 4, yeah, for real, man. I remember early on, like when we were doing these, one of my favorite stories was like when people were still floating around the office as Mitch, please. Got a first down there to Jimmy Graham. People were like, yo, dude, so I'm still at the office, still in the cubicle. Can you like yell a little less because people are hearing you and they don't understand what I'm watching? And I would always be like, dude, tell them to fill out a lineup for crying out loud. This is the only sport happening in the world. Madden on the Dream Stream, baby. And A-Rob, big catch.
Yeah, for a hot minute there, it was like us and Cornwall. That was it.
Bro, how about another fact here about the Bucs returning all their starters? So Tampa Bay becomes the first Super Bowl champion since 1979 to bring back all 22 starters. That's insane. Wow. Let's go. More points, more fun, baby.
Okay. Well, scoring before the 2-minute warning means the Bears have a shot in this one. Not a great one, but they'll be able to stop the clock 4 times here. So they could get the ball back, and they could put it in Magic Mitch's hands with the game on the line. So big stop upcoming for that Bears defense if they want to have any shot in this one. 2:15 left. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. And that big 40-plus yard strike to Allen Robinson, making us all feel a little bit better in the midst of a terrible Mitchell Trubisky performance. That gets them into double digits on the day at least. That's going to push me up from my spot at 128th out of 129 in the El Achia Hey Boo Boo free roll.
And here's to you, Mr. Robinson. Jesus loves you more than you will know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, Jesse Cofield asking if we want anything from Thinking Cup, babe. I told her just a snickerdoodle. That's it. Jesse's going to is coming over to meet her new niece, Georgie. Okay, so now she's asking what you want. You're good? Come on. Got it? All right. I don't have time for this. I'm doing a sim in front of millions of people. Whoop. Barkley, 83 yards now. Approaching the century mark, Mr. D'Andrea.
Could be. I mean, he's going to get a lot of carries here.
So once again, after us will be D'Andrea chilling and Kenny sliding in for Saints at the Rams. Did you or Kenny make a free roll for everyone to get in on?
I'll have to check after this. Kenny is like 50-50 on making free rolls. So
yeah.
Let's take a look. Let's go to that DK Sim Fam and Friends League. Oh yeah, Deucey's got one in there. Yeah, Ducey and D'Andrea, 2 p.m. Did you just call him Jared Golf? All right. By Jets fan 196. Okay. Oh, all right. Huge 3rd down coming up. And Giants might be forced to throw it here, which means the Bears could save one final timeout for that 2-minute drill. Minute 53 left. It's been Saquon, but 3rd and 6, right on the edge of where you may want to run it here. We'll have to wait and see.
Third and six. No. So here we go.
So 4th and 3 coming up. Probably going to be a punt. Can't imagine the Giants would get that. 4th and 1.
Did you just hard boil a bunch of eggs? Oh, I can't stand that smell. Ooh, that smell. Can't you smell that smell?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah, it's kind of like if a regular egg could fart, that's what it smells like.
Yes, dude. It smells like an egg shoved an egg up its butt.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. It's worse than when you all have that terrible coworker who wants to microwave fish in the office.
Yeah. I mean, eggs
Anywho.
smell great scrambled or fried, but like something about boiling them or microwaving just exasperates the egginess of it all.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, producer Drew, maybe I was being a little dramatic, which I never am. It's not that bad as the fish, but I tell you what, I didn't expect to smell a fart when I'm sitting here trying to call one of the best sims in the history of the Dream Stream on a Friday, the 26th of March in the year 2021.
Minute 33 left in this one. Bears are out of timeouts. They need to go 68 more yards. And that pitch with an absolute
dials it
dart.
up.
Graham, how did that work out? And roughing on top of it, so they get 15 extra yards and the clock stops?
Let's go. Graham Cracker Crunch. Very underrated cereal. Very underrated. Stop it. Very underrated tight end. At least in this game. 24-17, lots of time, and they keep marching. They keep Anthony Miller.
Wow, what is going on right now? Oh, Emerson, achievement unlocked. I'm currently 129th out of the 129 in the free roll. I might be climbing because I got Anthony Miller in my lineup along with Madden Mitch. This drive may carry me out of last place.
Oh, under a minute to play. Incomplete.
Woo.
I told you guys that X Factor was heating up. Even with Chicago down 14 at the time, my internal buttons were being pushed. Just like you guys pushing in that like button on the stream, the subscribe button, the alert button, so many buttons to push and touch. 2nd and 10 from the 20. Over the middle, touchdown! Going back to Mr. Jimmy Graham saying, give me the pigskin, baby. Extra point away from making this thing.
Look at that. They scored 52 seconds to go. They came into that drive with like a minute 50 and one timeout, and they scored in like a minute flat. Amazing. What a glow up from Madden Mitch at the end there. So he was having a terrible game, Emerson, until the fourth quarter. And this quarter alone has like 150 passing yards and a pair of touchdowns. Absolutely insane how much better he has gotten. Now we get to see Danny Dimes try to mount a comeback drive here.
Yeah.
Tied 24 all, 52 seconds, 3 timeouts on his side. Let's go.
Bass Bob saying the boiled egg factor is lit. I am going to eat one actually after this. I haven't had one in forever. Put a little salt and pepper on it. I'll maybe put a little hot sauce too, a little dab of sriracha or something. Oh, hell yeah.
That's the one thing I remember from McDonald's salads. They would slice up the hard-boiled egg and put it in there.
Dude.
Way back in the day. I don't know if they still do.
The other night, I get out of Nesson at like midnight, so I'm driving home. I said, I am so hungry, and I don't care about anything right now in the world because that's how hungry I am. So I zip through the McDonald's drive-thru, and holy hell, I missed those nuggets. It's Daniel Jones. How about some nuggets for your lineup? 3 timeouts, guys. Call one. Don't screw this up.
There it is. So they burned an extra 7 seconds for no reason there. 2 timeouts, 31 seconds on the clock. So 3, maybe 4 plays here for the Giants if they can get out of bounds. We're going to have to wait and see. What? Ooh, Michael Irvin with the bold prediction. Syracuse taking down Houston tomorrow by double digits. Yeah, we're going to see. I mean, as soon as you start doubting Syracuse is when they make you feel foolish. And I think Houston's going to win that game. So makes sense that it would be a Syracuse double-digit win.
Dude, the bad boys of Pop asked, have you ever smelled a fish fart? I have not.
I can't say I have.
That's kind of wild, man.
I mean, fish fart.
I wonder if it's like a wet fart too. You know, you're coming out of the water, fish farts, it's wet. 2nd and 8, 22 seconds to play, incomplete pass.
Yeah, it looked like Golden Tate had to play a little defense on that one to keep it from getting picked off. 3rd down coming, and I mean, we might see a punt before the end of regulation.
Yeah.
If this keeps going away. I mean, that great run, first play of the drive from Danny Dimes, and then the last 2 have been much less successful. And they're coming out in a big formation here. They might.
Yeah, just got to get right past that the target field goal line there. And Jones scrambling for his life. Holy hell, what is that? Wait, is that complete? Did he complete it? No, he's out. He's out.
Oh, my God.
I know. Son of a gun. Who was that to? Was that to Slayton as well? Because Slayton is killing me right now.
I think it might have been Slayton. I couldn't really tell. It was one of the smaller wideouts. We're going to get a punt, and barring some shenanigans, we're going to get overtime in this one.
Okay. All right. You know what? When it was a 14-point game, Bry guy on the 1s and 2s was attacking me in slack, making me feel foolish, saying, shouldn't a 14-point gap be cooling off your X factor? I said, dude, I have dyslexia. Chill out. Stop coming at me. And now, lo and behold, Bry guy, I accept your apology. You're lucky I consider you one of my good friends. Constant verbal abuse. I feel like he was playing the role of Kenny and I was Glash and he was just berating me. We're going to overtime. No better way to start off a Freaky Friday than with the best friends squad and extra free football. Bry guy in the 1s and 2s, producer Drew, Joe C from the ops team, Christian DeAndrea, and Emerson Latzia. Hold me, please. My loins are on fire, and the Giants will receive Das football. Ooh, baby. Yeah, first time playing Fortnite. I agree. Let's vote Slayton off the sim. And you can't spell Latzia without O-T, Christian. That's why we hit him up with the L-O-T-Z-I-A every time. Hey, boo-boo.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, not just Slayton, but Anthony Miller, Sterling Shepard, Old Man Ginn. Old Man Ginn's been fine. He's got 3 catches. He's doing what he can for a guy in his 50s, but still, as this drive continues where the Giants left off at the end of the 4th quarter with Daniel Jones looking overwhelmed. Loss of 8 there, so not to start New York 1 to see in a hostile environment on the road. Yeah, but that helps. Okay.
What do we got? All right, here he is. Slayton back on the board. His 2nd catch of the day.
Slaytato chip.
Oh, my God. You are great. Welcome to the club. You're in. You're officially in. You never have to wait. We're going to move that velvet rope for you every time, buddy.
Permanently on the list, baby.
3rd and 6. Come on. Do that thing we like, Daniel Jones.
You got to block that guy. You got to block old Roy Robertson Harris, current Jaguar.
Hell yeah. America's team. All right, so the Giants going to punt the football away. Basically now for the Bears, you guys know the overtime rules. A field goal will win it. Touchdown will win it. The next point will win this game.
And the way Mitch has been cooking It might just be the Bears coming back from 14 down in the fourth quarter to get there. He goes back to Allen Robinson there. So Mitch, 244, can theoretically hit the bonus on this drive as Allen Robinson having himself a pretty solid day. Most of his points came on that 40-plus yard touchdown strike that kicked things off here for the Bears in the fourth quarter. He's at 77 through the air, 4 catches and a TD.
A Golden Tate, too, remains 12 yards away from the bonus. You know, we're going to have to see if the Giants can get the football back there. (24-24). We are here. You are there. And on 1st and 10 from the 32, Mitch slinging it.
Darts from this guy. What is going on?
I don't know, man.
Like just rifling in laser beams, and they're hitting his guys on target. Normally, the Mitch we know throws that pass 6 yards beyond anyone, and it bounces down like to the opposing team's end zone. But instead, that one, a perfect slant, picks up 9. Now it's 2nd and short. And doing it again.
All right, just going back to one of the hottest topics of discussion here today on the Dream Stream, Brother Phil saying, nope, Emmy, they appear as tiny bubbles of air, little fish farts. They do fart. If witnessing a fish fart is something you feel like you need to see, just watch the fish in your tank long enough. Now, we do not have a fish tank, but my brother-in-law does. And so when we visit, nice pickup there. I don't know who the hell 86 is off the top of my head. Oh my God, it's Demetrius Harris, tight end 2.
Wow. So everyone getting involved now. Madden Mitch is the rising tide that lifts all ships and brings all fish farts to the surface. It would be a 54 Eddie Pinheiro field goal from here. He hit from about 52 plus earlier in this game, but would not trust him with that again. So that's why we get old man Ginn picking up some yardage there. 5 for 53 now. All right, I take it back, Teddy. You're having a decent game. You're into double digits in the flex. From here, 46 yards for Pinheiro. Obviously, the Bears want to pick up more, and obviously anyone with Madden Mitch on their roster wants to see him keep slinging it because he is about 20-ish yards from the bonus right now. And it does help the Bears.
Tariq Cohen on the carry. So, yeah, just as long as Mitch doesn't screw this thing up, if any of these skilled position players don't fumble away the football. I mean, right now, just bring Eddie out.
No.
What are they doing? Come on.
No. You're the Bears. You don't want to trust your kicker with anything. You've seen what the pain can be. See, there you go. Another 4 yards there. Fish 2K, we see over there in Twitch. Thanks for joining us. Sorry that you joined us right in time to talk about fish farts.
It's perfect. I was like, dude, that right there is the universe listening. The universe being like, okay, they're gossiping about fish farts and how you can experience a fish fart for the first time. And now Fish 2K hops in, and you have found the stream. You have found the sim. And yes, the next one is going to be the Saints at the Rams. So get your lineup filled out right meow. Also, there's a bunch of free rolls in there, Fish. But if you feel like dropping maybe a quarter, 50 cents, couple bucks, want to try to make some money, have at it. There's plenty of paid contests available. And make sure you come back Sunday for the $30,000 late slate to celebrate our 1-year anniversary here. So a little late to the party, but just in time as Mitchie is sacked. I don't think that'll do a whole lot of damage. Should still be relatively easy for Eddie P.
Yeah, I mean, an extra point there for Eddie P. He goes from a 20 or 38 yarder to a 43, 42 yarder here instead. So if you got Pinheiro rostered, this could push him into double digits, which is great for a kicker. We're gonna have to wait and see if he can actually connect on this one. Got it from 52 earlier, so theoretically shouldn't be a problem, but we are talking about a Bears kicker in a clutch moment. Double doink is in play. All right, here it comes from 42 yards out the game. Winner. Snaps good.
Let's go, Eddie Money. Ball game, baby.
The walk-off. The Bears win on an Eddie Pinheiro 42-yard field goal in overtime, overcoming a 14-point fourth quarter deficit. Possibly the greatest comeback we've seen in Sinland, Emerson?
Maybe. Yeah, down 14 points, couple minutes to go, but take me home tonight. I don't want to let you go. Eddie Money delivering the win. 2 tickets to paradise. I've got 2 tickets to paradise.
Wow. We got a Schefter bomb that just came out 5 minutes ago too. So we got a
what do you
lot
got?
to talk about here. We're gonna first off
hook me up because I got the draft queen walking into my apartment as we speak. This is epic. Hold on.
Jesse Cofield is there?
There she is. Look at her back there. The queen in the house.
Celebrity in your apartment.
This is amazing.
Those are the perks when you're the highest paid employee in DraftKings.
We're going to shoot a new commercial here inside my apartment right after this sim. So this was a hell of a game. Great way to start the day. Man, they are loud.
Tremendous.
Oh my God.
The Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award is going to go to my captain, Sterling Shepard, 1 catch for 6 yards. And we have massive news from the actual NFL. Dolphins trading the number 3 overall pick to the Niners for the number 12, a 3rd-round pick, first-round picks in 22 and 2023. So they move back, pick up a ton of draft capital, and now the Niners in the mix for a quarterback. They're going to have repercussions on the Jimmy G trade scenario.
Yeah.
Patriots could be in the mix to bring Jimmy G back home. A lot going on. And fortunately, I get the distinct pleasure of sharing that discussion with Kenny Ducey at the 2 p.m. So if you want to hear me get yelled at for about 20 straight minutes about the Patriots, be sure to tune in.
This is insane.
Yeah, dude, there's so much going on there. I mean, crazy. Kenny and I will be back in minutes for
what a huge deal. Yeah, I'm just thinking Jimmy G back to New England now. Are those rumors back on the board? 100%. Like, that's why you don't believe anything you hear when they're like, oh yeah, he's our quarterback. Like, okay, sure, Jan. Did you give your players of the game? I couldn't remember. I was so distracted.
It's MVP, Sterling Shepard, LVP.
Okay,
and,
awesome.
Dude, I got so much to process now. There's so much going on. I'm delighted and intrigued.
All right, I got to get out of here. I got the queen in the house. So, adios. You hang out with Kenny. You guys can break down this trade. I'm sure Kenny will talk about it for 20 straight minutes. It's going to be a record rant by Kenny Ducey coming up at 2:00. So have fun with that. I'll see everyone back here on Sunday at noon. We're going to kick off our 1-year anniversary. I'm excited. I'm stoked. Thanks, pal. Notice I didn't call her buddy. I called her pal. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you, Bragon, the 1s, 2s, and producer Drew. I'll see everyone later. Peace.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Kenny Lucy and Christian D'Andrea. We have yet another opportunity to fade the New Orleans Saints here today with the Los Angeles Rams and New Orleans Saints coming your way from Kenny's cabin, as I think we've nicknamed it. Christian D'Andrea on the other side of things. We got a wonderful crew operating behind the scenes. We got the Bry guy, we got Drew, and we've got Joe on ops. Christian, are you with me here? Are you fading the New Orleans Saints or no?
I actually split this one down the middle, but my captain is a Los Angeles Ram. I don't love the Saints because they have to deal with Jalen Ramsey, because they have to deal with Aaron Donald, and they have one of the league's least mobile quarterbacks. So in Madden, that counts. You need some guy who can escape pressure, not just trot backwards and get sacked a la Phillip Rivers. So I don't hate the fade the Saints idea, but I did go out and I had so much extra cash after putting Cooper Kupp in my captain spot. Now the lineups are locked. I can reveal the whole roster. Kupp in the captain spot. Then
That's right,
Kamara,
the big
Thomas.
reveal.
What's that? Yeah. Kamara, Thomas, Higbee, Cook, stacking up the tight ends. And, of course, the Simland Pro Bowler, Josh Reynolds, former Ram, current Tennessee Titan. Him holding things down the last spot there. Kenny, what about you? Where are you going in this one? How does your lineup look?
Yeah, so as I said, I stacked up the Rams because I'm a really big fan of them here, and I could not bring myself to back any New Orleans Saints. I did, however, take Traquan Smith. He's always my pick for Saints Sims. I always take him. And then I also took Jared Cook as well. And just looking at my lineup here, I definitely had Eleanor Higbee in there. I had to get him in there for sure. Just trying to find it here. This is just off the top of my head. Darrell Henderson, as we got the kick away here, the kickoff starting. Darrell Henderson is in my lineup. Who else is in my lineup? Robert Woods, Jared Goff. I did captain Jared Cook. How about that?
Oh, bold.
It's kind of all over the place today, you know?
The current Los Angeles Chargers. I almost call them the San Diego Chargers, but leave the memories alone. Yeah, I mean, Cook is a great performer into his 30s. Got that crazy athleticism at the tight end position. Here in Simland, a bit of a boom-bust candidate. Give me a dozen points for relatively cheap, and he's been on fire lately, at least a dozen in each of his last 4 Sims, and that's come up against some decent defenses, including the Bears and the Ravens. So we'll see if he can't give us some nice points today. It's been Higbee early and often for this Rams offense. 2 passes for Jared Goff, 2 catches for old Eleanor Higbee.
It's a first and 10 from the 38. Goff getting ready to get this one across midfield. One-handed catch on the snap, and he gets it to Mr. Higbee. There you go.
B for 3. Only 20 yards, but a lot of PPR points coming in for the tight end in blue and yellow. Let's take a look at our ownership numbers for the 2 p.m. free roll. Top owned guys, Alvin Kamara at 75%. Then Michael Thomas clocking in at 55%. Drew Brees, 49%. Bobby Trees, 48%. Jared Cook on both of our rosters. He's your captain, just under 48% owned. But yeah, a wide spread in this one just because there are so many different guys who can give you points in this one. Unlike, a Bills-Bears type lineup, this game has like a dozen different guys averaging double figures. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 11 guys giving you at least 11.8 points in this one, maybe even more because I hadn't even sorted it.
It's pretty insane. So we got Bobby Trees right there for the aforementioned wide receiver for the LA Rams. What's going on in the chat? We got Cena in the chat. Ducey already eating on the sim. Can't confirm or deny. Mr. Hawk, Robbie Noble. We got, did you see that? Did you see that? Red, white, and green. Steven. What's going on, everybody? Monster 01. Not to be confused with Monster 02 or Monster 00. We see you in the chat. We appreciate you.
Let's drive continuing to churn along for the Rams here, and hopefully we get a quick one so we can all adjourn and go watch the college sports we've all been waiting for. That's right. The road to the Frozen Four starts today, Kenny Ducey. And like I always say, nothing good ever happens in Bridgeport, Connecticut, because right now, my Badgers, well, clawing back into this, but we're down early to Bemidji State, the Beavers, 2-0 in the first period. Cut the lead to 2-1, so we'll see. My biggest problem, Bemidji, not a state, Kenny, never has been.
Yeah, I don't like that. Like Cleveland State, Wichita State. Where is Wichita? What state is that? Oh, you're telling me it's somewhere in Kansas. Okay, well then, Kansas State is the state school of Kansas. Moorhead State.
Yeah.
Texas State's fine. Everyone throw out your least favorite state school for sure. Yeah, I definitely am. That's a Jimmy Garoppolo level miss right there. Speaking of people in the news today, I'm also a little surprised. You know, you're saying I'm excited to watch the Frozen Four. How about the Miami Open on right now? All day tennis, 11 a.m. to midnight. Basically, you get to watch the Miami Open from Florida. Unbelievable scenes in Miami so far this week. Looks amazing.
Yeah, from Hecker. So promising drive stalls out. Goff takes a terrible sack, then blanks a wide open Robert Woods over the middle for what would have been a 39-yard touchdown. Instead, it's going to be Saints ball at their own 12-yard line. And we get a Jared Cook sighting to start us off. Your captain getting underway.
John says Appalachian State, Luton, Savannah State. Savannah's definitely not a state. Appalachian is a mountain region.
Sacramento State, yeah.
Oh,
Jacksonville State.
Trying to think of some more that I just immediately. Grambling State. Where's Grambling? Is that one of the states? I don't think so. Yeah, Robbie's saying Sacramento State, Frederick, Emporia State. At this point, some of these might not even be real schools. Like you could fool me here.
Like Frostburg State, and, yeah, Westfield State, things like that.
Ball State, yeah, right. The state of Ball, of course. Right, of course, Ball State.
A lot better than the University of Muncie. Ball State is delightful. All right, we've been asked multiple times in the chat. We got to talk about
Fort Hays State, Norfolk State. Sorry, it's reading them all. Mississippi State.
Kenny, your thoughts on all the moving and shaking that's been going on today? You got the Dolphins trading back from the 3rd overall pick, handing it to the Niners at the cost of 3 first-round picks, and then trading back up into the top 10 by moving their 15th overall pick to the Eagles to take over the number 6 spot in exchange for 15 and a first-rounder. Kenny, what are you feeling? How do you feel about the Dolphins? How do you feel about the Niners? How do you feel about the Eagles? How do you feel about these trades?
I am a little the Dolphins are basically, I tweeted out, they're flipping draft picks like they're Top Shot moments right now. Like they're just trading, they got some picks, they traded away some picks. They're really just going after it, which has been pretty funny. But I definitely feel like, the Dolphins, they came out with the winners here. I mean, they continue to stack assets. And as someone who is a Jets fan, I appreciate stacking assets. I understand the importance of stacking assets. I know that, my favorite team has been doing that last year in the draft. You trade down, you get more picks. It's a good strategy to always, use your picks to get more picks, especially when you're in a rebuild like they are. So they ended up turning Laramie Tunsil into like 5 firsts, I believe. I read. So
okay.
Yeah, definitely good. So the weird thing about these trades, is obviously what's going to happen to the San Francisco 49ers quarterback position. We don't know. The 49ers are saying that they're committed to Jimmy Garoppolo, which every team says right before they're not committed or when they are not committed to their quarterback. So can't take them at face value there, but at any rate, it's certainly interesting, and it a little, definitely puts pressure on. I think as a Jets fan, it makes the second pick even more valuable. Because now it would appear, right, that the Niners got that pick to take a quarterback, right, to take their quarterback of the future. So with that means that the only way to get one of these three good quarterbacks, because I don't think anyone wants Trey Lance or Mac Jones. The only way to get Zach Wilson or Justin Fields some people, but it's a consolation prize in this draft. The prize is the top three quarterbacks. So if you want a piece, now you got to trade with the Jets, right? If you want Zach Wilson or Justin Fields, you got to trade with the New York Jets, and you have to take the second. You're going to probably have to give up a lot to get the second pick, and especially considering the Jets have Darnold. We've talked about it all offseason long that they're probably gonna, they're either gonna flip Darnold or gonna flip that pick. So I'm interested to see what comes of this. I do think that the Jets are gonna get some good offer. I think the Falcons are a team that could want to move up in the draft for sure.
Because it looked like for a while there, the Falcons were going to have one of Wilson or Fields drop to them, kind of fall in their lap.
Right.
And now they might be looking at Trey Lance as the guy. And obviously it's not ideal. Some outlets out there putting Mac Jones in the discussion at number 3, which I think would be way too high, but I would be hilarious to see going from Jimmy Garoppolo to Mac Jones at quarterback. Not the upgrade San Francisco had signed on for, not the upgrade that they traded 3 first-round picks for, but would be interesting to see nonetheless. Where do you think this leaves the Niners right now?
Where do you think it leaves the Niners?
It spells the end of the Jimmy Garoppolo era. No matter what their front office is saying, you don't trade away this year's first-round pick, next year's first-round pick, and the year after that's first-round pick, unless you are eyeing a quarterback, a franchise player. They gave up a Deshaun Watson type haul just to be able to draft the 3rd best quarterback in the draft. They might even have to make that Bears move where they go from 3 to 2 just to make sure they can get the guy they definitely want. But I think if you are the Niners and you made this move, you've got to be pretty comfortable with bringing Justin Fields in. Because the way the pre-draft, why are
what
you running
what are you doing?
What is the hell? Oh, I get that. That is how you break 13 ribs, Drew Brees. You should feel ashamed. You should hang your head. That was awful.
What's going on, Hyro, my friend?
Yeah.
Same brother says yo. I said yo because Jared Goff got the football back. He completes it to Josh Reynolds.
Oh, JR.
The new. Did he just sign with the? Where did he just sign? The Jag or the Titans?
Titan, yeah. He's going to be pushed into a better situation, I think. I like him as a Corey Davis replacement. If you take his season-long stats for when he was a starter in LA, they are roughly on par with what Corey Davis did over his Titans career through 16 games. So they're two similar-ish players in that they're both larger wideouts who can kind of break free, break open. One of the things Reynolds does really well is work in that intermediate range, and really does well when he's not getting that over-the-top safety coverage. And when you got A.J. Brown next to you, it's going to be real tough for teams to double him. So I expect him to thrive in that mid-range where Ryan Tannehill is actually a very good, very useful quarterback. I think it'll be a nice season for Josh Reynolds in Nashville. I think he should be able to step his way into like 60 catches and 800 yards.
Oh, bullet over the middle of Cooper Kupp to the 40-yard line. I like Corey Davis as a Corey Davis addition for the New York Jets. I'm really looking forward to watching Corey Davis play for my favorite team. Looking forward to rooting him on and watching him catch many touchdowns from Sam Darnold. I think it's going to be great. I think he's a great fit in New York. I think that was a great signing.
Yeah, I hope he stays healthy for you guys. But yeah, rebuilding a position of need in New York, and now all of a sudden that receiver core looks pretty formidable. Not obviously ideal. There's still some unprovens there. You gotta hope that Denzel Mims can be a little bit more consistent. And obviously, he can be. He was only a rookie last season, dealing with injuries. There's a lot going on. But I like the Davis addition. I like Keelan Cole, even though he might be a little overpaid on a one-year flyer. That's not a problem. I think he can prove his value away from Jacksonville. I think there are a lot of nice parts in that New York offense, and it'll be very interesting to see who is throwing the passes there next year. If the Jets just get an absolute haul and move back from number 2 and say, "Hey, Sam Darnold, we appreciate you. You're our guy," or if they buy in on Mormon Sam Darnold and go with Zach Wilson instead. Another Cooper Cup strike there. So
with Jared Goff, the
our
Cooper
first
Cup.
points of the game.
They certainly could go after Mormon Sam Darnold, that's for sure. We'll see. I mean, there's been a lot of heated discussion between Jets fans and analysts, whatever, about who the Jets should take between Zach Wilson and Justin Fields, and I certainly think that there's a lot of merit to taking both guys. I think that Fields has shown you supreme leadership, but to me, the arm talent there's a reason why people are comparing Zach Wilson to Mahomes. It's because the guy has an unbelievable ability to throw on the run. He's got great arm power. I really like him a lot as we get a touchdown here for...
Indeed. It looks like it's...
That is Daryl. No, that's Malcolm Brown with the touchdown. Vulture season. Malcolm Brown getting to the end zone for 6. Drew Brees is... He was not a Malcolm Brown owner in this one. He rostered Darrell Henderson, clearly.
Yeah. Brown, 5K in the flex, only giving me 6.3 points per game. So if he's going to have a good day, it's going to have to come on the back of a touchdown. And there he is right there, getting that short yardage battering Ram carry and plowing his way into the end zone. Rams take a 7-0 lead here. So Kenny, as a Jets,
we got... Well, I wanted to just bring up Drew in our behind the scenes chat, bringing up, let's say the Niners aren't oh boy, Bri, why you gotta bring this up? Why do you have to bring this up, Ryan?
Brown
we'll talk about this in a second. Let's
fewer carries. We see you. We know what you're talking about. It's not a classic vulture. It's like having David Montgomery.
He's the running exactly. He's the RB1, but he is 12% owned in the free contest because no one rostered this guy because he doesn't get any carries. It's like James Conner coming down the goal line and he's a vulture. Hey, how about this? Okay, let's bring it back. Who cares about the depth chart? Let's bring it back to real life, okay? Let's bring it back to there's some time. Malcolm Brown, is the quote-unquote starting running back for the Rams a lot. He was at least last year, right? But he got 20% of the snaps. Yet when he comes in on the goal line and scores, people are like, oh, big vulture TD. Yeah, because it's not about where you are in the depth chart. It's about, what percentage of the snaps you get. There's plenty of guys that are listed RB1 in real life that are not the true RB1s. Anyway, Drew said, let's say the Niners aren't lying. They really like Jimmy. Do they take Sewell with the third overall pick? Or, you know what? To me, the first thing, you want to know what the first thing I thought of? And obviously he's not has had a name recently in the news, in terms of trade rumors, but what about Deshaun Watson? He's still hanging out there. There's still teams that want him. He still demanded a trade. So what happens now? Do the Niners, to me, the first thing I thought of was, oh boy, now the Jets are the only team that can really make a big push for Deshaun Watson when it comes to draft capital, right? The Jets have the third pick or the second pick. They can go out and trade for Watson now. The Niners are going to use the third for a quarterback. What if the Niners use the third overall pick to trade for Deshaun Watson?
I think,
what if they do
honestly,
that?
The Texans getting their pick back would be fun, but I think, if anything, I think Houston would rather have the package that San Francisco sent to the Dolphins rather than just that third overall pick here. Granted, that does put them in better place to select a quarterback, but I feel like, Houston is pretty happy to see what it saw there because the package for the third best young quarterback of 2021 was roughly in line with what they were publicly or behind the scenes supposed to be seeking, 3 first-round picks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if anything, I think the Texans are going to see this and they're going to say, listen, we're not going to settle for the 3rd overall pick. You got to go above and beyond what you traded for the opportunity to draft Justin Fields. We got a guy who's already made, and yes, he costs a lot more, but we know what he can do on the field. We know what he can do in the middle of a turbulent, terrible season. So if you are going to come to us and say, hey, we want Deshaun Watson, you got to pay up more than the Niners just gave just for the chance to snip Justin Fields. So I don't think this puts the Niners in range, unless maybe they know something we don't. And to be fair, we're assuming the Texans are working from a base of common sense. They clearly are not. This is a franchise that has not only employed Jack Easterby, but promoted him and given him seemingly free reign when it comes to having his voice in Cal McNear's ears. So asking Houston to act rationally seems like a fool's errand right now. I don't think that the number 3 overall pick is going to be a factor in a Watson trade, but again, I don't know what they're thinking in Houston. I would have simply made Deshaun Watson happy, hired Eric Bieniemy, and maybe not traded away all the guys Deshaun Watson really likes and completely alienated it. But yeah, that's just me. I like football.
I think that hiring Eric Bieniemy wouldn't have been too hard for the Houston Texans, and instead now they're stuck with a worse coach and perhaps no quarterback. These are the things they have to face. Again, though, for me, if I'm making a trade, right, and I'm the Houston Texans, I am absolutely trading with the Jets, or in this case now the Niners, for Deshaun Watson. Because why in the world am I going to take a second-rate quarterback like a Drew Lock, a Sam Darnold? I mean, you wouldn't have to take Sam Darnold, so he's not part of this discussion. But a Drew Lock, a Teddy Bridgewater, a Jarrett Stidham. Why in the world would I make a deal with a team that's going to give me one of those guys in return? Or, frankly, give me a draft pick at 9 or 10 as we get a touchdown up the middle here to my captain, Mr. Jared Cook. Stonehands himself, Mr. Fumbles, the cousin of Daniel Jones. He gets on the board with 6 points. Why in the world would the Texans do that, Christian? I am legitimately asking you, when they could just strike a deal with the Jets, who definitely want Deshaun Watson. Joe Douglas has come out before and said that the reason he likes having so many picks is because it gives them the opportunity to go out and get a star when they want to leave. Why would the Texans strike a deal with any other team besides the Jets or the Niners? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. And it is sort of up to Deshaun Watson where he plays because of the no trade clause, but it's not like Deshaun Watson's picking a team. He's not saying, I want to go to these 2 teams. What's happening is the Texans are going to agree to a trade, and they're going to bring it to Deshaun Watson and say, would you like to play here? And I don't see any reason why he wouldn't want to play for those 2 teams. He does like New York. But anyway, back to the story. Why would the Texans strike a deal with a team that's not the Niners or the Jets? And what team would it be?
Yeah, it's a great question. We know the Bears are in the market for a veteran quarterback. They're willing to give up basically all their future assets, 3 first-rounders and a pair of starters, just to get a shot at Russell Wilson, and the Seahawks demurred, which I think was the right move for them to do. But maybe Chicago is a destination, although obviously the Bears can't offer that high caliber of draft pick, and they're always going to be middling. So the draft picks you get from the Bears are always going to be somewhere around like the 12 to 18 range, and they're not going to be very bad. They're never going to be very good. Otherwise, who could really use? The Steelers, sure, but again, you're not going to get.
But my point again is, what would the Bears offer here, and how would it come anywhere close to the 2nd or 3rd pick?
Right, exactly. That's
if
what
they
I'm
had,
saying.
if you knew the Bears were going to have, the Bears were going to be awful for the next 2 years, like if this were like the 2018 or 19 Jaguars, or I should say 19 or 20, like in that case, sure, give me all your first round picks. You're going to be awful for a long time. But in terms, like the Bears, like you just said, they're going to be middling as incomplete down the field. So who wants those first round picks? You're not going to get a quarterback with those picks.
No, not at all. Yeah. I mean, there are a bunch of guys out there who, I mean, teams that could send 3-4 first rounders over there. But I mean, are you really going to be that excited about the draft picks you get? Well, from the Detroit Lions, sure. The Lions might make a little bit of sense here. They do have that extra draft capital after trading away Matthew Stafford. But I think they're so slightly into their rebuild that they don't want to make that move just yet. I think they're going to be comfortable taking a look at Jared Goff and maybe saying, okay, maybe we can do something with him that Sean McVay's passing offense couldn't. But no matter what happens, we're okay with this being our rebuilding year. It's going to be bad no matter what. Otherwise, not a lot of teams make sense. Not a lot of teams have that kind of draft capital. Maybe the Falcons could ship the 4th overall pick, but right now the 4th overall pick, not that interesting. Especially now.
Exactly. And
the
Falcons are going to trade the 4th pick. They're going to trade it for the 2nd or the 3rd pick. I think they want a quarterback. And I think that, there's not going to be a better time for the Falcons to get a quarterback than right now. It's a great quarterback draft. You're one spot away from getting a quarterback. And they're either going to go, they're either going to go for Trey Lance.
Yeah.
They're just going to straight up be like, hey, if you have the 4th pick, you're obviously going to have to attach a lot, but it's not going to be near the price to move up from 4 to 3 than it is the price to move up from like 10 to 3, right? They could do it. The Falcons could do it if they really wanted to invest in this draft. And again, I've been saying like the Jets, that 2nd pick is basically up for grabs. I would love it as a fan if they traded it to the Falcons. The Falcons go out and get a Fields or Wilson to replace Ryan, who's getting very old. And then the Jets just keep Sam Darnold, draft Sewell at 4 and win, this draft is very interesting. This is a more interesting draft than I can remember. The last time that the draft was this interesting, I think, was the Baker Mayfield draft because there were all those quarterbacks up top. And Dave Gettleman decided that he needed to take Saquon Barkley for some reason, which was still puzzling.
And then,
but,
Daniel
aside from these 2 drafts,
amazing Dave Gettleman. Sorry.
Again, and I criticize the man, and I think it's very fair. But the thing about Daniel Jones is not Daniel Jones himself. It is the stupefying fact that Dave Gettleman loved Justin Herbert. Like, he loved this man. He talked about, he drafted Daniel Jones, and the only thing he could talk about the year after was how great Justin Herbert was. There were rumors that the Giants were getting ready to move up in the draft to get Justin Herbert. And they already had Daniel Jones. And so it was insane how much he loved Justin Herbert. And if you remember, and I had the benefit of working at a New York sports network during this time, everyone, all its fans, everyone thought Herbert was coming out and he was going to go. I believe he stayed an extra year, right? Am I wrong? Am I off base there?
Yeah, Herbert played 4 at
he played 4 years. So everyone thought Herbert was coming out and the Giants were going to get Herbert, and that was going to be the quarterback. Then he decided to stay. So what just blows my mind is that the Giants had the right read. Gettleman had the right read at quarterback. He knew Herbert was good. He wanted Herbert, and instead of just waiting a year, he just reached for a quarterback that is nothing special. He's a very bland, plain, average quarterback. I think he probably saw him as a low risk, but that's like what all these teams, all these general managers need to learn is that you can just wait a year. Like, it's okay. You can, and if there's the right quarterback out there, then don't wait a year. But your clock lining up with our quarterback retired, got to get a new one. Why not just sign one of these journeymen? Why not sign an Andy Dalton, a Joe Flacco? Just have a bad quarterback for a year, tank, and then go get the good quarterback. Do you think the Jaguars were like, oh, we need to keep Gardner Minshew right now? Gardner Minshew's our quarterback? No, but they were like, you know what? We really like this quarterback class. Let's just bide our time until we could get Trevor Lawrence, Justin Wilson, or Justin Fields, Zach Wilson. The Jaguars read it. They knew that this was a good draft, and they just waited until now to take a quarterback. It wasn't like they reached for a quarterback last year, traded up for a quarter. They knew, right? So anyway, I just think that we're getting into a world now. If the Jets end up taking Wilson, I saw a tweet from Schefter today. It'll be the first time, I believe, in history that two quarterbacks have been drafted by the same team in the top 4 of a draft in 4 years, or top 3 of a draft in 4 years, which just goes to show you this is not what teams have always done. Teams have always stuck with their quarterback, and now we're seeing teams move on a lot faster to get a new quarterback, to reset the clock, get a more exciting guy. So that's why this is a really interesting draft. And again, back to the Gettleman thing, just blows my mind that they didn't just wait a year. Like, the Jaguars played this completely correctly, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, tough to argue there. This really, all the pieces really did fall in place for them, and then they went out and hired Urban Meyer, which does not seem super encouraging for me. I mean, getting a high-level college coach, those moves don't always pan out. I mean, you're hoping you get Pete Carroll, but sometimes you get Bobby Petrino. And Urban's approach to free agency and being kind of overwhelmed by it, probably not what you wanted to hear if you were a Jaguars fan. And then the signings they've made have been a little underwhelming. You'd hope they would be able to, to make a few more upgrades for Trevor Lawrence, although I do like the Marvin Jones signing. He's just not a needle mover, really. That's the thing, is they didn't get a lot of players who were going to make fans very excited to be in TIAA Bank Stadium, but maybe Trevor Lawrence can do that on his own. At any rate, it can be fun to watch the Jaguars this season, and really interesting to see what happens with the rest of the AFC South, because that's a division in flux right now, Kenny. I mean, we have a Titans team that is losing 2 of its biggest playmakers to free agency, Corey Davis and Jonnu Smith, both gone. The Colts trying to restore Carson Wentz's value. The Texans, train wreck. And now the Jags, who are rebuilding up from a 1-win season. Who do you like most in that division? Who do you think takes it this year as Alvin Kamara stretches out, picks up the first down, and sets up first and goal?
Of course it's the Colts, right?
I think it's got to be. But I mean, I don't hate the Texans either. Or the Titans. The Texans I hate. Don't worry, I hate them plenty. The Titans could make another move here, just because Derrick Henry is the exception that proves the rule about RB1s in the NFL, and Tannehill can still be efficient and reliable. And that is slant guard Mike, slant boy, hits his slant, gets into the end zone. Saints back into the lead with a 4-minute scoring drive here to kick off the second half.
Drew dropping it in. Michael Thomas, 55% owned in the free showdown. Gonna make a lot of you out there happy. CJ 71. What about Trey Lance? He may be moving up a little. We haven't talked about Trey Lance, and I think it's because he's very boring. I don't see him as a very intriguing quarterback prospect.
Yeah, he didn't light the world on fire at his pro day either. It was exactly 2 weeks ago, and we kind of just forgot about him. And people are saying he's got that Josh Allen arm strength, and he looks good. He can make those big throws. The problem is we just don't have a ton of tape on him against elite teams, and having a full 2020 season would have helped. We only got him really in one North Dakota State game this fall. And it was basically an exhibition in which he didn't play all that well. So he's fading a little bit. Mac Jones is trending upwards. I think Lance might be the 5th quarterback off the board, because I think a lot of teams are talking themselves into the Alabama quarterback, the way he's developed.
Yeah. I mean, he played a great season. His pro day was great. It's not like Mac Jones is that bad of a quarterback prospect. He's just, unfortunately, in a class with like 3 really good ones.
Yeah.
One really, really, really good one and 2 really good ones. And I mean, any other quarterback, I mean, like you talk about the Daniel Jones draft. I mean, he would have, imagine he was in that class with Jones and Dwayne Haskins. He would have gone like number 3, man. Some team would have just jumped the gun, just went out and grabbed him, because again, it's a stigma, just like the stigma of people comparing Trey Lance to Josh Allen, because one guy played at North Dakota and one guy, or South Dakota, and one guy played at Wyoming. They're just
Yeah.
people just like, oh, well, same guy, right? How about every Alabama quarterback? What do we hear? Oh, these Alabama quarterbacks, they stink. They can't play. Just same thing with USC guys. They have a stigma. But Mac Jones, besides the jersey that he wore, I mean, what about you tells you that he's not going to be a good quarterback? I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, like he's the opposite of a Mitch Trubisky or a Daniel Jones. He doesn't have the bona fides, the measurements. He doesn't look like a prototypical quarterback. He's a guy who came to Alabama like basically being a scrawny little guy. He looked a lot like me, in high school. And then he got his way there and he won games. So he's more Deshaun Watson than Mitchell Trubisky in this draft class, except we all know that 2 national title winning quarterbacks. Mac was maybe a little bit less instrumental to his team's title hopes than Deshaun was, but I think you can make the case that both were maybe written off based on their program success rather than how much they looked like an NFL franchise quarterback, a traditional NFL franchise quarterback. So that does speak well of a guy like Mac Jones, but we've also seen guys without great college careers really show up and not only showcase the tools to be an NFL quarterback, but also, make it look good, turn into those guys. And Josh Allen is the epitome of that, a guy who was not very good at Wyoming. Yes, he didn't have a great receiving core or supporting cast, but he struggled to complete 55% of his passes as a Cowboy. Really had his statistical profile suggested he was going to be a bust, and he proved us all wrong. Played MVP caliber football in his 3rd year as a pro. And that's why you buy in on a guy like Trey Lance. He's not going to be your 2021 savior, but if he falls to you in the middle of the draft and you have a veteran quarterback who can take some snaps and relieve the pressure from his shoulders, you're going to be happy with that choice. As long as you're not a win now team, Trey Lance can be a very solid pickup in the middle of round 1 this year. Drew Brees taking a lot of time in the pocket and
again,
check.
Fantasy Hawk brings up, hey, he goes, Bama quarterbacks, OSU quarterbacks, name me one that worked in the NFL. Well, this is exactly what I was just saying, is people just slam this guy because of the jersey that he wore. If you use those 2 schools, right, you can throw in USC. I believe he didn't mention USC. You throw in USC too, because aside from Carson Palmer, right, they've all been bad. But what I don't understand, what makes it impossible that someone from those schools couldn't work out. Think about it. They've gone through so many different coaches, so many different systems, so many different rosters, right? So many different complements of receivers. And all 3 of those teams, they're still playing good competition. So it's not like that could be a big factor. Is Cooper Kupp, speaking of good competition, played none in high school and none in college and none in the NFL. A touchdown down the sideline, 80 yards. My goodness. But yeah, so anyway, the point, like, there's nothing. It's like people who said, oh, well, the Cubs, these aren't those Cubs, right? Well, it's the same uniform. So if you want to make the same stupid argument, like, oh, well, the Cubs are cursed, then just because they got a bunch of new players wouldn't make them any different, right? Same thing with the Red Sox. Same thing with, like, all USC and Alabama quarterbacks. It doesn't make a difference. It is a coincidence. Actually, Hawk said there's a reason behind this. It's not a coincidence. What's the reason? Because their colors are crimson and one team has the Buckeyes as the nickname and they need to change that nick. Like, there's just no reason. It's just because they all went to the same school. They're different coaches. As long as it's not the same coach. Like, that's the other thing, man. That's the bottom line. OSU has gone through so many different coaches. So I find it really unfair to all those quarterbacks that we just criticize them because of the school that they played at. And that's why Mac Jones isn't going to be good, because Brian said, hey, he played with 2-star receivers. There's an argument, right, that makes sense. Yeah. Although I will say, in the NFL, you're going to have receivers that are just as talented. And also, he only really played with 1-star receiver, right? Think about the fact that Waddle was out and then Devontae Smith came in. He really was like 1, effectively. Drew's saying so did Joe Burrow. And the other thing about Joe Burrow, name me what LSU quarterbacks are there out there that were great. Zach Mettenberger?
I can't believe you discount Jamarcus Russell like that.
Like,
weren't for the
you could
Google
say the
draft,
same
you
thing
would-
about LSU quarterbacks before Joe Burrow, and no one has a problem with him. What about Oregon
we did
quarterbacks?
say it- we
Joey
did say
Harrington.
it-
Remember how to bust Joey Harrington was? How could you draft another Oregon quarterback? Doesn't matter, man.
No, we were saying that about Texas Tech for the longest time, and that was the dig.
Right, exactly. Texas Tech, another great one.
Not an air raid situation. Turns out he's just fine if you take him out of the air raid. He does pretty well. You can plan around him. So yeah, if he's that kind of talent, it's not going to be an issue.
Rich One Beat said, "Bad programs, dumb Ducey." Really? Ohio State and USC and Alabama, who win the national championship like every freaking year, those are bad programs? And that's why they produce quarterbacks that don't work in the NFL, because they're bad programs. You know what a bad program is? Fordham University, where I went. That's a bad program. Ball State, that's a bad program. Not these title-winning programs, but I'm the dumb one. Because I'm the dumb one because I didn't call Alabama a bad program.
You've got a guy with the athleticism, with the build to get there, with the arm strength. Very rarely. I mean, if you have a 3-star guy, very rarely are they going to make a difference. Yes, you sometimes get a guy like Mahomes, like a Trey Lance that falls under the radar. But the guys going to these big programs are typically the guys, I mean, you can spot this in the early stages of high school. If you're in Texas, if you're in the South, these are the guys who are identified in junior high as franchise quarterbacks. And sometimes, yeah, they fall off. But for the most part, you know right away when you have a guy that has that special arm talent, that special build. And, yeah, it doesn't matter where they end up because they always end up in these blue blood programs. If they have it, they have it. That's it.
I really just don't understand. It is an interesting discussion to think about what what programs produce the best quarterbacks and why that is. But I don't think that like you can, maybe there's systems that produce good quarterbacks and schools that produce good quarterbacks. But at the same time, I don't think there's schools that produce bad quarterbacks. And like you said, like, I think that, you have a blue chip build, you go to one of these big programs and more times than not, you come out a winner. You come out a good high draft pick, a successful quarterback. So I don't know. Drew is asking, maybe he meant that quarterbacks from bad programs are better because they need to do more. I don't really understand that.
No, I mean, I kind of
because then you're playing worse competition, right?
Well, you're playing worse competition, but also you need to. It shows that you have a better grasp of systems. You're probably better at identifying defenses. I mean, not necessarily bad programs like FCS programs, but you're talking about like guys coming out of lower tier FBS or Power 5 teams that aren't that good. Then you can make the case that, yeah, there's a lot of solid identification there. Guys coming out of schools that aren't necessarily known for producing quarterback talent. I mean, yeah, you can get some pretty solid guys. I mean, Russell Wilson came out of NC State and then Wisconsin. Wisconsin, not a quarterback school, but a school that plays good teams. And he was able to identify great defenses and pick them apart in his lone year as a Badger. Lamar Jackson, Louisville, not a football school, but again, played against great ACC defenses. Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech. So, yeah, I think you can make the case that guys who were able to elevate teams with their quarterback play while playing against high-level competition have worked out pretty well at the next level. And I think there's also just the element that, yeah, some of it's just a crapshoot. I mean, a lot of times you do better betting on the field than you do the number one overall quarterback when you're trying to find guys who will make that impact in the NFL. As Goff still dealing here after that punt there. It's Josh Reynolds, Simland Pro Bowler, out to the 50-yard line in a game with only about 6.5 minutes left in it. And Kenny, I don't mean to stop derail the train. I just got to point it out while I have it. First place in the Ducey and D'Andrea 2 p.m. Did you just call him Jared Goff free roll? And this guy right here.
Well done. Well done. Yeah, no, it's like, basically the conversation here is a big catch for Cooper Kupp. The conversation here is that Fantasy Hawk, anyway, wants to say, he's saying that the SEC has a monopoly on wide receivers. And that's why these quarterbacks stink, because they're throwing to good wide receivers, which again, to me, you're throwing a good wide receivers, that helps you because you're going to have good wide receivers in the pros, and it's going to help. It's going to build your confidence. I think that it's going to, I mean, it's not like you can have, the receivers that Joe Burrow had and then just throw a terrible deep ball and you have to throw a good deep ball, number one. But look, all that aside, there have been so many great quarterbacks to come out of the SEC. So many, like both Mannings. You had Cam Newton, Matthew Stafford, the guy we're still talking about, number one pick, amazing quarterback. So it's not like it can't be done. I don't know.
Wow, the Jets there. Was that Darrell Henderson?
That was Darrell Henderson, absolutely.
Wow. So showing off some receiving chops there and that acceleration into the end zone. Another passing touchdown for Jared Goff. And LA on their home turf, that $5 billion stadium, retakes the lead.
Wow.
They're going to knock me down a second.
Sensational right there, for sure. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Mac Jones is going to be bad at all. I will say that the Patriots' interest in him, if you want to talk about something that really dooms a quarterback and something that is not a coincidence, well, I mean, I think Bill Belichick has been pretty bad when it comes to drafting quarterbacks besides Tom Brady. I mean, has he drafted a single guy that's been like, you've been like, oh yeah, that guy's good? Ryan Mallett, Jimmy Garoppolo, Jarrett Stidham. So the fact that
in
Bruce
terms
says
of
he hasn't needed to. Well, he thought he. I mean, when they drafted Ryan Mallett, the thought was that he was going to replace Brady. Same thing with Garoppolo. I don't know. Just saying. How do we know that he's that Mac Jones catching Bill Belichick's eye means anything?
I mean, it doesn't, but if you take a look at the guys, where he's drafted them, the value they've produced, the Patriots have arguably, even if you take Tom Brady out of the equation, produced a ton of surplus value based on the draft position they've had. I mean, this is a team that's never really been in the top 10 and looking for a quarterback in the Belichick era, and they've still pulled out some decent guys who turned into starters, whether that's been Jimmy Garoppolo or Jacoby Brissett. Mallett didn't really work out. Kevin O'Connell wasn't really a guy, but obviously Matt Castle was good enough to make it to a Pro Bowl once. And it's tough to really look at the picks they've made and go like, oh, it just doesn't know what he's talking about. Just because, I mean, we're talking about the highest quarterback they've drafted was Garoppolo at 62. I mean, it's just tough to make any kind of real judgment of the Belichick quarterback drafting in the modern era.
Kobe Brisket. Randy points out. Deep ball right side. It is incomplete.
So Jacoby Brisket
going for it. The Patriots are terrible at drafting in general as well. That's
they're great in the later rounds. They've been misfiring lately, but Onwenu, Heron both look like future starters on the offensive line, both picked up on day 3. I really do like what Kyle Duggar, the kid from Lennar Ryan, has shown us at safety. I think he's going to be a nice successor to the McCourty era in that defensive backfield. That pass incomplete.
He got it. Oh, I thought he got it. Never mind.
No, yeah. John Johnson.
They showed his stats. Usually they do that after a completion, but he's got over 250 yards. But Traquan Smith couldn't keep himself in bounds, and I guess they're going to have to punt. They're at their own 27. I guess that makes sense.
Dude, Jerem, you are absolutely correct, buddy. I am somehow engineering the comeback of my life. I was like 129th of 129 in our last sim, and currently, barring a whole bunch of garbage points, which could very much be in play, currently in first place in our free showdown. I'd finished dead last in our last sim, Kenny. 129 out of 129. And I'm currently first out of 117. I cannot wait for this to crumble apart at my feet.
I'm 50th right now, thanks in large part to Jared Cook, but I could use something out of Robert Woods. Robert Woods is going to mean nothing so far. So I'm going to need him to step up in a big way right here. I also have that man, Darrell Henderson. and he picks up a few yards. Jared Goff, passing bonus today.
Big.
So if you decided to roster Jared Goff, really both quarterbacks worked out for you today, although he still only has 16 DK fantasy points. Clock's still winding here, and oh boy, we might get the Rams running the ball here. Let's see.
I mean, keep the clock running. I don't
There's
know.
going to be a handoff to Malcolm Brown.
And he gets it, and then smoked by Alex Anzalone. But the Rams won't have to call a play here until after the 2-minute warning. That's a big deal. It is
so much excitement with the 2-minute warning,
Yeah, well, I mean, the Saints right now can't afford to give up another first down. They are going to be missing some timeouts when we come back here. They're going to have to start burning them, and New Orleans in a real tough spot here. But, hey, we saw a furious comeback at the nooner, Kenny. The Bears down 14 in the fourth quarter. Not only pushed it to overtime, but then clinched the win from some true Madden Mitch magic. Delightful to see.
Wow.
That first run play actually gained more yards than I thought it would, but not many. Only about 2 or 3 on the ground for it looked like Malcolm Brown, the RB1, who doesn't really produce like an RB1.
Second and 8 upcoming. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Kenny and Christian DeAndrea just talking some ball here on the stream. Robbie Noble. Yo, Kenny, I appreciate you, bros. Dream Stream Legends. Handoff up the middle. Once again, it's Malcolm Brown.
Yeah, should have picked up enough there to make it a running play on third down, third and manageable here. 3 yards to go. So they can run it. They can force the Saints to burn that final timeout and see if that's what happens. As we are going to be taking a look over the Bemidji State, Wisconsin score. And I wish I had. Apparently the ice in Bridgeport is bad. A lot of bouncing, a lot of terrible play from the Badgers, who gave up a shorthanded goal and are now trailing 4-1. Not ideal. And there's Henderson for the first down. That should just about do it here in Inglewood. The Rams, 2 huge first downs to seal this one, and that's going to do it for my spot at the top of the free roll. Rick James, the super freak himself, as Henderson in the lineup, taking over first. Very sad for me, unless I get like some kind of play fake throw to Higbee or Cooper Kupp.
At least you lost out to a legend, though, man. That's all I gotta say.
Coming back from the grave to steal victory from my hands. Very sad for me, but I was able to taste the dreamy heights of Sim Fam victory for like a full quarter. So I have no complaints.
Yeah, I just needed a little bit of Robert Woods love, and I never got it, sadly.
Malcolm Brown gets the customary kneel down handoff, kneel down carry, and does nothing with it. So bad news for Malcolm Brown owners out there. 3rd and 11 coming up. Well, should be another kneel down, and it should be enough to take us to the finish here.
Yeah, well, it was a good sim. We had a good, lively discussion about, I don't know, college programs, the upcoming drafts, all sorts of things.
Quarterback viability. And it got us out in time to watch the third period of the road to the Frozen Four in god-awful Bridgeport, Connecticut, where nothing good ever happens.
Yeah, as someone from Connecticut, no one likes Bridgeport.
Bridgeport's terrible.
Not a good place.
It's just a great city to look at when you're driving down 95, too. Traffic there, always terrible, ugly, hideous, high taxes, garbage city. I'm sorry, if you're from Bridgeport, I apologize, but I'm sure if you are from Bridgeport and watching, you agree with everything we're saying right now. It's
and
not a great place.
Yeah, we got a little heat going on in the chat here. Rich One Beats trying to backpedal on him, saying that those organizations were bad organizations, saying that they don't develop their quarterbacks well. Look, Do you think Alabama cares what their quarterbacks do in the pros? They develop them to fit their system. They develop them to be great and win national championships. I don't know what makes that bad. I think that they produce great. They take blue chip quarterbacks and they make them good enough to win national championships. To me, that's a good program. Robert Woods, though, not good today. No, Christian, is he your least valuable player? 1 catch, 4 yards.
I think he's got to be. I mean, everyone else really showed up. A lot of passing yards in this one, a lot of points, and he's got to be the babysitter Billy. Robert Woods, often great in these sims, but way outshined by his own teammate Cooper Kupp. 3 yards shy of 200, 8 catches, a touchdown, 2 rushing yards. What can't this guy do? 55 plus in the captain spot. So Cooper Kupp, you got to be today's 2 p.m. crusty cough player of the game. Kenny, are we missing anything, or are we going to go out and enjoy, start our, it's not a long weekend, but it should be because of all the basketball. I'm going to go enjoy.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
Hockey. I'm going to go watch some basketball tomorrow. I'm going to maybe even go out and if it gets warm enough, enjoy a cool beverage outside. Ken, do you have any plans for this weekend? Are you on the broadcast for Sunday's 328 year anniversary of the Dream Stream?
I am not. I'm not working this weekend. Maybe I'll try to play the contest or check out the chat during the broadcast. But no, I am not working this weekend. I'll be off. I'm here in Cooperstown still. I'll be just going to the Baseball Hall of Fame probably. Hanging out. Driving around. Yeah, there's really nothing to do up here. Writing a little bit for the DK playbook, so you can check out my stuff there. But yeah, not much, just watching basketball. So it should be fun. Usually we have the happy hour stream here on Friday, but still a 2 p.m. stream. It's great to be with you, Christian. It's good to spend some time with you on a Friday. Speaking of the happy hour stream, Glash is going to be on the happy hour stream with Jason Rossi at 6 p.m.
Okay.
You know what else Glash is going to do? Glash is going to be on the 4 p.m. sim, Vikings at Niners, with Jeff the Moose Ulrich. Say hi to the Moose for me, everybody. And then the night crew, Chiefs at Jets, Cowboys, Packers, 8 p.m., 10 p.m., and it's none other than AK and BK. Adam Kaufman, Brandon Cristal, should be really fun. That should be a great 2-pack of night sims for you to end Friday. And then we got a whole bunch of stuff coming up this weekend. Saturday, you mentioned Sunday, the anniversary of the Dream Stream. Fittingly, I'm not going to be there because I wasn't there at the beginning of the Dream Stream. So I was happy enough to join in August. It's been very fun since then. But yeah, that's what's coming up. And we also, I don't believe we have Pre-Lock Live tonight. So, we do at 5 p.m.
Good.
Shirag and Matt at 5 p.m. NBA Pre-Lock Live. What a loaded day here on the Dream Stream. And of course, all day long, we got great content. You know, we got content from Jeff Ulrich giving you hockey stuff here on the Dream Stream. You got videos, we usually Reed and Jeff talking golf, Jules on the CBB. We call that CBB, college basketball. You got us jabronis sometimes talking football and basketball and what have you. Steve Buchanan, Gary and Thorne been all over baseball. Opening days coming up. So really, there's no reason to turn off the Dream Stream. And then you got wonderful people in the chat, like Mr. Hawk, like Emerson's Peloton, like Jordan Lindenbaum, like Robbie Noble, the mayor of Simville, like so many of you, even Rich One Beats, all you guys. We love you. We appreciate you. For Christian, I'm Kenny, our wonderful crew, the Bry guy on the ones and twos, as Emerson would so lovingly say, Drew, Joe from Ops. Kenny, I'm out. I'll see you guys on Monday.
All right. Hello, everybody. Stream number 3 of 6 on this fine Friday. The sun is shining through the window, at least for me. Jeff Ulrich's here. Hi, Jeff.
Hi. I'm in my windowless environment, so no sun for me. Just fake light, artificial.
Fake light, ring light, light.
That's right.
That's totally okay.
Ring light life.
Ring light life, RLL. We will we'll take anyone's lights, no matter what you choose. We accept it. We do have the Niners. They have been newsworthy today, taking on the Vikings. I'm sure we'll dive in to what the Niners are doing, what the Dolphins are planning on not doing, what the Eagles might be doing. What's happening to Jimmy Garoppolo, who is relevant to this sim. Let's get the important stuff out of the way. We have less than a minute until lock. Well, who do you like here? Who do you like for a captain?
I went all San Francisco. It's San Francisco's day. They're dominating the news. Let's let them dominate the sim too. I went Kittle and the captain.
Ooh.
Paired him with Garoppolo. Got to throw that Mostert chalk in there. Threw Debo in there as well. Only used one Viking, so that was the way I went.
Only one Viking, so no Dalvin Cook.
No Dalvin. I faded Dalvin. I know. Let's live dangerously, Glash. It's Friday, buddy.
Yeah.
If you made it to Friday, you're not here to play it safe. You're going to take risks. All right? You made it this far? Can't give up now.
I took a similar approach. Okay. Kittle and the captain, both running backs. Jimmy Garoppolo. Justin Jefferson was only 5K. Wide out 3. Can make an explosive play from time to time. And then Jordan Reed is my punt play. Jordan Reed and Justin Jefferson. That's taking risks. I like that, Glash. That's why I like you, friend. Hey.
Not afraid.
I'm
not afraid
to take a stand. Everybody, come take my hand.
Oh, is it take your hand? I don't know.
I don't know. It
You're
rhymed.
on a roll there too, man. That's a shame.
Eminem, man. Guy's a ledge. All right. Stephen Kennedy in the chat says, hello from KC. Go Chiefs. All right. No Chiefs in this sim, but
no chefs.
You are willing to express your fandom however you'd like. We have producer Drew with us. Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. That feels good to say. Bry Guy on a sim Friday. All right. Here's Dalvin Cook. Holy cow, he's fast. 14-yard gain for young Dalvin. The ownership is going to be insane for both Cook and Mostert. It's probably going to be at least 85% for both guys, if I had to guess.
Most likely.
But not for you, Jeff. You are contrarian, and you faded Dalvin Cook.
Living that contrarian life, also known as, losing most of the time. But it's okay. We do it in style here. So, and it's just a free roll. Yeah. I did get my lineup in. That was good. Better than yesterday, where I
got the right teams.
I got the right teams. Unless these teams are playing again next or something. It's a throwaway by Kirk Cousins. So let's get into it, Glash.
Yeah.
What do you think's happening? What do you think San Francisco is up to?
I'm supposed to ask you the questions first.
I know, but
I will not answer your question with a question. I will give a take.
Give me your take, and then I'll give you the correct take. Let's do that.
Okay. I would like to believe, as Kirk Cousins goes down, 3rd and long coming up. Look, is it posturing by San Francisco that they're going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo and draft a guy? Whoever the guy is, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing. Lance, Fields. I've heard Mac Jones now could go 3rd overall.
Yeah.
What? They've gone so in deep on this about Jimmy Garoppolo being their guy. If they do indeed trade him and go with a kid, I mean, Kyle Shanahan's he's putting him out there, right? He's like, all right, going all in with a kid, a rookie quarterback. Now everyone's saying Mac Jones is ready to go, the most ready-made pro. Long term, it's Lawrence, Fields, Lance, Wilson.
Yeah.
I think they're going to hold on to Jimmy G. I really do. I think they're going to hold on to him. and give it a shot. If he gets hurt, they'll go to the backup or the kid they draft.
So right now, in most mocks,
Yeah.
the
Mock me.
top defensive player going is going to be like a Patrick Surtain at cornerback. Maybe like Woody Pay, Michigan. There's just not that many top end defensive guys. They have to be taking a quarterback here. They just have
come
to.
on. Yeah, they're checking the QB.
They just
two
have to
firsts,
be, right?
two out the door.
Yeah.
Come on.
So I think we can get, I don't really care. I don't really care if they keep Jimmy Garoppolo this year either. I mean, whatever. I will say this. I'm pretty sure Zach Wilson's going to the Jets. We know Lawrence is going one. If the 49ers don't take Justin Fields, they dumb. I think it's a fantastic trade if they take Justin Fields. And this is just where I am right now with the quarterback drafts and mocks and me spending like 8 hours this week watching and looking and studying a little bit. This has to be Justin Fields. You can't take a chance on Trey Lance here. I'm sorry, Mac Jones, in my opinion, is not that good. Or just doesn't have the same upside as Justin Fields. This has to be Justin Fields. And I think it's a fantastic move if they do this. Because in my opinion, Justin Fields could end up as the best QB in this draft. And yes, I said that, and yes, I mean it. So, love it from San Francisco if they take Fields. I probably will hate it if they take anyone else.
Okay. All right.
Pitts.
Oh, I'm with you, by the way, on the Mac Jones thing. I'm just reading the Chris Sims report that Mac Jones could be the ready-made guy that could slide right in and start.
And I understand the media's hyped over Mac Jones. He's Alabama and all this stuff. To me, he's a step down. But again, I'm not.
Agreed.
This is just my opinion. Well,
and Jeff, to your point, like if you're going to trade all that capital to go up to 3,
I think
you're not taking Mac Jones. You could get Mac Jones at 12.
Exactly.
I
Well,
think.
maybe not 12, but maybe like
Or
5,
8
right?
or something, right? Or 5, 3. I mean, you're going to. And the other reporting coming out from Schefter now is they had sights on trading with the Jets to get to 2. They had talks with Cincy for 5.
Yeah.
Also talks with Atlanta for 4, Miami for 3, which we know that's what they ended up doing. So they were interested in getting into the top 5, which makes me think. Well, then you also hear all the commentary from Mel Kiper, who believes that you could go 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row. 4 in a row quarterbacks, top 4 picks.
Look,
So
if the
doesn't that show
49ers
you that by getting to 3, they're trying to get the best dude there? So Lawrence, Wilson, and then your guy Fields.
I think they probably want the most flexibility too. But like, let's play devil's advocate. There's Kittle there on the nice catch. Let's play devil's advocate. Let's say they take Mac Jones and just Kyle Shanahan is in love with Mac Jones. Whatever, it doesn't matter what I think or anyone else thinks. They take Mac Jones. There's Fields is going 4th. There's no question. So we could easily get top 4 picks, 4 QBs. It's going to be crazy. I will say this. I think Mr. Hawk there in the chat, I think you mean Kyle Pitts, right? The tight end. Yeah, Pitts is going to be interesting. He could go to Atlanta if they don't want Trey Lance or if they don't want a QB. Although rumors are they're pretty hot after QB. And also he could go to Cincy. He could also fall a bit. It's a tight end in the first round. I don't think anyone necessarily has to take him, but he's a really interesting prospect for sure.
Well, Atlanta just got Lee Smith from Buffalo, and they have Hayden Hurst. I don't know if they're going to take Kyle Pitts.
Well, Kyle Pitts is like, he's no offense, but like he's a weapon, dude. Like he's
agreed. No, I'm with you.
They just drafting a wide receiver, Glash. Like he's just that kind of player. So Pitts is very lauded as like one of the best tight end prospects in a while here. So we'll see. I mean, like I said, tight ends in first rounds haven't traditionally worked out though. So he is an interesting name though. Definitely going to be interested to see where Kyle Pitts goes. Anyways, like I said, that's my take on it. It's pretty much got to be a QB. But the next month is going to be like, who is San Francisco taking? Because guys like me, and I think most people who look at this say it's just got to be Justin Fields. But like, dude, Kyle Shanahan will do what he wants. I mean, like it doesn't even matter what we think. And I'm not even saying he's going to be wrong if he takes someone else, but that's just my opinion. My opinion is like you take Justin Fields there, and I think it's a great trade up if they do. But
Robbie Gould from 48 yards out. Kick is good. San Francisco takes the lead. Second drive of the sim. The Vikings had to punt. Oh, like when you asked me what my take was, I skipped over the question of whether or not they're taking a quarterback. I just think that's too obvious, right? Like you don't pay Kyle Juszczyk on a 5-year deal and make him the highest paid fullback. You don't give George Kittle that kind of contract. You don't do what you've done building that defense, and Salah did a great job doing so. Now, of course, he's with the Jets. You don't do all of that to let's add to our decor. Trading 2 future firsts. They're taking a quarterback. There's no question about it.
I think so. I will say this. If you look at the type of quarterbacks Kyle Shanahan has typically liked and targeted over his career, it does kind of make Mac Jones sense. You know, that accuracy, a guy who can deliver it a little bit on the short throws, you know, and then you get the yards after the catch guys like Debo going. So maybe, man, like maybe he does. Maybe he wants Mac Jones. I don't know. We'll have to see. Again, I think you're nuts not to take Justin Fields there, but that's just my opinion. That is just my opinion, folks. I'm not even saying I'm right, but I think Justin Fields has a good chance of being like the best QB from this draft. I mean, I think it's very close to being the top 3. Top 3 guys, all extremely strong this year, but yeah, anyways.
Producer Drew says he stands by thinking the Falcons might trade the number 4 pick and Matt Ryan to San Francisco for the 3rd pick.
God.
That'd be a
But
blockbuster.
wouldn't San Francisco have already just done that? Like,
well,
I don't know.
Remember when the Eagles moved up to get Carson Wentz? They had to make multiple moves to move up.
Yeah, that's true.
In the
It's true.
process.
Yep.
In this case, though, I see what you're saying. San Francisco would now go backwards. They'd go from 3 back to 4. They probably could have got to 4.
Like, they'd have to get San Francisco would have to get rid of Garoppolo before that happens. Because there's no way they're having Garoppolo and Ryan on the same team with those contracts, right? Like,
sure.
So,
Let's go to that now. So Jimmy Garoppolo does have a no trade clause, so he does control a little bit where he might want to go. So let's go with your theory. They take Fields. Are you cool with Jimmy Garoppolo staying on the roster and starting games, or at least being named the starter out of the chute? Does that work for you?
Just give me 1 sec.
Okay. Jeff is in take development right now. He is looking down at his moose keyboard.
No, I just Fantasy Hawk
Hawk
made a great point in the chat just about Mac Jones. If you look at his college tape, Devontae Smith is like wide open on every single deep throw. That's a completely other topic though. But okay, what was your take? Sorry, what? Ask me the question again.
So the next subject matter, we discussed the trade itself, and look, if this has been repeated already and talked about, sorry, we need to give.
Who cares? I mean, it's the 49ers. I mean, of course we're going to talk about it.
It's a Niners sim. It's relatable. So if they indeed, let's go with your thinking. All right, they're taking Justin Fields. Let's say they take Justin Fields. Are you cool? I know you said you don't mind it, but are you cool if Jimmy Garoppolo is the man week 1? Still
for San Francisco?
Yes.
I mean, if they have Justin Fields on the roster, I think they're just being ridiculous by making him wait a year or whatever. I could see them doing it though. I mean, I really could, and just giving him a year to develop or just doing it naturally. Like okay, Jimmy's the veteran. We're gonna stick with him, and then he has like 1 bad game, and then putting Fields in or something like that.
Yeah.
I could see it. I mean, I don't think it's the smart play. I think you draft a guy at 3rd overall, you spend your draft capital. He's your guy. Like, why play around with it? Why mess with his psyche right off the bat? It just creates weirdness down the road too. Like, so yeah, they could do that. It absolutely. I think it's a scenario that could happen. I mean, they might just say, well, we want Garoppolo around. We're kind of connected to him. Next year, I think that I'm pretty sure from a contract perspective, the 49ers. It's really easy for them to get rid of Garoppolo next year. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right because we looked it up once. But that could be their plan this year. They get the young guy. They say, okay, we'll go in. Unless Jimmy falls on his face, he's going to start week 1. If he sucks mid-year, yeah, we'll throw Fields in, and then he can get experience, and the year after, we're all set to go. It's definitely a scenario that could work out that way. You have to think logic will prevail. They're going to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo, and they're just going to bring in probably Fields, but who knows?
I mean, the only risk you run though is you went to a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Kyle Shanahan, by moving on to a rookie before the season even starts, Mostert's got 8 carries, 38 yards. Dalvin Cook just 2 carries, 15 yards. So fading Dalvin Cook, Jeff Ulrich looks like the right call so far. Debo has the longest completion, 28 yards. Kittle 1 for 19. Thielen has one of Kirk Cousins' completions for 4 yards. That's it. So
yeah, blame half.
They're really putting it out there. The San Francisco camp, the Shanahan, John Lynch camp, they're putting it out there that they're committed to Jimmy Garoppolo for next year. Part of me, it could be posturing. I know. I'm just saying, like, they do run the risk if they were to say, all right, let's move on from Jimmy. It's Fields' job. The kid better do well out of the gate.
Think about it like this. You have an asset in Jimmy Garoppolo. He's under contract. He's still on your team.
Yep.
If you say, no, Garoppolo's not our guy next year. No, we did this. We're going to draft a QB.
Yep.
Sorry, Jamie, it's on. A, what if you can't get rid of him? B, now everyone in the league knows that you have an asset you have to move. That does not help you in contract negotiations. It gives you zero leverage. They still don't have much leverage, but you're taking away any leverage you have by coming out and saying, yes, we're done with Jimmy. We're moving on. Of course, in these situations, you say, this guy is still on your team. You're contractually married still.
True.
Like, you don't say that. You don't ever come out and say it. So that's why you always get this double speak from GMs. They would be dumb. They would actually be dumb to come out and say, yeah, we're moving on from Jimmy Garoppolo, just from a negotiating standpoint, because what if you can't move him? Then you're stuck with the guy. And if you've said, no, we're moving on, and then you got to bring him back, that doesn't even work. So
yeah,
he's an asset. You treat him like an asset. He's still under contract from you. You're not going to speak down about your asset. And is that going to get in? Oh, just short. Debo. That would have been good for my lineup.
That was cool.
Anyways, that's that. Like I said, it's GM speak, but it's actually smart on the 49ers.
True. But you know what though? I respond to that by saying it might be his agent is Don Yee, and don't you think the agent's on the phone? Like, all right, I got to get Jimmy out of here. Like, let's work this out. Because Jimmy has a no trade clause. He'll probably waive it if that means he can go be the starter somewhere else. I don't know if it's going to be Chicago. Chicago's committed a lot of money to Andy Dalton in 1 year, but you never know. The Bears have spent money before a quarterback. The Patriots, they haven't committed that much to Cam Newton in terms of, money, real money. And here's Mostert for a touchdown. This is my favorite comment so far. Irwin says, oh, bleep, Jeff tightened his cap. He's serious.
Well, this is the stuff I love. I love the NFL, movement and stuff like this. And this is like the first big move we've gotten. I mean, we've gotten the big free agent signings, and some of them are interesting, whatever. But this is like a team that went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They made a huge move. They got a lot of good players. It's a strong team, and they're making a statement here, and I like it, man.
Yeah.
And we can talk about it from like the Miami perspective too. It's a big deal for Miami. I mean, today.
I was going to get there.
Yeah, and we will get there. But them getting more draft picks, but then they move back up to 6. So Miami is still really interesting. What are they going to do at 6? Are they looking for they going after the wide receiver? Are they looking for Trey Lance or Mac Jones here? What are we doing moving back up? When they moved to 12, I was like, okay, well, Miami's made their move. They can draft for strength. They can draft for depth, defense. But then they move back up to 6, and you're like, okay, they're targeting someone, clearly. So lots of stuff going on. I love it, man. This draft is to me, one of the most interesting in a while, mainly because you got the QBs all in place. So.
Yeah, right. Like hot off the press, you see the deal and you go, oh, well, not only are you wondering about what's happening with Garoppolo and the Niners are going to take a quarterback, but right, exactly what you said. Well, I guess they're sticking with Tua. He's staying put. I also think this goes back to when the Cardinals, and it's funny, this was brought up by some folks I saw on Twitter. Remember just a few years ago, Josh Rosen was taken by the Arizona Cardinals, and they were like, oh, we're committed to Josh. He's our guy. What do you know? Kyler Murray goes number 1 overall. And
Yeah.
like to your point, there's a contractual obligation that has to be served there. But doesn't it just come to show now, too, teams, I don't want to say desperate, but they will take as many shots necessary at the dartboard to make sure they've got the right guy. It doesn't matter how often you have to keep throwing the darts. As long as you get the right dude in the building, you do whatever it takes. You do whatever it takes.
And I mean, look, 49ers, look at Kyle Shanahan's worked with. I mean, obviously he had Matt Ryan, with Atlanta, but his other stops, he's never really worked with like an elite QB. And the one year he did work with, and the couple years he worked with Matt Ryan, he had like his best years ever. So Ryan did, and Atlanta did. So again, it just makes sense. I mean, you've got a really good coach, at least a really good offensive coach in Kyle Shanahan. If you want to maximize it there, if you're the 49ers, you got to give him the guy, like a high-end guy. So I like it. And look, this NFC West, man, is just shaping up to be
I was just going to go there.
Just an absolute like nightmare, if you're a fan. I mean, the Rams look like dominant, but now like the 49ers doing this, their offense is just, the 49ers offense could be an absolute nightmare next year if everyone stays healthy. And that's a big if, but holy cow, dude. Mostert, Kittle, the wide receivers. I love Deebo Samuel, man. Deebo Samuel,
Ayuk.
That's a guy you got to be on for next year for fantasy, in my opinion. And then could you imagine adding Justin Fields, who's like a 4-4 runner? Like, whew.
Time to go mobile.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Like that whole offense is time to go mobile. So I think Seattle's in real trouble in that division.
Well,
I think Russ needs to get out.
This is why I brought up to you yesterday Zach Thompson's take on Wednesday about the Cardinals, because
the Cardinals are
I'm not totally. I bring up the Cardinals because everyone is pegging the Rams to win that division, and I'm like, hey, I give the Niners a lot of credit trying to keep up with the favorites right now. And look, Stafford's the more ready-made dude. We all know that. He's been in the league a long time, 12 years in the league. He's 31, 32. They should be favored because of his resume and how long he's been in the league. But I don't know. I mean, the Niners are like, look, if we want to really move the needle here, we've got to have a plan in place. And they've got 2 plans. They've got a current one. If they want, the current one could be Jimmy G for one more season. They've also set themselves up for the future. And that future could be immediate. It could be longer term. He waits a year, whoever it is. But yeah, I would like to think it's Fields. I just can't see Mac Jones going 3. Who knows? There could be another deal. There could be another deal in the works here coming up.
And you're right. I mean, we're not done. But Kyle Shanahan will take who he wants. I'll say that. He is kind of like, Belichick in that way. Like he'll do things his own way. If he's got a strong feeling about a guy, he'll do it. So again, I think that would be a massive mistake. And it doesn't really make sense that they move up just to grab Mac Jones. But if that was like really the guy they're held after, then I don't know. Is Dalvin going to go? Yeah. Oh, he got the corner there. Nice rush though. 44 yards now for Dalvin Cook. Get the San Fran touchdown with Mostert. Minnesota needs to get going here.
We thank you all for being with us. It's a great day when there's juicy NFL draft pick trading news. We did a free agency segment yesterday, and you say, oh, well, who do you think won free agency? And then you wonder, all right, well, you still have the draft, and really, even in the draft, you can't, just because you have some good draft picks, it doesn't normally make an immediate impact on that coming season. Except a quarterback, of course, like Trevor Lawrence. We all know Trevor Lawrence, if he does indeed go to Jacksonville, which I think we all can say that's going to happen. The Jacksonville Jaguars are significantly better. But then when you find out the Niners are going to move from 12 to 3, you start wondering, oh, wait a minute, this is a team that's free agency, they're not done. Like they signed Juszczyk. They signed somebody else too, and I can't remember who it was. There's feeling for a first down at the 26. Didn't they sign someone else to a bigger contract?
The 49ers?
Yeah, I could be wrong. I could be just making something up. I mean, they really already had everything except quarterback.
Off the top of my head, I can't remember if San Francisco signed anyone, but they
Just
might have.
Juszczyk. I remember them giving Juszczyk a 5-year extension.
Sure.
And that's
And
it.
again, I mean, like he's a great fullback for that offense. So they really do seem to be kind of just hitting on all cylinders in terms of a lot of spots for sure. Their biggest deal since Shanahan has been there is just the injuries, man. Just an insane amount of injuries with that team. So they can just run good for another year like they did in 2019. Could bounce back.
Yeah, I'm reading here.
And to your point about the Rams, like Shanahan has outcoached McVay when they've met. So, yeah, absolutely.
Trent Williams. That's true.
Trent
They gave
Williams, yes,
Williams
thank
a
you,
crap
yes.
ton of money. There it is. Thank
That's
you.
right,
Thank you,
that's
Chad. Give him a lot of money, and that doesn't that further support like why they're moving up to draft a quarterback? They've signed everyone else elsewhere. Got a big old lineman. Gave him
There's
a
just-
record contract. You got the fullback to protect dudes in the running game, or to protect a mobile quarterback. You got the tight end, top 2 tight end in the league. Kelsey, Kittle. Kittle's 2, or at least top 3. You got running. You got a running game with Raheem Mostert. You got speedy wide receivers, a young one in an Ayuk. You mentioned Debo and his upside. The missing piece is the QB. And you draft a quarterback in the first round, you get 5 years of control. 5, and you're not paying him anything. Yes, if we have to, like you said, I like your theory there. If we have to ride it out with Jimmy Garoppolo for one last year, we will. All good. We'll still have a quarterback we take at the 3rd pick, maybe even the 2nd pick if they move up. That's broken up by Sherman. We still have control of the guy for 4 more years. So, I love it. Love, like you said, the whole division. It's great. Just the back and forth. The needle just continues to move back and forth with all 4 of those teams. Mm-hmm. Except Seattle. Seattle, it feels like it's all bad news.
Seattle is, like I said, they could get steamrolled in that division. I'm not going to lie. I know they got Russ, but like there's only so much he can do. So, yeah, it's kind of getting to be like a tough scene for Seattle.
Low Cow Central. What happens if they give Jimmy G 1 more year and he wins MVP? They get more for him. Isn't it funny how it only took like a handful of years for Jimmy Garoppolo to get Tom Brady? Like Patriots draft Jimmy Garoppolo to be Brady's successor, and all of a sudden the Niners look like they're going to draft Jimmy Garoppolo's successor, and he's only been in the league for 4 or 5 years. It's like, How does that feel? All right, Minnesota going to settle for 3. Oh, no, fake! A fumble on the fake! What is happening?
Wow. Trying to get the corner there. The backup QB, I think. Who is the backup QB for them? Sean Manahan or the Manaheim? The Manahakin? Sean Manahan? I think that's who that was.
What? Wow. Wow. Niners ball at their own 5. Uh-oh. Jimmy, get out of the end zone. There you go. Happy feet, Jimmy.
Oh, there's a nice one. All right. Over the middle.
Yeah, Jimmy, you're motivated. Sean Mannion, 0.02% owned.
The Mannion. Sean Manahan. That was terrible.
The chat loves it because some folks here rostered the
San Fran
Niners
D.
defense.
Yeah, I got the Niners D too.
11% owned.
Hey, when you can run Sean Mannion on 4th down and fake it, you got to do that.
He Romo'd it, says El Bongo. Hey guys, smash that like button if you can. If you haven't already, only 30 likes away from 200. About 400 of you watching. See you guys on Twitch as well. What's up, Twitch fam? Din, first time playing Fortnite. Banded Caterpie, CJ71. Thanks for being here, everybody. Germs also here. I know, right? Like this morning that Leonard Fournette goes back to Tampa. I'm like, oh, we got a little bit of news today. That's something. And all of a sudden, the blockbuster comes through from Schefter.
Tampa is one Antonio Brown signing away from like bringing back their exact team and like better next year. Like it's a little scary. It's crazy actually. Yeah, they got like no major injuries. They still got a young core with guys like Godwin and Ronald Jones and good like linebackers and stuff. Oh boy.
Here's
All
another
this talk
question
about all these other teams, and like Tampa's going to be really tough to beat again next year. So,
well, and the schedule helps them too. Their schedule's not that tough because they've got.
yeah, they don't have a division of death like the Rams and 49ers, you know?
Right. They're playing a wild card schedule. They're a wild card team.
They got Jameis twice now instead of Drew Brees. They got the Atlanta Falcons. Ha ha ha. They got Carolina, who looks like they're going to get shut out of the QB Derby. You know? Carolina might be like ending up. Carolina might not even get Trey Lance. Might not even get a shot at Trey Lance. You know, they got Atlanta sitting there at 4. Atlanta might decide to take him. Who's Atlanta? Like Carolina has been hot to trot for a QB, and they're probably just bringing back Teddy at this point. They can't get. They didn't move up. Tough scene for Carolina. It's too bad. I really like the weapons they have there and stuff, but I don't know. Maybe they'll trade back and like take like Trask or something. I don't know.
Jimmy G, 9 of 11, 145 yards, responding to criticism. Mostert, 12 for 47. Dalvin Cook came alive in that second quarter, 6 for 49. Mostert has the touchdown here in the sim. And Adam Thielen, 3 catches, 35 yards. Kendrick Bourne, 2 for 41. Samuel, 2 for 56. Kittle's got 1 for 19. That was one of the first plays of the sim. Cutler fan is leading our free roll titled Must Play Mostert. And then I remember Dalvin Cook was here too, but Mostert's been the better play with the touchdown. Wolverine, 7-5, 4-2. Whoop, no, it's changing. Never mind. We've got Joe from our Game Ops team here today. Hit that like button for Joe and our whole ops team. They're great. 3-way tie for first place. Niners defense in the captain spot for the winning lineup right now. Yes, Brian, there's a good energy in the sim. Here's another team that we've yet to discuss as it pertains to the trade, because you mentioned the Dolphins going back up to 6. So the Dolphins go from 3 to 12 to 6. How about the Eagles showing a little commitment for this season, at least, for Jalen Hurts? However, after this coming year, Philly will have 3 first-round picks in next year's draft. So if it all goes to hell, they'll have some capital to maybe take a quarterback. That's what I think.
I was a little worried Philly was going to ruin this Jalen Hurts situation. I really like Jalen Hurts. Probably people know that. I just think he's good at football. He doesn't necessarily have that arm talent like some of these other guys in this draft does, but very smart with his legs, very smart runner. If he can improve just a little bit as a passer, I think Philly actually has something. They can build around him a bit. They can draft some D or O linemen, whatever, this draft. And then, like you said, Glash, they can they can load up next year if everything falls apart. So it'll be interesting to see. I was thinking they might just stay at 6 and grab like Devontae Smith or whatever, and that would be really good. They need wide receiver, but I think their idea is we're probably going to take a wide receiver. We're just going to take the one that falls to us, and then we'll load up with some extra picks. They could move up again too or something. Who knows?
Sure.
Day of. You never know. We'll see how far some of these wide receivers fall. I don't think they're going to fall too far, but you get Chase. You got Waddle up there. And yeah. A couple good O linemen, one OT. I mean, Devontae Smith, Waddle, and I always forget the last guy. Chase, Jamar Chase. I think one of those guys will get to 12, the Eagles. So they may just be taking the position of we'll just take whichever one falls, but who knows?
Producer Drew, we also have Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. These guys wrapping up their day on the early classic. Producer Drew says, you probably don't want to trade up for a wide receiver. I can't imagine the difference between those three are that big.
It's a great point. And that's why I think the Eagles probably made a smart move. Getting more draft capital and then just seeing where it goes.
Any chance Pitts falls to them?
Let's see. Pitts,
Yeah, maybe.
Pitts could go to Atlanta or Cincy. Philly could also be, Philly could be in the mix. I don't think Pitts will fall that far because you've got like Carolina, Detroit, Dallas won't take him, New York won't take him. So, but I think between Carolina, Detroit, Cincy, and Atlanta, you got to think one of those teams probably going to be in on Kyle Pitts. So,
Sure.
But maybe Philly like goes back up to 10. Like if he's still there at 10, they just trade back up or something. So that could happen.
American Way on YouTube says Jalen is still developing.
Absolutely. But again, you watch him last year. He was really smart. The way he moved the ball, he got them a massive win against New Orleans. The only thing that's lacking there is just a little bit of arm talent. Just a little bit short or just off on a few throws. And if he can just increase it a little bit, he doesn't have to become like the next, Aaron Rodgers in the pocket. He's just got to get a little bit more accurate, a little bit better, throwing, out of the pocket and stuff like that. And he could be really good. He was a really good college player. Again, this is kind of why I like Justin Fields. Justin Fields to me just feels like, he was the guy who had that full college tape to go off of. Oh wow, he's gone. Mostert, not even. Goodbye. On fast.
Scheme to the stream.
Yeah. Put the rocket boosters on. Raheem Mostert, man. He's got rocket boosters in real life too. Mostert. Great athlete. But back to Hurts just quickly. Yeah, like Hurts is the same guy as Justin Fields. Not the same football player, but similar college careers, very successful. Kind of just got dinged for no reason, like people just didn't want to look at the whole like college experience of these guys, and I feel like that's a mistake.
Randy says, you guys see that monster from Penn State? I think that dude was an edge rusher, ran a 4.45 or something.
Crazy.
Parsons, yeah. That's someone that the Patriots have been connected to. At 15. Brian C. says, I don't know about you guys, but I love when Bry Guy is on the 1s and 2s. Honestly, still don't know what that means. It's a technical director term. He's pushing all the right buttons. And, we're putting it lightly when we say that there's just a 1, 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 button. He's just pressing all the right buttons. And, a lot of times when you go press buttons, it's a theme park or your kids are playing with the play school, games. Yeah, there's numbers and letters. So maybe we'll say the ABCs. The 1s, 2s, and 3s. I don't know.
ABC.
Just like we talk about what quarterbacks are going to go in the first 3 picks of the draft. On the 1s and 2s, you got Lawrence and Wilson and Fields, on the 1s, 2s, and 3s. I don't know. Yeah, Bry Guy, this is a quote from Bry Guy himself. I just push buttons until stuff happens. Put it on a banner. First time playing Fortnite on Twitch, Bry Guy parody account coming up next.
Pretty much sounds like my whole life, just pressing buttons, waiting for stuff to happen.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically speaking.
We like to push buttons here as commentators. Oh.
Classic. All right. Let's go, Minnesota. This has been a bad performance. We had Cousins in the shotgun. So out to Thielen. He's got 4 catches. 441 yards. He's Adam Thielen.
Lana Ezel in the YouTube chat. Y'all look like you could be brothers.
I mean, if you stare at us long enough, I guess you could see some similarities.
Yeah.
Flash has nice hair, though. I don't, so it's a dead giveaway.
Cooks looking. What do Minnesota need to do to get back in this game? Not stink.
Yeah.
Just give the ball to that guy. For some reason, I have confidence. Just keep handing the ball to Cook, and something will go right.
Not let Kirk Cousins throw the ball much. It's probably a good idea.
Shay Thompson says, I swear, someone is always getting shut out with you two commentating. Oh, well, last night that almost happened, right? I didn't get that at first. I thought he meant shout out, but shut out. Yes, the football team and who were they playing? The football team and Houston, the Texans.
Houston, yeah.
That was brutal. We had a couple bad games.
That kind of upsets me still thinking about that game. We were like one play away from history, from a 3-0 game. I mean, legitimately, really, really irks me that J.J. Watt couldn't come through with like a nice sack for us or something.
Truly.
Oh well.
J.E. on YouTube says, I'm in 5th place. Nice. Viper 1969 leading the free roll. The smaller one we created, a 4-way tie for first in the free public showdown. Mostert captained, 33.75 points in the captain spot. On 3rd and inches, that's incomplete. Jacob Weatherford says, Glash, I got a friend watching who has never heard the little kid voice.
Let's hear it. Niners leading the Vikings 17-0. Dad, why can't they move the ball? Dad, what's this play called?
That's a punt.
Oh, a punt. Ball goes really high. Dad, why is he excited about that?
Because the Niners now have to start deep in their own territory at the 22. Wasn't a great punt, son. It was okay.
Wow. I want to be a punter when I grow up.
Okay. That's
That was scaring me, I'm not gonna lie. So it's quite good though. Quite good.
Brian Guy, you were gone for 2 weeks?
I was gonna say it feels like we haven't had Brian on a game for a while, or I haven't, so there you go.
I've been editing.
I've been editing.
I love how you said that.
Heavy in the editing room.
Ralphie 508, Glash, Bill loves Jimmy. The Pats loaded up for Jimmy, not Cam. Well, first they have to get him, right? Like Jeff said, the Niners have not come out and said they are going to move him. And like Jeff said, they'd be silly to do that. They would lose all leverage. They'd get nothing for him. And I'm not saying they're going to get much anyway. The guy's been broken. He can't stay healthy, but they could get something for Jimmy Garoppolo. Folks around here have said the Patriots, I'm not saying they should do this, but they should give up 15 overall to get Jimmy, which I think is a little crazy. But you never know. Like, someone could get stupid and give up something to get him. Maybe what if the Bears are getting wrecked for this QB1 tweet with Andy Dalton? What if they're just like, oh, wow, like, we really screwed this up? I don't think they're that smart to notice that. But I don't know. Like, that's why they haven't said anything. I think it's going to be Cam, and the Patriots will probably draft someone. However, San Francisco moving up the way it did, that's another team that's going to be drafting a quarterback ahead of one of those teams that's kind of in the middle, right? Weren't we doing this the other day? What teams are kind of on the fence about taking a quarterback? I said Minnesota. because, they might with Cousins in his situation, New England, and San Francisco. We'll cross San Francisco off the list. If you're giving up all that capital, you're taking a quarterback.
Here's what we know. Philly's not taking a quarterback. Miami's actually still in the mix because they moved back up.
There's another one. You're right. Philly. That's a good one. Yep.
Atlanta. If Atlanta stays at 4, I don't know what else they do there. I guess maybe they're really high on Pitts, or they just want an O-lineman or something. But you've got to figure that either Atlanta is taking Trey Lance or Mac Jones, or they're going to trade to a team that wants Trey Lance or Mac Jones. Assuming we get Fields going third, which I think we will. But again, you get my point. If Atlanta's not taking a QB, someone's going to trade with Atlanta to get a QB. So the teams that are really close to Atlanta that definitely are in the market for a QB, Carolina. You got Miami at 6. You got Cincy at 5. Cincy, obviously no QB. Who's at 7? Oh, Detroit. Detroit probably not going to be in on QB this year. They could, though. They could.
What if Lance fell to them?
Let's say okay, let's call his touchdown first of all. There's
Debo.
Boy. Let's say San Francisco gets crazy and takes back Jones. If you're Detroit, and you're sitting there and Justin Fields is out 4, and Atlanta's listening to calls, you got to be in. I think if Fields somehow falls, there's going to be a lot of teams in on trying to get him, and Atlanta might just take him. But if it's Mac Jones or Trey Lance there, I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure what Atlanta wants to do. I think that's the big thing right now. What is Atlanta going to do? They're in this weird spot. They could potentially trade down, get a lot. They could potentially just take the 4th QB in a row. So.
Do you have any take on what the Jets may or may not do? Like, you think it's going to be Wilson,
Pretty sure it's going to be Zach Wilson. I'd be kind of surprised. Maybe they flip-flop back over to Fields, but like right now, it just feels like it's not done, but like it's very. It seems very clear that like that's where they're headed. So we still got time though.
Yep.
I think it's really close between all these top 3. So I mean, I definitely wouldn't be shocked if they flip or the media just ends up being wrong on this or something. But it does look like it's going to be Wilson.
Congo Cab. There goes Dalvin Cook. Wrestles his way to the 48, and we've hit the end of the third quarter. 79 yards for Dalvin Cook. If you missed it a moment ago, Deebo Samuel puts the Niners up. This is awful. And you nailed it. Like, fade Dalvin Cook. Well, Dalvin Cook might be okay, but stack the Niners offense and fade the Vikings on the offensive side of the ball.
It's working out quite well for me. I haven't checked my lineup actually this whole time because we've been talking about stuff. Where am I? Oh, I'm in 3rd.
Let's go, dude. There you go. Wave goodbye. I see you.
Kittle. Oh, and I got God, I should have put Debo in this. I should have put Debo up though.
You nailed it. Like, fade Dalvin Cook. Well, Dalvin Cook might be okay. What are we hearing? Is that from me? Is that from you? That might have been.
That was from me. Sorry.
Okay. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Sorry about that, dude.
Wait, is this what's happening? 'Cause I sometimes do that.
That was like when you started to play call off YouTube.
Doing play-by-play of the YouTube feed and not the Zoom.
And everyone else, the producers, were like, "What is going on?"
They're like, "Gosh, like, wait a minute, that happened last play. That's only happened once, and it was that one time."
It was just really funny when it happened because you faked out you faked out the producers.
Like I was intentionally screwing with them. I'm not that smart. Bass Pops, Captain Debo. Nice. He's got 124 receiving, 7 catches.
Yeah, Cook isn't having the worst game ever or anything. He's still got a bunch of yards. There's another catch there. Actually, I'm not sure if they're going to count that. He went out right at the sticks, so I don't even know if that was a catch. I'm going to say that was incomplete, but I actually don't know if that'll count. Anyways.
Brother Phil says, let me find this. Glash, the Pats took Jimmy in the second round. I think this year's second and a third, maybe a conditional second or third next year could get it done and bring him back. Oh, but see, and I'm with you. Like, I think that's totally reasonable. If you want to go get your guy, you can't put a price on it. Like, go get your guy. So if it took the 15th overall pick, I don't think they'll do it, but I wouldn't be flustered if the Pats went out and got Jimmy Garoppolo for the 15th pick. It wouldn't really bother me. Because if Bill really believes in him, go get your guy. And remember, Garoppolo has a no-trade clause, so he'd have to sign off on what team it is. And I think with this news today, Don Yee, his agent, is trying to get him out of there.
Don Yee's Jimmy G's agent?
Yeah, he represents Brady and Jimmy G, actually.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, look, I still think Jimmy G is gone before the start of the year, but it won't happen until it happens. And I know that sounds stupid, but like, you're not going to hear like the San Francisco 49ers move on from Jimmy G until he's actually gone. So, and look, when they trade him, they'll probably be like, well, we wanted to keep him, but his agent made it clear he didn't want to. Like they'll shift the blame. The narrative will shift. So it's all just silly stuff. But
anytime the only way the process speeds up is if the player comes out and says, I want out. Haven't we noticed that? Watson, Wilson, like it's the player that puts the pressure on the team that they want out. Well, the team is not going to be like you just said, the team's not going to be like, oh, we're done with Jimmy. They lose all leverage on what they can get back.
Yeah. It's like if you have something you want to sell, you're not going to talk it down. If I have like a sports card I want to sell Glash, I'm not going to lie to him, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I think this guy's like, going to be terrible. I think this card's going to lose value. You're going to talk about it in okay terms. I mean, it's just the same thing with assets and players and stuff like that. So,
Congo Cab in the chat says,
I think, yeah, that's Jefferson.
Yep. 49ers are going to draft a quarterback. Jimmy is staying with the team for one more year, and then the new quarterback, Schefter, reported that in NFL Live. Well, remember, Congo Cab, Adam Schefter he's not only a reporter, he's also helping move the needle. He's doing someone a favor with that reporting. Hey, Adam, do us a solid and tell everybody that we're keeping Jimmy G.
Well, I mean, I don't even think he's doing them a solid. That's just what the San Francisco 49ers PR department is putting out, right?
Like, no. Right. I'm saying, I'm looking ahead. Like, my point is Schefter will report it because that's what he's being told.
Exactly.
But if they trade Jimmy Garoppolo in 3 weeks, don't go, well, Schefter's an idiot. No. Schefter's just reporting what he's told. And this is the same, Schefter was the same guy who reported the Patriots wouldn't trade Jimmy Garoppolo for 4 number 1 picks. And they traded him for a second.
Yeah.
This is the same reporter. What was it, 4 years ago? 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Patriots wouldn't trade Jimmy Garoppolo for 4 number 1 picks. Google it. It's a report. Schefter had it. You can't believe everything he says. He's doing his job. He's reporting what he's being told. Exactly.
And that's what the San Francisco 49ers are putting out right now, that they're not moving on from me. So,
God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I do remember that one too. So ridiculous.
Ooh, Cousins.
Oh, we got it.
Touchdown.
Who dat?
Jefferson. Let's go. It's Jefferson, baby.
Wow, showing up. I'm not going to lie, Glash. I thought that was a little silly of you, but
Oh.
a nice play. Justin Jefferson's going to be a beast in this game in the next one when he's starting and stuff. So
going for 2. Love the aggressiveness. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Not great, Bob.
Conco Cab, I'm with you. I think it makes sense. I just think at the same time, Jimmy Garoppolo and his people are going to do whatever it takes to get him out of there. I'm with you though. For morale in the locker room might be like, yo, like we're really gonna try and win this thing with a kid, and it's been done. If you go back the last 20 years, it's been done. Teams have made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback with a lot around them. You know, Big Ben comes to mind. Russell Wilson comes to mind. And, you know, Andy Dalton and Dak Prescott did it in their first seasons.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Griffin III. Those are all players that have gone to the playoffs their rookie year. Now, that year Big Ben and the Steelers went 15-1. I don't think Big Ben started the season. He entered like week 4 or 5. So he didn't start every game, but that's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. So
who the heck knows, right? Like this, the fact that, look, we entered today, I was prepared to come on here and be like, oh, Leonard Fournette signs a 1-year deal back to Tampa. Let's break it down for a quarter. And I'm like, all right, now what are we going to talk about? Oh, boom, a bombshell comes across with this trade. And then another trade, of course, with Philadelphia and Miami.
And it is interesting how early it's happening, right? Like when is the date for the NFL draft?
April 16th? I'm guessing. April 29th.
Right. So, I mean, like, we're like a month away. It's kind of, you know, we're getting on this early here. So
everyone getting their ducks in a row.
Yep.
Which I don't see why not. Like, you want to have a plan. It's all
for sure.
part of the plan.
That's right. That's pretty much what's going on in San Francisco right now, you know. We're having tryouts.
Make it fast. You see, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, that's right. It's Kyle Shanahan right now.
And here we go. Randy Barnes with our running game. You guys remember how many passes Jimmy threw in the playoffs? He threw 8 in the NFC Championship against Green Bay. 8. He went 6 for 8 in that game. Mostert, this guy right here, rushed for 200 yards and scored 4 touchdowns. He's got 115 now, 2 scores. If you have Mostert, hey, by the way, we're almost at 200 likes. Smash that like button. I know you're a lot of Mostert owners out there. Mostert right now is the captain in the winning lineup, 42.15 points.
You know, it's like Marsha. I mean, look, makes sense to just drill him into the line a couple times, kill the clock. So it still doesn't use their timeout zone.
Congo Cab Glash, you just want the Niners to trade Jimmy to the Patriots. That's all. No, I mean, look, they might keep him. I started the stream by saying I'm starting to think they're going to commit to this guy for a year. But if I'm Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm like, oh, what the hell with this? I want out. It could be another team. Maybe it's Chicago. He has a no trade clause. He gets to pick where he wants to go.
Could be Chicago. Honestly.
Why not, right? Because I know they've got money committed to Dalton, so I know it doesn't make sense from a financial standpoint, but it's the Bears. They might do something stupid like that.
Yep, absolutely, man. So.
Brian C. Mostert is garbage in real life. You take that back.
I'm also kind of the opinion, and look, I'm not trying to build Jimmy Garoppolo up to be like a great QB, but like there is a reason like the Pats liked him when he first came out. Like I thought he's got a quick release. He can be accurate when you give him time. He's just got the injury issues, and you know, obviously he's not as consistent as you'd like him to be. Like he's got that quick release though. He's still a pretty big guy. He's not that old. Like he's an upgrade over Andy Dalton, like Glash said. I mean, I think so. Anyways, I think he's got better upside. You know, if he can stay on the field, you put an okay line against him, up for him. Very good release. Does seem to make like one boneheaded play kind of per game, but there's a lot of QBs that do that too. So I don't even know, like other than the Bears, there'd be another spot there that you could think of right off the top. Oh, Mostert's going to get in again.
Wow.
He's going to seal it right there.
The free roll is
Mosterting.
titled Must Play Mostert. Tried to tell you.
That was a must-play Mostert. I mean, I played Mostert. Still only an 8th. 86% own the flex, 25% own the captain. I need to get him in my captain spot to really, really pay off because I did have Debo. Debo only 26.2% owned in our free roll. 28 points. So you needed the Debo-Mostert duo today, folks.
Yeah, right now, the winning build, Mostert captain, Garoppolo's in there, Debo, that Niners defense has 17 points, 5 sacks for the Niners D. Jefferson and Thielen are the 2 Vikings that you have to have. Nathan, yeah, that was a nice juke. It was a nice play. First time playing Fortnite. Thielen, Cook, and Bailey, my only Vikings. Miami Misfits rostered both kickers. Vikings were doomed from the beginning by not kicking a field goal when down 10-0. Instead, something called Mannion caught the fake field goal. Tony Romo won for my life. Almost there at 200 likes. Bass Pops says, I'd rather have a cardboard cutout than Cam Newton at quarterback.
I made this argument to Steve Buchanan earlier today.
How's he
That
doing?
the Pats could employ some kind of dual QB system with Garoppolo, and then you bring in heavy packages for Cam Newton in the red zone. I also learned that Steve Buchanan hates Jimmy Garoppolo, so he did not think my idea was very good. But I could actually see something like that. Cam was really effective in the red zone last year, just as a runner, not as a passer. But you give him a couple packages, a couple packages in maybe midfield. You do some 80-20 split. Could happen. I don't know.
How's Steve doing? I haven't had a chance to hear from him. I was blocked by him on Twitter.
Right.
I blocked him on Instagram to return the favor.
Too many risque TikToks for his liking, I guess.
Well, I don't know if you know, but anytime I post anything on my Instagram story, Steve will just respond with horrible, period. Every single one. So he said, you know what? I'm just going to block him. He's going to block me on Twitter. I'll block him on Instagram. So
You blocked him on Instagram.
Yeah. So we're really broken up. We don't hear from each other anymore. Yeah.
This is like a modern day Hatfield and McCoy playing out through social media.
Yep.
All right. Well,
I hope he does okay for himself.
No, Jefferson dropped that. That's a shame to hear. I hope you guys make up and kiss soon. We're going back to the office, so I'm sure that'll happen when you guys go back to the office.
We'll see. He's too big time to do Sims, so
That's right.
don't see him often.
Yes.
Mostert, by the way, 6 multi-touchdown Sims in his last 13 Sims. He's been really good. There's Dalvin Cook making a catch. Folks, when this sim is over, don't go anywhere. We have our NBA pre-lock live crew standing by, Shirag Hira and Matt Meiselman. They will break down the slate, give you all the ins and outs from a DFS perspective. There are injuries you have to be aware of. Stars out tonight. Also, what's cooking over on the DK Sportsbook. So if that sounds interesting to you and you want to play hoops tonight in any fashion, stick around. Kirk Cousins upstairs.
Wow.
Nice pass to Tajay Sharp.
Tajay Sharp. That's actually the only Viking I rostered today, so that'll help. He was definitely the not my kid award up until that catch. Well, even with that catch, only had 1 catch prior to that little garbage action. 44.6% owned. Tajay Sharp. They might punch the sim. 15 seconds. And that's the touchdown. Yes, it is. Is it Tajay? Or is that Jefferson again? No, Tajay.
Sharp, man.
So some serious garbage time action for Tajay Sharp owners. You guys probably liking that. Yep. Ashley likes it. Tom's Microwave says, I like Mieselman. So there you go, Matt. You got one fan. Yeah, I think a lot of people will like that.
Sharp touchdown.
Yeah, pretty heavily owned, to be honest. So pretty big garbage time move there.
Tajay Sharp was the 5th highest owned player in the showdown at 37%. Dalvin Cook did top Mostert in ownership, 82.3%. Mostert, 77%. I guessed 80s, 90s. But when you have two running backs like that, we always have a choice. All right. So some garbage points, as Moose mentioned. 11 seconds left, and San Francisco can put this one to bed. I'll be back here at 6 with Jason Rossi. Who's playing? I already forget. Check it. Want to thank our great crew here. Producer Drew. Also Bry Guy. Our technical director, Joe from Game Ops. Cristobal on YouTube. LVP is the backup quarterback that didn't score. It's kind of worth it, you know. I feel like that's one. When you mark that in the Word doc, the Excel spreadsheet, we'll go back and go, wow, that guy ruined it.
That guy.
I mean, he was owned. He was 0.02% owned.
He had Mannion hands. I mean, just like Jerry Seinfeld used to say. So I got to say, as good as my lineup did today, my captain is actually the Babysitter Billy Award. George Kittle, only 3 receptions, 6.4 points. If he had done anything, I shipped this one easily today, folks. Ended up in 9th, but he's going to be the DFL guy of this sim.
So Ashley Edwards on YouTube is also A Edwards 90.
Yep.
So Ashley, as of right now, updates pending, the winner of the free roll. So
yep,
nice
winner
job.
of the free roll. You'll be getting one invisible check mailed to you, worth nothing. So congrats on that. But let's go with Debo Samuel for the player of the game. Nice lineup though, for real. Mostert and the captain, Cook, Debo, Tajay, Jefferson, and Gould. Faded both QBs. So and then use the kicker as the value. And you got that big game out of Justin Jefferson, who was 32% owned. So, but Debo Samuel going to be the player of the game for me. 7 catches, 28.4 points, only 26% owned. Just killed his season-long average. I think this might actually be one of his best games ever.
Producer,
second best game ever. So there you go.
Producer Drew makes a good point. The San Francisco DST not updated with the Minnesota points just yet.
Okay, so yeah, everything's not final. Let's just leave it like that.
Well, and if anything, that touchdown is going to hurt folks like yourself that rostered that San Fran D. Because at the moment, there's a 2-way tie for first in the free showdown. Mostert captained, Garoppolo, Cousins, Samuel, Gold, and the Niners D still in there. With the points allowed is not updated, so that's all going to change. Now I can see why the chat is like, what the heck's going on? So Joe's on it, guys. Our ops team will get it right. They always do. That's it for you today. One and done.
Yeah, one and done.
Nice job.
Well, one and doneer.
Hey,
Hit
what,
that
you
like,
came in
guys.
here-
We're at 199 likes, so hit the like and get your NBA questions on, like Glash said. But yeah, it was a pleasure, sir.
You did a great job. Right when the chat's right. Right when you tightened the hat, you just delivered.
Right.
You delivered takes on what the Niners are going to do, the Dolphins, the Eagles. You were ready to go today. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, buddy.
So
Really enjoyed it. So
there's that word again. On that note, that's going to do it for Moose and I. Like I said, I'll be back at 6 o'clock with Jason Rossi to start the late slate. Thanks to producer Drew, Bry Guy. And now we are going to turn it over to our great NBA pre-lock live duo on this fine Friday. We have Shirag Hira and Matt Meiselman here to break down tonight's NBA slate. Also, all things on the DK Sportsbook. Shirag, floor is yours.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Jeff. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the Friday edition of Pre-Lock Live. I'm joined by Matt for this intense 11-game slate. We had it nice and easy yesterday. I actually had more fun on the trade deadline show that I'm about to do with this crazy slate. But let's get into it, man. How you feeling?
Pretty good. We have all these players on new teams. Some of them may or may not be arriving. Still waiting on plenty of news, but this is a weird slate because normally it's just injury news, sometimes COVID news. Now we have all of that plus the will or won't players arrive to their teams in time news. So this is going to be a wild one.
Whew. All right. Let's get started with talking about the injury situations to the top of the food chain here. Luka Doncic, doubtful. Damian Lillard, ruled out. You and me were talking about Dame potentially sitting. We were watching that Blazers game where he was struggling along, and the Blazers listed it as rest. But we know that knee is bothering him, and he needs some rest definitely. But how are you feeling about these value options that are really cheap in Jalen Brunson and Anthony Simons that may be looking to fill in those minutes from Luka and Dame?
Yeah, the timing of these games is very interesting too, with the Mavericks on an island at 8:30. So you kind of get to see what happens before making that call on what should be the highest owned player on the slate in Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
But with the Blazers, we don't know whether or not Norman Powell is playing yet. So ordinarily, this would just be lock button CJ McCollum. I mean, he almost can't fail when Lillard doesn't play under normal circumstances. Then you get rid of Gary Trent. There's just not really a ton of other players to take up usage on that team. But we do have Nurkic coming back, so more uncertainty there because he's on a minutes limit.
Yeah.
But we don't know what that limit will be. And we don't know if Powell's playing. And this game may not stay close. So there are ways that McCollum doesn't work out. You mentioned Anthony Simons. I think the Powell news will affect him too. So I'm not sure that people necessarily go to Simons. And then you have Trey Burke, who is the cheaper version. So you have McCollum and Brunson in kind of the mid to high range as the obvious values. And then Simons and Burke would be the alternatives that are cheaper. I'm not sure how this plays out. Maybe a lot of people go with the expensive option in one and take the cheaper guard from the other team, or you just play all four of them because right now, those are four of the best values on the slate, at least from the guard position. But we also have Jimmy Butler news, which is an 8:00 game too. Draymond Green is questionable. So with all of these games starting at roughly the same time, it makes for a pretty unusual situation. Most other slates that have this much news, you get more of a staggered situation where you get to see some of it break early and then some of it later. That was sort of setting up if we didn't get the James Harden blurb before the show, but now we know Harden's playing.
Yep, Harden is available.
Yeah, so a lot of this stuff is coming in around 8:30, and we just may not know until after lock.
Well, another guy that I was looking at in two guys actually on that are kind of value plays from those slates from the 8:00. Nickeil Alexander-Walker, he's been playing minutes. His minutes have been boosted lately. He's been playing well as a starter. And then Dwayne Bacon, I expect him to start with Orlando basically blowing it away, and Terrence Ross also sitting as a person that's questionable. What do you make of these two guys too? And does this set up here where, you look at a team where you have to now spend up somewhere and you're looking at potentially spending up for two guys that have come off duds, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Both of them did not perform well in their previous game. And yes, it was because Denver was on the second night of a back-to-back, and everybody was trying to listen to Julian, and they was hammering this guy. He's like, "Oh, play Denver." And then we have Giannis, who was just working his way back from injury, and he only played 33 minutes. Is there something to be made here, or do we just say, let's go with the safe option? Kyrie's not in, KD's not in. We need to pay up somewhere. Harden's going to get the job done. It's against Detroit. And this spread, what happens though is you get stuck, then you spend a lot of money at that 7:00 slot, and then it kind of hurts your flexibility.
Yeah, so we'll get into Toronto because that was the team that I guess they upset Denver last game. They were only small underdogs, but they kind of blew them out. So that was a lot of what happened to Jokic there. He didn't get fourth quarter minutes, but he wasn't playing well to begin with. So to start on the high end before we get to guys like Dwayne Bacon, I think you can go any direction here. Harden should be the highest owned expensive player on the slate. He should be the highest owned from this top end because the usage is just so insane with Durant and Kyrie not playing.
Right.
I think even if you expect Jokic and Giannis to have normal games, which I probably do, even though they struggled last game, even if they play well, Harden should still put up more fantasy points than them. But all of those guys have pretty big ceilings. And then if Jimmy Butler doesn't play, you have Bam Adebayo entering that conversation, Karl Anthony Towns. The center position gets pretty interesting with Towns and Jokic, and then possibly Bam. And then I think Christian Wood he's a little bit cheaper, but there are some guys that could put up some really big scores tonight. So I think that sort of leads to where I would come down on Dwayne Bacon, where because of the value and because of how many top end players there are here, you need to chase upside. And Dwayne Bacon, I think, is a pretty good bet to go for 5 or 6x. Like maybe as good of a bet for that as anyone, because he'll play mostly the whole game, but he just doesn't do that much. So to me, he's a cash game play. He's not really a GPP play unless if he were low owned, then sure. I mean, he'll be on the court enough where he could hit an upside game. But his chances to have a huge game, like I was kind of hoping that Magic game would start earlier so that people could use up their middle tier on him. And then we could get later news on Kendrick Nunn or Tyler Hero starting for Jimmy Butler, or at least just playing bigger roles without Jimmy Butler. Those guys at their salaries, which are slightly higher than Bacon's, I think there's way, way more upside with those two players. And we saw that last night. Hero went for 50 fantasy points. Nunn was around 40. The chances of Dwayne Bacon putting up 40 or 50 are really low. I just think he's a solid bet for around 25 to 30.
Dwayne Bacon has not put up that many fantasy points this season. The last time that he put up even close to 40 fantasy points was against the Golden State Warriors on 11/2/2019. 39.5 fantasy points, 37 minutes as a starter. So
yeah. Now, granted, they have never been this shorthanded before, but I think that sort of proves the point. He's just not an upside guy. He is fine because of the minutes. But I think if you're playing someone from Orlando and you want a high upside tournament play, there are just better choices that will be much lower owned. So Michael Carter Williams has gotten a little bit expensive.
Yeah.
He won't be totally contrarian, but I think he'll be well below some of the more obvious plays on the slate in terms of ownership. And then Chuma Okeke gets extra. I mean, he should get plenty of shots up with all the guys that aren't playing, because not only did they trade away most of their starting lineup, Terrence Ross is still injured. So someone has to shoot and someone has to create offense. And I think Okeke and MCW are probably the two guys that go under owned because their prices seem a little unappealing. They're higher than what we're used to, but they have to shoot. I mean, someone has to shoot. I should say as sort of a counter argument to that, this game could get really slow. So I'm not necessarily looking to play this game from the Orlando side, but if you were, I think those are the better options.
Outside of, the Lakers sitting here with almost a 210 total, we have Portland and Orlando being right here in this 216 range. So this game doesn't project to be high scoring. So it makes sense to maybe look at, and the thing is, like, even if you look at the players from Orlando, you're not saying, oh my gosh, like we have somebody that's so cheap that we need to plug in right now. Like their cheapest guy that's projected to get minutes is Justin Randle, and he's at 4,100. And what did we expect from him from there? 24 fantasy points, 27 fantasy points. Like you're not winning a lot if he only scores 26, 27 fantasy points.
Right. I think there's a chance that one of these slightly overpriced guys on Orlando has a ceiling game. Maybe one of them just makes most of their shots. But yeah, the total's really low here. And I think, well, we've mentioned it on previous shows. When starting point guards that play really fast and are really good offensively are out for opposing teams, it hurts the potential production of the team in question. So even though Lillard being out keeps the game closer and you have less blowout risk is not the concern for Orlando. They do not have that many bodies. Like their guys are going to play what they're going to play. Yeah. So without Lillard, who is a very good pace driving player, he moves the ball up the court as quickly as anyone. He scores at will. He draws fouls, time doesn't come off the clock, and he's not a great defender. When Lillard doesn't play, the other team doesn't score as much. It's not because Anthony Simons is a lockdown defender and he's a defensive upgrade over Lillard. It's the pace of the game and just the flow of the game changes. And the same is true when Doncic doesn't play for Dallas. So if we're talking about the Indiana side as like a game stack scenario, because there's all this value there too,
Yeah.
The Pacers look worse because Doncic is out. I think it's the same situation for both of those teams.
That makes sense. That's really, really, really good points. I hope that you guys caught all of those important points to take away, because that's kind of how you have to approach slates. You have to look at it from a different perspective when you're trying to win GPPs on an 11-game slate. You don't have to get cute because there's so many options, but you definitely have to think about the game theory of it, and you have to think about how other teams are going to respond to such superstars being out of the lineup.
Yeah, and it does seem fairly obvious to me that people like to get a run back option from the other team, even though stacking in NBA is not super necessary on large slates. It's just there's not that much correlation between teams, and the bigger the slate, the less correlation you need. You just kind of want the guys that score the most. And if people are playing a couple Portland guys and playing a couple Dallas guys, it's like, hey, let me throw in some Pacers and some Magic. And then you have just a bunch of highly owned players from two really slow games. So that's just, maybe you get lucky and those games stay close and they go to overtime. I mean, the Miami Portland game last night ended up being much higher scoring than it was supposed to be based on the betting total. And then it almost went to overtime. Like, it doesn't mean it can't work out, but generally speaking, like, the Vegas totals are a decent indication of how fast the game should be. And the one in Portland it's been dropping. And I would think it continues to drop before that game starts.
Makes sense. Let's look at some questions now here from the chat. We have a couple questions on DraftKings Sportsbook asking about player props. We have Lowry over 17.5 points, and then also Giannis over 28.5 points. Are any of those appealing to you?
Those seem about right. Just what those lines should be. I think it would have been a little more interesting for Lowry if Gary Trent and Rodney Hood weren't with the team, and maybe he'd have to take on more minutes. VanVleet would have to play more minutes, more shots. But Toronto's basically at full strength. So Lowry could have a good game, but it's a hard matchup against the Suns. I think I would like it if they were shorthanded. They just aren't. They lost Norman Powell, but they may be the one team tonight who's playing who has gotten their players from their trade from yesterday already. I'm not sure if any of the recently traded players will be available yet, but we know that Gary Trent will be in for Toronto, so that definitely hurts Lowry.
Yeah, so looking to kind of fade that one then. So maybe if you're looking for that play, potentially consider the under then. But what about Giannis? He came back and he only played 33 minutes in that game against Boston, and it was a close game. And he struggled. He's 4 for 11. His usage has been down now for the entire month of March. Does it make sense to attack that number right now? Like, I don't really see the upside there at 28.5.
Yeah, I think Giannis makes a little more sense as a DFS play if people are off of him because of his last game. And it's the same matchup. So you figure he didn't do well against the Celtics last time. It's the same matchup. He's probably not going to do well again. But Giannis is also maybe the best player in the NBA. He's certainly one of the best players and best fantasy producers. So if you get a contrarian Giannis, that's always appealing. And the Celtics are without Daniel Tice. So maybe you get some smaller lineups. Just on that note, it's kind of crazy to see Robert Williams at 6,400 and actually looking like a good play with Tice and Tristan Thompson out. They don't really have another big man. So I'm not sure how him being on the court affects Giannis in terms of the matchup, but I'm not sure I would bet the over on Giannis. It seems like kind of a fair line, but I do think Giannis is he could be the pivot on the high end of the salary range as far as getting the lowest owned of the studs we talked about.
Yeah, and if you look at DraftKings Sportsbook, this total up over now, we have 235. So this has the highest total on the slate. So it's not like it's a game that's going to be bogged down.
Yeah, it's an interesting, if this were a smaller slate, this would be a game I'd be looking to stack a little bit. I think it's too big of a slate to really play to force in more than one Celtics player. But if you're playing Giannis and you run it back with, let's say, Tatum, I think there's a chance. Could the Celtics play Tatum at center? Would they go that small? Because when Brook Lopez isn't on the floor, the Bucks are playing Bobby Portis at center,
right?
Or PJ Tucker at center potentially. We haven't seen him healthy with them yet, but I think he may be out tonight. But whichever guy it is, when Lopez is out, there's no backup center there. So maybe we see some Tatum play center.
They'd have to go to Grant Williams then.
Yeah, so I mean, whether Tatum's the 4 and Williams is the 5, you have smaller guys on the court, more rebounding potential for Tatum. Normally, you have one of Tice Thompson or Robert Williams in the game. Williams has to sit some minutes and there's no one else. There will be parts of the game where Tatum is the biggest Celtics player on the floor, whether he's the center or not.
Yeah, that's a really good point to make sure you guys notice that. And his salary, now we're looking at Jaylen Brown has been creeping up all season. We've seen Tatum be more expensive than Brown for a majority of the season. I don't think there's been one slate where he's been cheaper, and now he's only $200 more expensive. So there might be a little bit of leverage. If you have $200 to spare, you go with the guy that's a little bit more expensive in this spot.
Yeah, Brown was underpriced for a while, and now his price is kind of caught up to where it should be, maybe even a little higher. It's probably around fair. I think for both of these guys, the appeal is that neither of them will have much ownership because you're either playing studs at the high end like Harden or Jokic or maybe Giannis. And if you're not, you're playing McCollum. So getting someone in between that, I just don't think most of the players between 7,700 and 10K will carry much ownership, with the one exception probably being Kristaps. So maybe we should talk about him because I'm not really sure where I stand on him in this matchup.
I mean, 8,100 coming off a really nice game. The thing is, like, the Pacers have two bigs that should be able to stay with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Miles Turner it seems like the perfect guy to guard him, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't worry about offense. The only thing is about Miles Turner is that he has this ankle issue now. He was dealing with the shoulder injury at the beginning of the season. Now he's dealing with the ankle issue. And yeah, his minutes are still there at 30, but he's going to just be focused on defensive end. He doesn't care about really focusing on the offensive end of the ball now.
Yeah, Turner's injury situation has been really hard to pin down for this whole year. And it seems like, at least from my perspective, I just can't get it right when he's going to be healthy or not. And then the games where he does look good, he gets in foul trouble. That's been a big problem for him. It seems like it's a pretty high variance situation because one, Turner may be at full strength. He may not be. He may get in foul trouble or he may not. So if Porzingis puts Turner in foul trouble, that really, really improves the matchup.
Yep.
But then if the matchup is tough, Porzingis may really struggle. And if he's highly owned, you don't want that. But at the same time, he could just be chucking threes the whole game and make a lot of them. And we've seen that from him.
Yeah.
And it would not be that much of a surprise if he put up 60 plus fantasy points and was in contention for the highest score on the slate, just because his usage should be so much higher without Doncic there. Yep. So hard matchup, but he'll have the ball a ton. To me, it comes down to ownership. And what's interesting about this slate is the timing of the Jimmy Butler news could determine how much people play guys like Porzingis and McCollum, to what extent they're chalky or not chalky. So we don't have that yet. And the later it gets, it becomes harder and harder to really gauge what the field will do on this slate.
Yeah. And with 11 games on the slate, you have to keep in mind that the ownership will definitely be spread around. Yes, Jalen Brunson will likely be 50% owned, but when you look at these other options here, 11 games makes it so that you don't have to worry as much about the ownership and you have to just make the best plays possible.
Yeah, the thing would have been if Brunson was starting before Miami, if that Dallas game were first, then you could end up potentially getting a totally unowned Tyler Hero or Kendrick Nunn, because if people had used up all of their roster spots on the value guys from Orlando and Dallas and the Miami game were later, then yeah, it's true. You don't lose the slate by playing the chalk guy on an 11-game slate because no one's that chalky when there's this many games. But you could win the slate by getting a 4% owned Tyler Hero or 10% owned Tyler Hero with Butler not playing. That won't happen because the Heat play earlier. So then it becomes like, when does the news break? Will Hero get to 25? Will he get to 40? The closer the news is to the game, if Butler's ruled out at 7:57 or something for an 8:00 game, there's just not enough time for people to get to the value plays that would fill in. So yeah, it'll really, I mean, it's almost 5:30. We'll see what happens.
And the thing is, he's questionable with an illness. So it's not he's actually missing due to an injury. So that's what makes it even more tricky, because it's like, oh, does he feel good enough? Is he what? Is he doing this? Is he doing that? Like, it's not like, oh, and let me test my ankle out and make sure it's good to go. It's, hey, do I feel good enough to run today?
If we use the betting lines as an indicator here, my hunch would be that he sits because Charlotte opened as a 3.5 or 4 point underdog roughly. And they actually got to -1 about it. It's now Miami -1, but this line's been hovering around pick'em for the last few hours.
Yeah.
That sort of line movement doesn't, I mean, sometimes you get line movement just because people are betting it because maybe they thought it was a bad line. You get a few points.
Right.
Because there's just sharp bettors that are moving it. 3.5, 4 points, like that starts to get into the territory where you really, there's news that people are speculating on to move the line that much.
Yeah.
So it could just be that people are hoping Butler's out. But this, you're with the illness, like you said, this is a weird one. Like we can't really say, oh, he looked okay with his ankle or his knee or elbow, like what we were talking about with Lillard. This one's totally up in the air. So I really don't know I don't know if and when we'll know if or Butler's playing or not.
One thing that I want to point out that we need to make sure that people do, remember, go to the DraftKings Sportsbook right now, crack it open, get to the NBA tab as soon as possible. If you want to take a line or you want to take a player prop with the news about to break, 5:30, something always happens and you should be prepared for that reason. So get over there, jump on DraftKings Sportsbook right now and crack it open, get ready to make some plays.
Yeah, maybe it's just totally random stuff like Trae Young not playing, or maybe Steph Curry's back, or at 1:30 today, which is the other time, Eastern time, where we tend to get news. It was just kind of waiting around, and then all of a sudden Doncic is doubtful. It's just, if you know that, if you know something might come, just kind of pay attention. Yeah, it's definitely good advice.
Yep. So we got more questions coming in from the chat. I want to jump into those before the news starts breaking. So let's see. Is Mo Bamba a safe play tonight? He should be blowout proof.
I don't know if I'd call him safe. I do like him though. He's 4,800, which is the reason I won't call it safe, because he just may play a lot of minutes and just not do that much. It'll be a kind of tough matchup for him going against other bigs like Nurkic, depending how long Nurkic plays, and Kanter. It's not like he's a sure thing to get a bunch of rebounds against those guys. Right. So I like him because I don't think a lot of people will play him. It's a little bit of an unappealing price. But yeah, I can't call him safe because he could play 25 minutes, put up 15 fantasy points, and just for that price tag, it won't be worth it.
We got more questions coming in. OG Anunoby, his point prop is only 14.5 at plus. Are you looking at something here with OG Anunoby, or are you worried that we might have a situation where by these other guys, Hood and Trent, impact his upside?
Yeah, it's hard to. OG Anunoby is a tough player to predict because he generally gets his points from defensive stats and threes, and sometimes he gets a bunch of rebounds. Like, I think there's more of a connection between Anunoby and Siakam and Boucher with the rebounding equity than people generally realize. So that's just a hard one for me. I don't know. What do you think about him? Because I'm a little unsure.
The thing is, I like that because you have a chance here where he's been playing well. His scoring has been up 3 games in a row. He scored over that, and the usage has been there for him. So I am leaning towards going with that, yes, because it's also plus money. So you have a chance here where you can make a little bit extra instead of paying the juice for once.
Yeah, I worry about the matchup with Phoenix.
All right, we got some news, though. Let's get into it.
It's all coming in. What's happening?
All right, we got Bobby Portis. He's listed as out, and then also PJ Tucker listed out. And
this is health protocols too, so we may get more coming.
Yep, and then we have on top of that, Draymond Green. He is not listed on the injury report, so he is expected to play. He was coming in tonight after missing the previous game. That I don't really think that impacts the slate too much with Draymond because he's at 7,500. Yeah, he might play a little bit more with Steph and whatnot, but let's look at this Bobby Portis, PJ Tucker situation now. I think that really sets up here where Giannis might need to play 35 minutes for sure this time. His 2 backups basically are not going to be playing.
Yeah, I was just checking the prices. I really wish this guy was cheaper, but Brook Lopez should play more minutes. I think Giannis could get an extra minute or 2, but Portis is really playing backup center and stealing minutes from Lopez a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And I think Lopez is the one that benefits the most here. It could be Pat Connaughton Dante DiVincenzo if they go small. Connaughton in particular, because DiVincenzo is more of a guard and Connaughton is more of a forward. But I think Lopez at 5,200, who no one's going to play, could get kind of interesting. But you're right about Giannis, and I think it makes the whole Bucks team just a little more compelling because Portis is a decently high usage player when he's on the court, and he does eat up a decent amount of minutes. So it could benefit everyone just slightly, and maybe it's not that interesting, but it should benefit everyone at least a little bit.
Definitely. And we saw that, yes, he didn't play a lot, but in their previous game, they just played 2 nights ago. PJ Tucker played, 19 minutes. And we had Bobby Portis play 17 minutes. So those minutes have to go to some bigs. So spreading around with Giannis or Brook Lopez makes a lot of sense for this slate. I'm leaning towards building around Giannis for the slate.
It's a little scary to not play Harden, and I don't know if we have the value to play both of them yet. If Butler is ruled out and we get guys like Gabe Vincent, who's cheap, Kendrick Nunn is still pretty cheap, Tyler Hero is still pretty cheap. Yeah, it's a tough call between Harden and Giannis. So let's say Harden's 35% owned and Giannis is 10. Like at that point, you probably want Giannis, but my hunch is that it's going to be closer where it's like 25 and 15, and then it's just like the ownership is similar and Harden's a better play. So I like them both a lot. It's just I think it's a tough call.
So from a cash game single entry perspective, I looked at kind of building a lineup with Harden and Giannis, and then also playing McCollum because you have him as one of the more popular options with Dame out. It makes it easy to fit in Brunson, Bacon, Simons, those guys really cheap. And then you also have potential here where you can play other guys with basically having 7,800 left over. So you can play 2 guys that are kind of 4K or 3.9, 3.5, stuff like that. So if you want to look at a single entry lineup, Brunson, I'm seeing Brunson, Bacon, Simons, and McCollum will be the 3 highest owned guys for builds that build Harden and Giannis.
Yeah, I think that makes a ton of sense. And I think we'll see people do that in GPPs also. Like it'll seem uncommon to go Harden and Giannis because you don't tend to have 2 really expensive players. But yeah, I think the way you're describing that, if it's going to be popular in cash games, it probably will be at least a little bit popular in tournaments too. So maybe that means to stay away from it a bit. But that lineup, I mean, it sounds good. Like those are some of the best projecting players. The thing I would be most cautious of is not having Miami guys. Butler doesn't play. Right. The other thing, I need to mention this again because I talked about Pat Connaughton for a second. He's 5,100.
Yeah.
When did Pat Connaughton's price reach that? So I don't. And Lopez has to be.
It was just based on Giannis sitting out, and then he got one start for him. And then he spiked up, and then the minutes stayed there. His minutes have been steadily just holding, but then it was that game that he subbed in for Giannis, and then boom, that's where you saw a spike.
Yeah, that's pretty wild to see that price for him. I definitely prefer Lopez at basically the same price. But as far as the cash game build, like if we get Butler ruled out soon, that makes Ariza a cash game play. It probably makes Hero and Nunn cash game plays, maybe even potentially Bam. So then it becomes a slate where you have a lot more options. But as it stands now, I think the players you described there that's basically the highest owned projected guys right now.
Yeah. And then if you play Ariza, you have to figure out a cheap big to go into. And it really sets up where we have a lot of options where you can look at from the Orlando side. If you really want to go in that direction, you can play Giannis at center and play somebody else as a cheap forward. You do have these kind of situations setting up here where you might not need to force it in. Then if you do want to spend up for Brook Lopez, as you mentioned, this situation might really be beneficial, then you maybe drop off. You're like, okay, well, I don't want to pay up then for Dwayne Bacon. We already mentioned that he might not be that high upside of a player. Boom. Then you have a little bit more money to save, and then you go with another punt option.
The other player that we need to talk about that could emerge as a really good value play here is Chetty Osman. So 2 nights ago, I think he may have been the highest owned player on the slate. Might be wrong. He was definitely the highest owned player in his price range at 4K.
When Sexton got ruled out, right?
Yeah, Sexton is questionable for tonight, and that game is at 10:30.
Yep.
If Sexton's ruled out late again, that's kind of one of the things I was eyeing from 5:30, but I think they had said he was a game time decision anyway, like questionable / game time decision. Yeah, if you get Chetty at 4,600 at no ownership with Sexton out, that might be my favorite play of the whole night, because unlike the Heat players where people will have time to react, no one will have time to react to that one. But if Sexton were ruled out now, then I think Chetty would get into the cash game discussion too.
Interesting. I mean, he didn't really do very much against the Bulls. He only scored 15 fantasy points, but his usage was there. He had a 29.
He just played poorly. Yeah, he just played bad. So
14
it's not
shooting.
Yeah, that total is wild. What's happened to your Lakers? There's no more offense left without LeBron and AD.
Dude, there is nothing going on. It has been difficult to watch, but at least Kuzma has been playing really well. I'm really glad about that.
Yeah, he's taken over the scoring burden. I think last night might have been the worst game I've ever seen Montrezl Harrell play, not being able to score on Mike Scott.
Yeah.
Just like, I think he shot 4 of 8 from the foul line. It was brutal, but that's actually a player that I like tonight. Trez is up to 7,400. 47 would have been nice. But yeah, I think he probably scared some people off yesterday. So if you are waiting to swap for someone like Chetty or trying to move around stuff with those late games, I think Harrell could be an interesting player from 10:30. But I know we're kind of all over the place because they're just now.
That's a slate. That's what happens on an 11-game slate. You just got to jump all over the place. We're going to the news. We're going to the values. We're seeing what it is. We haven't even had a chance to talk about Memphis and Utah. We haven't even really had a chance to talk about Houston, Minnesota that much. Yeah, you mentioned Towns as a viable option. You mentioned Woods as a viable option, but we haven't even really got into it. And it's like, what do you do on these slates? Do you focus on just the news, or do you look at like, I need to have this person in my lineup?
Yeah, I think deferring the salary to later is always the best move here when there are good options later. So the way I'm viewing this is 8 o'clock is the point where all the games where the decisions should be made are around there. So 8 o'clock is when the Heat play, and it's when Portland and Orlando play, and 8:30, close enough to that, is the Dallas game. So you can kind of make those choices there. I wouldn't want to tie up much salary early. So now I'm looking at it. I didn't realize that Milwaukee was a 7:30 game. Like I do like the Brook Lopez play a little bit, but I think you basically just throw in Giannis or Harden from this 7 to 7:30 slot from those 3 games, kind of stay away from the rest of it and just have one expensive player in your lineup and just build the rest of it between 7:30 and 8 as the rest of the news comes in. That would change if we start getting news now. It doesn't look like we're going to on some of these situations.
Really coming in.
Yeah, so just make your call on Harden, Giannis, or if you've got a bunch of lineups, split them, or maybe a couple of both. But I think you can mostly avoid the rest of these first 3 games and then just kind of go with the injury news as it proceeds after those games start.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We're about to bring up the injury report right now. So as you mentioned, Harden is available to play. So that's somebody that you need to keep an eye out for if you're trying to build around. Then also Trenton Hood available for the Raptors. They're one of the guys that made it from the trade. Detroit's having DSJ questionable. Trying to look for a situation where we're not really playing. We haven't even touched on the Detroit guys. They're just not really a ton of upside there. Their salaries are kind of inflated for their position or roles already. Then we have this Portland Orlando situation where Norman Powell is questionable, and that will decide the slate if it makes Anthony Simons a good play. Because I think if Norman Powell comes in, he's going to play. They got rid of 2 wings, Trent and Hood. So Powell needs to play right away. And then we just got this news with Milwaukee, Portis and Tucker out. So that sets up here where we mentioned Brook Lopez and Giannis being viable options. Then Orlando just completely done with their team. So you have a situation where there's a bunch of values. You need to make the best decision. And the crazy part about it is that they're not actually really, really values. So choose wisely there and don't try to force in too many Orlando players. Yes, they will play a lot of minutes, but they're not exactly cheap. And then the big news of the night, Miami sitting here with Jimmy Butler questionable. We need to wait on that. Matt has been mentioning it. Make your lineups, build them to the point where if you need to spend your money and you need to get a safe play, look at Giannis in that 7:30 spot, but you still have a chance to build your lineups around from basically 7:30 to 8:30. And then lastly, Colin Sexton questionable. Matt likes Steady. I don't know how I feel about him. I'd rather go with Garland if I was going to be playing anybody from the Cavs side. Yeah, he's a little bit more expensive, but that's what you do when you're trying to build a little bit of a lineup later. Any other notes that you have for us?
I mean, I agree with you on Garland. I like both of them. If Sexton doesn't play, it opens up a lot of opportunity for Cleveland. So I think both Chetty and Garland are good plays in that scenario. Yeah, it's a gross game against the Lakers with a 208-point total, but there will just be way more shots to go around without Colin Sexton there. I don't think you necessarily want to play Sexton if he's in. I mean, no one will have him, but yeah, that game is more about if the value opens up with him being out. But I think you mostly covered it. Yeah, we're just kind of waiting now. I'm surprised that we didn't at least get from the 5:30 update that Butler will be a game time call, remains questionable. It's just like no update. We haven't heard anything about him all day besides that he's still questionable with an illness. Don't know what kind of illness. Doesn't sound like it's COVID related, but
right. Because then
it's a weird protocols. Yep. Yeah, it's just a serious illness.
So we have a question from chat. My man has $5K left and is having a hard time deciding on his utility spot.
It depends a lot on Butler. So the best player at that price is probably none if Butler's out. Points per dollar, I think he would be the best there. Yep. Although I'm assuming Brunson's already in this lineup. I'm just gonna assume that because Brunson's in almost anyone's lineup. But I think Mo Bamba's fine. Like I just don't think he's safe, but I think he's a solid GPP play, and I think just not a lot of people will play him.
Do you think it makes sense to play Kem Birch if you need a little bit of savings, or does Mo Bamba at 4,800 make the better play?
I think Bamba will be lower owned. I think they're both okay, though. Don't play those guys together, but I think they're both fine.
We got another question from chat asking about Claxton. So Claxton has had his minutes elevated recently. He's been playing, 21 to 23 minutes. He had that dud of a performance against Utah, but basically Brooklyn punted that game. They didn't have Harden that said, you know what, forget it. Joe Harris didn't even play that many minutes. What do you make of Claxton? Or is it a situation where we've mentioned, hey, you got to look about Brook Lopez and you got to look at other centers?
This is going to be kind of an annoying answer, but they play at 7:00. And if you have a 50-50 call, just play someone who's later because news will happen.
Not an annoying call. I think that's a great note. That's a great way to make a decision. You have to have, on an 11-game slate, you have to have quick reasons to why to eliminate people from your lineup.
Yeah, there are a lot of choices. You got to cut off some of them. I think he's fine, but he starts too early and the better plays will likely emerge. So he's fine, but I think he misses the cut.
So we have another question coming in from chat. We hit on this a little bit earlier, and the question is Tatum or Brown? And we're leaning towards Tatum right now due to kind of the need for size and Tatum having to play bigger, maybe playing 5, grabbing more rebounds when Robert Williams is not in. So I'm leaning towards Tatum. He's not that much more expensive than Brown. So I think that's another reason why. And if this game, with it being the top total on the slate and you getting a stud that's not going to be even $9,000, I'm rolling with Tatum.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. We talked about Tatum already, and maybe he gets the extra rebounding share, but I think that could be true for Brown also, just to a lesser extent. Jaylen Brown pulls down some rebounds too.
Yep.
My answer is probably
he pulled out 10 in the last game against the Bucks, so it's not like he's not boarding.
Yeah, he definitely can. So I think mostly I'm playing neither, but if the lineup has Giannis, you need the game to stay close. I don't think it's a given that the Bucks stay close. I think they could blow them out. I mean, they're 6-point favorites. Yeah. Not the most likely thing in the world, but they were up a ton last game. So I like the idea of playing one of those guys if Giannis is in the lineup.
Sounds good. Before we jump off, I just want to let you guys know Jesse is coming up next to host the rest of the Dream Stream tonight, and the game after that for Madden will be Kalash and Rossi calling Eagles and Patriots. So make sure to hang out, check out the Madden slates. There's also a late Madden slate that you can join to play. And we have our man, Zach Thompson. He wrote up the article for it. So go check it out on the DK Playbook and make sure to stay tuned because it is going to be a fun slate for the NBA too. I'm really looking forward to just kicking back and watching a bunch of hoops tonight. I have 3 monitors ready to roll. I'm ready to go for it tonight. What are you feeling about tonight? What's your favorite game to watch tonight?
That's not a question I usually think about. It's like, where's the value? What players are we targeting?
Yeah.
The news?
Throwing a
I haven't
curveball
really.
at you. It's baseball season. I got to throw a curveball.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think Toronto Phoenix. I'm interested to see if the Raptors can start playing better. They just had that big win over Denver. I always like watching Phoenix. Their defense is great. I'm just kind of partial to Chris Paul. So that should be a fun matchup. I think that may be my favorite game to watch.
Nice.
But I'll probably end up just watching Portland, Orlando because that's where more of the money will be made. So I think,
Right.
Yeah, who knows? I at least those games aren't at exactly the same time, so you can kind of watch both.
I'm looking forward to Denver, New Orleans. That's a game that I'm really looking forward to watching.
Yeah, I think that game will likely be a much better watching and viewing experience than fantasy game. Even with Lonzo Ball out, there's just a lot of guys to shoot on both of those teams. Should be high scoring, but like I would guess Jokic is the only one who has a great game for both those teams, and a bunch of guys are probably just solid.
Yeah, Zion Williamson, while he has not been blowing away, breaking slates, he's one of those guys where you look at it and you're like, well, makes sense here. 8,700, you're going to get 45 fantasy points from him. So it doesn't hurt. If you're playing a showdown or you're playing a turbo slate, there are other options available. Maybe consider Zion here. He only played 29 minutes in his last game against the Lakers and still put up 47 fantasy points. So he's been a real solid player. And I think it's really exciting to see Zion just kind of continue to blossom after coming off to that knee injury that he had in the preseason.
Yeah, to the last point, Zion's been like the most consistent player in the NBA, which is very strange. Just what you think about him, just super athletic, had potential injury concerns. He's a young player. You would think more good nights, bad nights, and he's still figuring it out. He's just very, very consistent. Like you said, doesn't have too many ceiling games, but he's pretty solid every night. So it's just kind of interesting that that's been his style this year.
Yes, sir. Well, it's been nice hanging out with you. Thanks for hopping on with me yesterday on the trade deadline show too. It's been great. Everybody, hope you enjoy this 11-game slate. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Hello and welcome to a Friday night edition of the DraftKings Dream Stream. I'm Jesse Cofield and I will be your host over the next few hours as we bring you a 3-game late slate of Madden Sims plus some great content to get your weekend started off right. Tonight's Madden Showdowns are part of the Madden Stream 4K Friday night special. This classic contest is $10 to enter and it features 4K in prizes, $1,000 going to first place. So first up at 6, New England Patriots host the Philadelphia Eagles in a rematch of Super Bowls 39 and 52. Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi will be your play-by-play duo for that one. Then at 8 p.m., the New York Jets face a tough task when they welcome Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to the virtual Meadowlands. Adam Coppin and Brandon Cristal will join us for the first of 2 games for them tonight. And then at 10 p.m., that same pair returning to call Madden After Dark. Cowboys at Packers to wrap up the night. That's all on the way, but we got a busy night in the NBA, 11 game slate, lock it at 7 p.m. Eastern. Check that out in DraftKings lobby, and a little bit of a lighter night in the NHL, just 4 games facing off at 7 p.m. Eastern, but we got the 50K Twine contest. Check that out. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams. You can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. And don't forget, this Sunday is the 1-year anniversary of the Madden Sims. We have a special contest going on for Sunday's 3-game late slate at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Madden Stream 30K anniversary contest features a top prize of $10,000. Be sure to join us to celebrate on Sunday night. We're going to have a couple previews of the weekend's NCAA tourney action coming up. But right now, let's get our Friday night started with those Friday Night Lights. Our first Madden Sim for the call of Eagles Patriots here, Brendan Glasheen and Jason Rossi.
All right, Jesse, thank you very much. We've got a minute until lineups lock, so let's break it down. Eagles, Pats.
Break it.
Showdown, baby. The Eagles, yes, the Eagles were active today. They are now drafting 12th in the draft at the end of the month, end of April, not this month, next month. Still lots of time. Lots of time to make decisions. Well, we have we don't have time. The lineups have locked. We need to now tell people what we are doing. Dum dum dum, bada bum bum bum. You know what I'm going for there? That NFL
the NFL draft. Come on, that was good.
Yeah, okay, all right.
You don't even have to explain that one. That was spot on. You got
It's
it.
good. Okay, I didn't know if it was that good or not. All right,
You're
what do
always
you got?
good.
Give it to me.
I've got hold on. When it locks, it moves. Here it is. Okay. The lineup that is going to be a top 10 finisher. Captain N'Keal Harry. That's right.
Ooh.
Yep. Deal with it.
All right.
Cam Newton's in there, and that's all my Patriots. I go with Sanders, Ertz, Goodwin, and Elliott to wrap it up. Got to get a kicker in there. That right there, folks. Top 10 finishing lineup.
Like it.
Spoiler.
Like it, Rossi. N'Keal Harry's been pretty darn good, I feel like, for the Patriots.
Real hot.
So a little different, but I captained Marquise Goodwin. So that means I had to play Wentz. I also played Cam, Miles Sanders, N'Keal Harry, Jalen Reagor. Jalen Reagor is my punt play.
Gotcha. I like it. Gets involved at times. Can maybe get you a catch or two.
Did you play Wentz?
I did not.
You didn't. That's how you got Ertz in. Okay.
Yeah. I couldn't afford both quarterbacks. And I am noticing a trend that you don't always need both quarterbacks. There's like a way to score with the receivers without the quarterback, which I didn't want to believe. I didn't want to believe, Glash. By the way, did you get a haircut?
I did. Yeah.
Looks too sharp. Too sharp for a Friday night. Get this guy out of the house. Look at that lined up. Ooh-wah. Wait till we go in between quarters. Pop the hat.
Well, folks yesterday were saying I was revealing my my burger meat underneath my shirt too much, my chest hair.
Oh, no, I liked it.
Okay, thank you.
You got to let it out, dude. If you have it in you, you've got to let it out. It's like what we're talking about here. I got one sim today. I'm leaving it all on the floor.
Oh, I love that. Remember we brought that up like in the late summer, early fall?
Yeah.
Just got to let it out there today, man.
Start full and empty.
Daniel's on the ones and twos. Daniel, why is it that when I come on camera when I'm with you sometimes that I look like I just sat in 120 degrees sunlight and just burned my face? Okay, you said fixed it. No, it's all good. I just like, wow, like, am I really that red? Like, I was outside playing basketball today and I'm like, it was cloudy. Like, how in the world did I get that burnt?
I will give him a little credit. I think there's also the light shade aspect of your current situation. So you have the ring light that makes everything look redder. I've noticed that on.
That's true.
Like when I'm watching national broadcasts of television, there's like when people are in their homes, like me and you, and they have the natural sunlight hitting them, their ring lights or lights that are lighting them kind of give them a red aura. By the way, can I ask you a question? I'm sorry before we get here. How many likes do we have right now?
205.
All right, so Bandit over on Twitch says, Rossi, how many likes for a Stone Cold soda chug? So I will go upstairs and get a soda water and just chug it down if we get to 300 likes by halftime. Is that too high?
No, I think it's great. I think.
Yeah.
Do you have to do it in an X amount of time? Like, let's say you don't reach.
I'll do it. That's a good one. I'll have it done in halftime. Like within that time period, I'll get it done. I could take a soda water down in probably 12 ounces, probably like, I'm guessing less than 20 seconds.
All right.
So 300 likes on YouTube, and I'll do 2. Do you want me to do 2 people? Is that what it's? Because Stone Cold always had multiple Steve Weiser, so I'll do a Rossi soda, whatever flavors I have upstairs. But anyways, carry on with the show.
Carry on. You will always remember. Sorry.
No, don't. Again, people, we say sorry way too much. We're here. We're having fun. It's loose.
You're right.
You're my buddy. I'm your buddy. We're all good.
No.
Just had to start there.
Yeah. I told everyone I'm moving on.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just an innuendo. Just an innuendo. Yeah. Daniel, yeah, I should worry about brain freeze, actually. That's a good point. I feel like my constant state of mind is brain freeze.
Rossi and Glash to kick off the late slate. 90 seconds in, no score. James White is just pummeled at the 35. Ashley in the chat, I have the number one picks. Meaning, the best picks you could have had in this sim. Goodwin captained, Wentz, Newton, Edelman, Harry, and Bird.
Hey, I'm not going to judge. We'll see what the sim brings, but I'm not big on Bird. I feel like he's super fadeable during some of these games, but I can always eat my words like I eat way too much food.
Yeah, that can happen. We can certainly work with that. Bird is not always the word.
No, not here at
For
Simba.
sure. Mr. Hawk, Rossi, who's going to toss you the sodas? Oh, catch it!
Oh, wait a minute!
Go! Go!
Oh, the
Julian
way!
Edelman, 65 yards!
That's the play that N'Keal Harry has been having recently. I've had a lot of Patriot Sims, but here it is. Julian Edelman sticks, takes it to the house.
Only 35% owned, 4% in the captain spot, Julian Edelman. Randy Barnes says, solid. I didn't get my lineup in again, LOL. Randy, you're in the chat like all the time, like barking about your football takes, and I love it. I don't mean that as a criticism, but take a step away from the barking and go make your lineup. I mean, do whatever you want. I'm just happy you're here. That's really what I'm getting at.
No, listen, you know the deal, dude. If you don't set a lineup, you just tell everybody whatever happens in the game, that was your lineup. It's the BK way. It's the Brandon Cristal way of doing things. Oh, that guy was in my lineup. Oh, I had Edelman. He was my captain. Just didn't get in on time.
Frank in the chat, first time using YouTube to watch you guys. You both rock.
Oh, you rock, Frank. Smash the like. Let's get there.
Who do you think has the most popular name in the chat? Meaning, like, we get a lot of Jareds. We've had a handful of Randys. We've had some Jordans, some Erics.
There's a couple Georges.
George. We've had a couple of Franks. What name pops up the most, do you think? We've had a good amount of Ashleys.
For some reason, I don't know why. This could be obviously Emerson had a lot of made up or I shouldn't say made up
Emersons.
Yeah, there was a lot of faux Emersons out there, so I always felt like Emerson was one. Jordan Lindebaum, I feel like, is always in the chat, so his name always top of mind. But I think when it comes to the most names, I feel like David. I feel like I've seen the most Davids over the year. Like, I don't know about recently. I know there's like David Georgie, and some guys have changed their names. I feel like David, like a while back, there was a ton of them.
Ooh, Robbie's a good one. Robbie Noble, Ricky Robbie. Randy Barnes, LOL. I've met one other Randy in my life. Jim, that's a good one. Jim, yep.
Jim.
Zach, we have Zach here from Game Ops. Plenty of Zachs. Lots of Zachs.
Zach's a good name.
Zach's a cool name.
It just feels like you got to be a cool dude. Like I have a good friend named Zach. Cool dude.
Yo, what's up, Zach? Like,
Yeah.
You're in such a great spot if your name is Zach.
Yeah, I feel like the world is in your favor with the name Zach.
Like, you better not mess that up.
It's on you. The world gave you, or your parents, or whoever named you, gave you a leg up.
Hard to screw things up, though, if you have the name Zach. Yo, what up, Zach? For sure. What up, Zach? Wow. I am all in on Zach.
Should have named my son. I wonder if I can change it. It's fine. He wouldn't know.
He really wouldn't.
It's too little. It's like dogs. You can change their name after, you have a little bit of time. Imagine if, I think Jesse's too late. 7 months or something. That from dog years, that's almost 5 years. 5 years old. Oh yeah, Zach Thompson. That's right. Like Zach, what an awesome dude.
Right? Absolutely.
How cool is Zach Rossi, says Jeffrey. Yeah, that honestly. Hold on, let me go upstairs and talk to my wife about having another kid. Hold on. Hey!
Joseph Workman. Joseph is by far the coolest name. That Joseph Workman guy is a real stud, fantasy genius.
I know a lot of not so favorable Joes, though. Sorry.
Julian Edelman, 65-yard touchdown. If you're just joining us, I think Rossi hit the nail on the head. Typically, that's a play we see from N'Keal Harry in the Patriots in Simland. Not today. Carson Wentz. We know he's no longer an Eagle.
No. My memory's already just. I was with Christian yesterday. We were talking about this Eagles offense is completely different now. Like there is Miles Sanders is the only one, I believe. Well, right now Zach Ertz is still currently an Eagle, but he's been given the option to seek a trade. He will be gone. I have a feeling within the next, impending days.
Right. It feels like he won't be there sometime soon. Someone will go get him.
Wentz is gone. Jeffrey's gone. Deshaun's gone. Goodwin's gone. Obviously, Jalen Reagor's still there. Young Buck.
Young Buck. Oh,
nice catch. Yeah.
Ashley, we're doing well today. Ross, you doing good? You hanging in there?
Oh, dude, I'm having a great day. It was 70+ degrees here. We just went for a nice long walk with the fam before coming back. So I'm feeling real good.
You're really good. That's good. I'm happy.
Oh. That God?
That was me. So
same thing.
Can't forget the Kyles. That's right, Robbie Noble. Smart Alec. Oh no! Oh no!
Ball's on the ground. Oh, gotta take it! Gone!
Evan McCourty. Chugga 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 chugga.
You can go! Oh! Woo! And Glash, you must have thought of it. I did. I was thinking about the Patriots D. Not what we're getting a review. But I thought about them because I'm like, man, they usually play pretty well, even against good offenses. That looks down.
Yeah, he's down. Patriots defense 11% in the flex, 2% captain. Tom's microwave, the first one to get in the chat. Down! He's down!
All in it. He was down, so you're right, Tom's. I'll make this as quick as I made my buddy comment, but I will say there is something in the air, and it's the first time we've been together now that there's been a new, after you had a burner account, someone created a burner account on your name, then someone came in with mine.
Yeah.
And they came out furious. They pulling like old clips out too. I was like, what is going on here? But always appreciate. They made me laugh. I'll give them that.
Dude, that is the power, if I can call you dude, that's the power
call me whatever you want.
That's the power of Twitch. You can clip videos, and if you click on the DraftKings YouTube, the DraftKings Twitch page, twitch.tv/DraftKings, also download the Twitch app. It's a handy dandy app, very solid product. You can clip out highlights, and it's available on the DraftKings Twitch channel, which I thought was pretty cool. Like YouTube can't do that. I mean, and maybe if you have premium or something. But.
No, I got premium. They don't got that. No, keep the lettuce. You got to show the lettuce off.
Okay.
Fresh cut. Look at this guy. Woo woo. Cacao. Yeah, baby.
Yeah. Here we are.
TikToks are gonna be flames.
Our buddy CJ71 is leading our free roll at the moment. Ertz in the captain spot. A sigh of relief because Ertz fumbled, which then did result in a Patriots touchdown, and CJ71 has the Patriots defense in the flex.
Also, want to give a shout out to Chai Walker, who is in dead last because they didn't set a lineup, just reserved the spot.
How many entries did we get? We got
171, but there's
173.
173. Yeah, because 3 people in that 171 spot because they didn't set their lineups. Bad boys.
Nice. So yes, this is the start of the late classic. Rossi and I here for this one. It's one and done for Rossi. Then I'm done for the night as well. So it's good to have you with us. Hit that like button if you haven't already. If you missed it, if we hit 300 likes, Rossi will chug a seltzer
Polar
water,
beverage. Yeah.
polar beverage. And if he doesn't do it in,
Honestly, I should be able to get one down in. It should not take more than 20 seconds. This is 50 plus for my dude. Get in there,
Elliot.
Booyah! Get those points. I know, Prince of Darkness. I'm gonna get my glasses soon. Michael is the one behind the charge. I understand I'm blind. I understand I squint. I understand I have extra lines now on my forehead. They're coming. I will get it done. I'm just so busy with Simland. I'm just so busy. So busy not to take care of myself. I had to go to the dentist for 10 years. I'm dumb. All right, I'll admit it.
That's good. Jake Elliott, 15.56% in the flex. Kyle, not on Madden After Dark tomorrow, buddy. Thanks for being here now. I assume you're out of school for the rest of the day. The rest of the weekend. Jared says you can call him dude, but not buddy. No. Luke Murphy, Glash, has anyone told you that you have pointy ears?
What are we doing here? By the way, likes aren't even close.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah, they're not. People, it's fine if they don't want to see me chug. I'm cool with that too. I probably will avoid spilling things all over the place. But
yeah, who knows what your eyes will look like when you chug something as opposed to just staring at the camera. Something. That's kind of what I envisioned. Something like that.
Good thing that was off camera. I don't want that clipped.
Yes. Oh, man.
Reed Steve, did you know, says, mini glasses are hard to make. Dude, my body might be tiny, but my head, very big. I'm like a walking pop figure. Good old dome.
Sony Michelle, good for a first down. Any thoughts on what we witnessed late this morning, about the trade? Moose and I talked a lot about the Niners and the perspective for them. Of course, this is an Eagles sim. Eagles go from 6 to 12, but they get a first-round pick from the Dolphins first-rounder, not the one they acquired from San Francisco, also a fourth-rounder in 2020.
Yeah, from an Eagles perspective, giddy up. This is awesome. Like, I am pumped if I'm an Eagles fan because you're in transition. You got a new coach. We don't want to talk about that introductory press conference, what you think of that. But,
he's a Brandon, by the way.
He's a Brandon, or is he a Brendan?
I think he's a Brandon.
Brandon or Brendan?
Brendan.
Brennan. So double. I got it. But on all honesty, if I'm an Eagles fan, I'm excited. You pick up a 2022 first round pick from the Dolphins. You're gonna obviously have your first round pick from that year. You traded Carson Wentz off. You got some picks for that. You have some equity here. Okay, let's build now. Because like we said, looking here in what was the updated roster from late or early December 2020 here in Madden. There's no more Wentz. There's no more Jeffrey. There's no more Deshaun. There's no more Zach Ertz. More than likely going to be gone. Miles Sanders still a young. You feel good about him as your running back. You get Jalen Hurts now. So I like this. You're only moving back 6 picks, by the way. So it's not like you're falling into this really bad spot where. Oh, that's right, Michael. Yeah, it could be 3 first-round picks, right? Because if Wentz is good, I believe that's the way it is. Yeah. So So in 2022, they could have 3 first-round picks if I believe the Colts make the playoffs. Which, taking it just from what we know, though, I like this if I'm an Eagles fan. I like this from an NFL standpoint because it just shows these teams are not just laying around. I won't, go into any points you probably made about San Francisco, but moving up to, the number 3, they have their eye on the quarterback, and they're going to probably go get him. And then, even if you're a Dolphins fan, you only move back a few spots. You're in the 6th spot now because you moved back up. You're trading first-round picks like kids trading cards in school. This is great. It's exciting. I think there's going to be a lot more to come, Flash. I think this is just a little bit of a preview of what's to be seen.
Yeah, we're still just about a month away from the draft. A couple days from now, and then we're a month away exactly, April 29. Yeah, you mentioned the postseason for the Wentz trade to then get a first-round pick. I think there's also something in there about snap percentage or
playing time.
There's 70% of the snaps. Yeah. I like it too for Philly because it gives some clarity. Jalen Hurts is being appointed. But it also gives the Eagles flexibility. If it doesn't work and it blows up in their face and Hurts can't play, you've got a couple of assets ready for the following season. They've got some insurance. The insurance that we all talked about with Tua, which I don't think was very fair. Say what you want about Tua and what you think. I mean, the guy only played a half a season. If they're going to give the job to Jalen Hurts from the get-go, they're going to give him a shot. It can go one or two ways. You've got your guy, or, as I just said, you've got insurance to draft another one. If he does play well, you can use those 3 first-round picks potentially next year to build around the quarterback.
Absolutely. That is such a good point. Like, if they do want to pull that plug, all right, new coach, he stinks too, gone. Quarterback's
Nick Sirianni. My bad. He's not a Brandon. I said he was a Brandon. He's Nick Sirianni.
I thought you were just making fun of me because I never say your name right.
Okay.
But yeah, well, that just goes without saying. But there's your guy, Sony. Listen, it's really hard to come by. Sony PlayStation 5s and Sony Michel getting in the end zone and putting him in your lineup because it's just hard to roster because it kind of stinks in Simlight.
All right.
But yeah, I really like the way you kind of painted that picture for the Eagles because it's so true. Short leash. But say you get 3 first-round picks, you like what you see out of Hurt. Let's get some offensive line. Let's get the best we can build because that's a real issue there for the Eagles. Like, I know Jason Peters is coming back, but he's like well beyond the back 9. He's on like hole 18 here. Cutting. It's done. But I like the idea of, they're loading up for the future. They know. Maybe and you know what? In that division clash, they can still sneak in. There's no clear runaway. There's no class of the NFC East. So I think this is a really smart move at the end of the day for the Eagles.
Yeah, because at 6, you kind of felt like they're in no man's land. You can still get a really anytime an NFL team has a first-round pick, period. If it's 1, if it's 8, if it's 15, if it's 29. First-round picks usually are starters right away.
Yep.
They're starting for your football team. So I think there's value. It's not like the NBA where you have to be in that top 5 or even like borderline top 10 to get a stud to start, right? You can still draft a dude in the NBA 15th and he's a 7th or 8th man. In the NFL, you're getting a starter. in the first round. So why not move back? You get a pick for next year. Right? It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and even if you're not getting a starter day one, you're getting a guy, like let's say you're taking a position like quarterback, maybe it's like an Aaron Rodgers type or Jordan Love and any other Green Bay quarterback. Like you're taking a guy that 2 years down the line is the starter. So it's always with intention for the bigger picture. If you're getting a guard or a tackle or a outside linebacker, you're plugging them right in most of the time. Cornerback, let's see what you got. Let's sink or swim. They may not be the 1 or the 2. They may not play. They may play 70% of snaps like a lot of outside linebackers will in their rookie year. But let them loose. It gets exciting because I'm telling you, Glash, what in the world did we just see? I always feel that it's been one of those things. So we had the trade deadline for the NBA yesterday. Wild, fun, exciting. The NFL was kind of like, I bet you this trade was done yesterday. And they said, let's get the NBA today. Still those headlines on Friday. Like, the tournament is last week. All right, let's chill out on the free agency signings for a few days. Let's give them a little bit. It just felt like it was just this weird situation where like no big news was overlapping with other major things going on in sports.
Hit that like button if you haven't already.
What's going on here?
Pat, Tom's Microwave, Justin Cravens. Justin needs Asi to come alive.
Sounds delicious. Sounds like something on like a sushi menu.
What's that?
Asi. Can I take I'll take 2 of the spring rolls, California roll, and Asi. Yeah, no problem. Just feels that way to me. Makes me kind of want sushi tonight. You a sushi guy, Glash?
No.
It's okay.
I'm not.
Like by choice, like you've had it, don't like it, just not interested, not a real.
Just not for me.
Okay.
I've tried it, and I'm like,
I will say I love sushi, but I also kind of find it to be some of the most useless food because like you can eat like a pretty good amount and you don't really feel like you ate a good amount, if that makes sense. Like I kind of feel that way with a lot of Chinese food. Like you're always hungry like 30 minutes later, even though you just ate like your week's worth of calories. But like sushi, I can eat. Oh, wait a minute.
Intercepted. They go for it on 4th and 5.
It was a fake punt.
Picked off.
It was a fake punt interception.
Oh my goodness. We had a fake last time too, and it was not pretty. Not pretty. It's 4:00.
I've never seen a fake punt interception. That is unreal. Michael, he says he's never seen that. That is embarrassing. Incompletion, bad passes are one thing. Just toss it to the other team. Wow, that's at least. Hey, if you got Carson Wentz, you see there's an interception. At least you don't feel, you don't get the negative points there. But that's embarrassing.
A fake punt interception. My.
Now this conversation has me thinking: do I want sushi for dinner tonight? Me and my wife.
You should drink the water for that place, says producer Michael.
Oh, hey, let's get a few more likes here. Sim fam letting us down.
Crazy. Unbelievable.
You know what? I'm probably just going to do it anyways. I'm going to do one at halftime. So let me go run and grab some. I'll be right back.
All right, man. Guru says garbage. Noah Moon, screw this game. Hey, man, like we had that come up. We had the holder for a field goal attempt between Minnesota and San Francisco. The holder fumbled the football trying to run it in. It was very Romo-esque. There's Cam Newton. Just slide, Cam. Don't hurt yourself. Right now, looking at the leading lineup in the free roll. CJ71 still in first place with the Pats D in the flex. Ertz captained. Newton, Sanders, Edelman, and James White in the flex. Justin Cravens, yeah, need a lot of soy sauce. I'm going to have sushi. That really goes with anything, right? Like if you want to have something that you don't love, but you'll eat it, you need the dipping sauce to win you over. At least that's how I look at it. If it's something that's not my favorite.
Just slather it in sauce. dip away.
What was that, dear?
Talking to me?
I have tried to eat sushi before. If you're going to shout when I call a game, just come talk to me. She said, okay, buddy. Damn it.
Got him.
I got nothing. At least I called her dear.
What was those? I never know if that's kind or not. Is dear like a term of endearment, being like a young age relationship, or I feel like I call my grandma dear, or my grandma calls me dear.
Great point, Rossi. Maybe I just need to reevaluate myself.
That's worse than calling somebody buddy is dear. You're striking out all week, dude.
I am never going to try and be nice ever again.
I wonder, you know what I thought of? And I remember this like when I was younger in high school. Like when I was in high school, the big term was boss. It's a boss.
Yeah.
Boss. And I was like, it gave me like chills. Like I was like, what is this? This is ridiculous. But like I could always understand if someone thought that was a tough one. Like if I came on here, I was like, Glash, what's up, boss? Like, oh, okay, who do you think you are? But hey, if you want to, I still look at it like as long as people aren't saying anything bad about me, I don't care. Call me whatever you want.
Thank you.
Yeah. Or even if you are saying something bad about me, at least you're acknowledging my existence. Reed's D, did you know? So Sarah calls Glash buddy with cat crying faces.
Wow.
Nagi. That's right. Miami Fits is trying to get me to eat sushi. I just told my wife when I went upstairs, I said, what do you want for dinner? Let me know. Just text me. So if it becomes sushi, we'll find out. Care Bear says, dear is like buddy or pal. I never want to be called it. And I flip out when people call me boss. I'm like, you don't know me. STFU. All right, Care Bear, take it easy. Care Bear, at least people are talking about you. At least they acknowledge you. Like, did you ever like wave to somebody and they just don't wave back? That's worse. Rather than be like, what's up, boss? All right, what's up?
How do you feel about when like you leave an establishment and you say, hey, have a great day, and like no one if they don't say it back to you?
That aggravates me. Like that's where it gets me. If I don't get a response, if I acknowledge your existence, like even in traffic when you give somebody the like go ahead and they give you the wave, I'm like, hey. Like, but when you just like wave somebody on, they just drive. It's like, hey, that was communicating.
Oh, the driving things.
Yeah, but like,
no question about. I'm with you on that one.
So yeah, same thing. Like if I'm leaving, like, hey, have a great day, or like my awkward, like when I used to go to the movies when that was a thing, and they'd be like, enjoy your show, and I'd be like, you too, and they'd be like, oh. But at least I like acknowledge their life. Like imagine someone being like,
really dumb thing to say, but
I'm full of it. But like, hey, have a good show, and then you just walk by. Like, no. By the way, I'm gonna do this thing. Let's see. So this is a blood orange lemonade. This is because Michael thinks Trey Lance is going to go to the 49ers, which I think would be laughable, but I think it could happen. Could happen. Division 2.
All right.
But ready?
Want me to time you?
Sure.
All right.
Do you want me to go snap to crush, or should I snap it, then crush? I'm going to open it first.
All right, man.
I mean, when you're ready, you take go.
When your lips go on the can, I hit the timer.
All right, here we go. Oh,
you're not done.
I'm not done. No,
it.
That's it.
All right, so I'll subtract like 4 seconds.
No, dude, don't do that. That was bad. Woo. I apologize. I thought that was gonna be much easier. I forget how soda water, I don't know if you could see my tears. I'm sorry for the belch as well, everybody. That hit me fast.
So you finished the can.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna time it out. I'm gonna time it out with the screen here.
Wow, woo! Okay,
15 seconds.
Okay.
Not bad. Pretty good.
No, don't do that. Care Bear says Rossi can't chug. I'm gonna burp again. I need hold on. Wow, vicious. Do not I honestly so I'm gonna be honest. I know we don't talk about adult stuff, but I don't partake in many 21 plus beverages. So I've never, it says guilt free on the side too, just to like make me laugh. I've never had carbonated chug. I've never chugged something carbonated before. Literally, it hurt my sinus a little bit. Wow.
Do you want to walk it off?
Nope. I'm right back in the game. I already took my walk. I left you earlier. I will not leave you again. How are your eyes? That's a good Michael, my eyes honestly are teary. Maybe I can see better now, though. Maybe that's all I needed.
It's a quarterback.
That's how I feel. Oh. Everyone's just making fun of me because I can't chug. What do you want me to do?
Poor guy's tearing up. Leave him alone.
Hey, I tried.
He's our buddy.
Says Rossi, you could hurt yourself drinking carbonated stuff like that. Says Boston Joe. I actually believe it. That there was a little part of me that felt like I was like couldn't breathe for a second. That just could be because my brain and throat didn't collaborate. Twitch. Okay.
At least if that was it for you, that'd be a great way to go out.
Imagine that. And I thought I could do too. Absolutely not.
I would raise your son for you.
Oh, that's good to know. Hold on. Let's see if I can call my wife dear, if she even recognizes it. Dear? Hey, dear. She did. I just wanted to see if you'd say something to that.
Well, what'd she say?
If I die, Glash will help raise the child. No response. Stop talking.
Okay. Wow, this is getting weird. Hey, first I want to see if you respond to deer, and second, if I die, she's gonna raise the kid.
We have on internet audio someone that's already proclaimed they will help raise the child. Justin, it is true. Ooh. Little
All right, 17-3. We're in the second half. CJ71 hanging out on Twitch. He's one of the team always here, dudes. He is pacing this free roll in first place with Ertz and the captain. The free public showdown, first place, 5-way tie. Edelman captain. Julian Edelman, you rarely see him in captain spot for a winning lineup. He's got 4 for 83 right now.
Yeah, and the touchdown. So he's well above his normal numbers here. Good for him. Having a day.
Yeah. I mean,
good stat.
He's averaging only 11.6 points per sim for a top tier wideout for this team. For this team, not the game. 3rd and 8 here. Eagles got to get something going. Oh boy.
Not there.
All right.
Man, burping like crazy. I have to mute myself because there's very few things I find unprofessional. I think a belch is one. When I did it during the soda, that was like uncontrollable.
Care Bear says, I can't raise a kid if it was my own, let alone someone else's. Never enough money for that.
Oh, dude, there's always enough money, Care Bear.
Wow.
I do it for free. I do it because it's mine. Like, trust me, someone somehow said we're going to give you money for it? Sweet. Like, are you kidding me? Care Bear, one day you will be a mother or father, or whoever you want to identify, potentially, if that's what you want in life. And then you'll say, man, I remember one day I said I wouldn't even take money for this. I'd gladly take money for this.
El Bongo earlier in the chat said, I hate the new iPhone and hell, the brightness changes by itself.
Yeah, it does. I don't have the new iPhone, but my iPhone does that.
Which one do you have?
I got the super tiny. You can see on my screen here. I actually got a smaller phone. I downgraded because I didn't like the super large phone. I've come to realize from working at home. I felt like everything, like I had a laptop, I had my iPad. So I think this is an 11 plus. I bet you I can find out, but it's a smaller version of the 11.
I don't even know which one I have. There's too many numbers. I can't keep track. Sarah, do you know what phone I have? Okay. Good talk. Actually, if I hit a
You have to call her dear. That's why.
Yeah. I have the iPhone 10.
Okay, 10.
Model name, iPhone X.
X.
Boom. X marks the spot. All right, a punt. Ball back to the Eagles. Still alive. Hope you guys enjoyed NBA pre-lock with Chirag and Matt Meiselman. Big slate, big NBA slate tonight. Lots going on at DraftKings. Don't forget to enter Sunday night's classic contest to celebrate the 1-year anniversary as Rossi just continues to burp up a storm.
That's brutal, dude. So these cans, yeah, please do enter. I know me and you were going to do the game right before.
Oh, yes, and I told everyone who's joining us.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't know if that was a surprise, a secret. I didn't want to mention it before, so I'm glad you did.
I wasn't really told if it was allowed to be said.
No, it's not like it's not, you know, the former.
Billy's going to be so mad that he wasn't a surprise.
It's not like it's like Ross Perot or something, you know, like somebody with like, you know, a big old deal, but it's just one of the OGs. One of the thought processes, is that the right way of saying it? One of the guys that came up with the thought of this. That's the way. Similar.
Billy Delaney will join Rossi and I 4 p.m. Eastern. So it's the sim before the late classic, which is a $30K prize pool in cash prizes. $10,000 to first place, $15 to enter, 70 entry max.
It's going to be so cool. I'm going to be honest. I'm all excited for this.
Just the spark we need. Adam Kaufman is here. Let's party. NBA head-to-head. Locks in 20.
I don't know what Kaufman party's like. Is he a partier? Is he chill out? Obviously, we'll get together next week, but are you like sit at a bar, chat it up for a few hours? Like,
you can never ask someone themselves what kind of partier they are. You have to ask people that know him because they're not going to give an honest reflection.
But I can't ask people that know him because they're just going to say mean things about him. So I have to try to find a way to get like, I'm not even saying that's okay. Like that's literally like so confident. Like that's like his little, people joke around with him. But I want like my point, I guess, to Koff is partying, love it. Like NBA, like if we weren't in like this quarantine to this day, would you be like, hey, let's go watch some games for the night? People come over my place. Like I want to get to know because sooner or later.
You know what he'll probably say? He'll go, well, I haven't been to any parties lately, Rossi. We're in a pandemic.
All right, good point. And Michael says he's probably going to answer with the question. What do you mean? No, but Koff, that's what I'm just curious. And I guess that could go out to anybody. Like, I'm the type of guy, like, I'm not like a party animal. I'm not like going to clubs. Here, Rossi. Doesn't answer the damn question, Koff.
What does here mean? It's useless.
He's doing it. This is what he does, the Kaufman. It's going to sit in my brain. I'm going to wake up at 2 a.m. and go, what did he mean by here? No. I'm always down for like a good like restaurant hang or like sit at a bar, even if I'm not a big like it's not about drink, it's just like everyone being together. Like I like that. Like I like sitting, chilling. House parties are great, but I feel like I don't see those. And I know we're talking like I'm talking 2 years ago. We're going to 2019. I understand what's going on now. Sit me somewhere in public, ambiance, noise, music, good vibes. That's how I party.
Here. Like you're just begging to chat again. How about give a complete thought? Here. What the hell does here mean?
Does he mean he wants me to come here? Like, is that an invite to the house?
Again, see, that's the problem. Now we have to spend an extra minute.
I'm done. How about
translating what here means? Hashtag rent free. No, just trying to figure out what he said.
No, I'm gonna charge him. Actually, me and Koff have actually talked about that. I'm gonna
Venmo.
I said that to Ducey once here. I said, I'm asking you. I need $5 because you're gonna make me think about this later, and I don't want to. And it's not living rent free.
Oh, here you go. Now that's an answer. That is using the 200 characters like a grown up.
All right,
Go ahead and read it.
He says, this is Adam Kaufman, by the way. It says, Rangers are behind me. Check. Oh, bud. Few and far between. Get together, watch some games, have some drinks, chill at the fire pit, lawn games, house parties. That's what I'm about. Dig it. All right, Koff, we can hang. I'm in.
Yeah. See you next week.
Yep, I am. Weather's good. I'm telling you, the Pacific is coming to my house sooner or later. I'm just sending the invite. I was talking to my wife about it. I am done with this. Like, I need some people around me. I need some I've been seeing all these faces on Zoom. I don't care if it's all 6 games. I have to do them while people are here.
Oh, I already told Koff I'm going to hide in the bushes. The moment he starts doing sims outside, unannounced, I'm going to hide in the woods and scare the hell out of him.
Go up in a gorilla suit?
I mean, I've been there. I've been to the porch.
Yes, you do know. Okay, I dig that vibe. That's pretty similar. But yes, people can boogie and challenge Koff to some NBA contests.
I'm glad he put it in writing that Rangers are behind him.
Yes, I was concerned that he might be.
I was
more the merrier. Come on over.
Glad that was the lead sentence. Oh man.
Good
What do you know? Koff's here hanging out with us. That's good.
Appreciate it. Appreciate when people come in on their off time. Dude,
the punter. What?
Look at that. Look at this. The stats here. Carson Wentz. By the way, no touchdowns for the Eagles. 2 field goals. So Jake Elliott, good draw on my part so far. 151. Those got good yards, but the interception thrown by a punter. Come on. No respect for the punters in this game either. And that was an awful pass. It was like right to the defender.
Want to shout out Zach from the Game Ops team. The Ops team, we say this all the time. It can't be said enough. The Ops team is what keeps this party going, man.
So how do you party? Zach, how do you party, dude? That's what I want to know.
Great
just crushing numbers, chilling out max, relaxing all cool. Daniel just chilling inside the internet.
Wait, hold on a second. Oh, we have breaking news.
This is breaking news on the DraftKings stream. Now here is Glash.
The Baltimore Ravens and wide receiver Sammy Watkins have agreed to a 1-year, $6 million deal. Huzzah! The Ravens got a receiver.
Finally, they have been asking everyone, you want to come over? You want to come over? You want to come over? No. Finally, Sammy's like, I'll come play. You guys got, yeah, sure. So again, Sammy Watkins goes from like the fastest team in the league offensively to being on the other side of Hollywood Brown, one of the fastest receivers in the league. So, and he is also still a burner. So I feel like Sammy Watkins is like, I felt like he was going to be a Raven. I don't know why. It just feels like players like him go there. Like good, not great. Like Willie Snead, when he went there, you're like, oh, he was pretty good in New Orleans. And he went there and it's kind of like pedestrian.
So here's my take on the Sammy Watkins news. Rossi, I mean this with all the love and respect in your heart. Can we get a recording of you doing what you just did? We need a breaking news sounder on the Dream Stream. We need that. We need to pump that out through the Madden.
This is breaking news on your DraftKings Dream Stream. Like, it has to be super dramatic too.
Super. I don't care what we need.
I want late. Pew, pew, pew. Breaking news now on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Here is, and then like you enter a name because it'll always be different.
Or just whoever's going to break the news say, I'm Brendan Glasheen here on the DraftKings Dream Stream.
We'll just do like 1920s South. This is breaking news coming to you from the World Wide Web, over on YouTube, Twitch, and across all other affiliates in the Game Center. It's the DraftKings breaking news.
Maybe you should just make it up on the fly every time because it's pretty creative and fun.
That's me right there. That's what they call me.
I did an NFL segment with Jeff Ulrich and Reed Fowler yesterday, and Jeff actually threw out there, like, why not Antonio Brown to Baltimore? But it certainly feels like with the Leonard Fournette news this morning, the Bucs want to really, truly run it back and bring everybody back. There you go, the run it back. I know you have a lot of pride in run it back.
I also have a lot of disrespect towards it, but this is legit a run it back situation. The first time all 22 members of a starting team that won the Super Bowl are back the next year in the modern day NFL. Like, insane. Like, none of these guys said, I want to go make more. I don't know how they have the money. I don't know how Ndamukong Suh's get. I know it's worth up to $10 million. Like that.
You know how. They just rework all the contracts and they'll worry about next year. Like, you know what I mean? Like, hey Tom, hey Tom Brady, we're gonna sign you a 4-year extension. We know you're only gonna get through 2 more of them, like two more years. There goes Cam inside the 10. Nice run.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I get it. But these up to $10 million deals, even Leonard Fournette, like nobody else. If you didn't think there'd be a fit somewhere, you could make a little more money.
I thought so. I thought someone would get stupid.
I think they were. The reports are going to come out probably in the next few weeks. Somebody's going to, like when we heard what Chicago was offering for Russell Wilson, allegedly. Like, you're going to hear these stories. Like, I'm just guessing Fournette just said, I'll go back here. I was comfortable. I liked my role. Just preserve these legs one more year, extend my career. It's just crazy. We were talking about this with Christian yesterday about how DeMarco Murray, when he was with the Cowboys and they knew they weren't re-signing, ran him like 380 times. Like, they ran him to the ground that year. And I thought for sure that was going to be Fournette with Jacksonville last year, but they went ahead and released him, and what a turnaround. There he is!
N'Keal Harry, touchdown.
Get jiggy.
Hey, we're having a good time here. Rossi, Glash, producer Michael, Daniel on the 1s and 2s, Zach from Game Ops. Patriots about to go up 24-6 with less than 5 to play in the 4th quarter. Midwest Heather loves Sammy. He's leaving Mahomes. Well, Midwest Heather, the news, a very low-level, not that big of a deal kind of signing that went down yesterday was the Chiefs brought back DeMarcus Robinson. So if you're Sammy Watkins and you're his representation and you're looking at it like, I'm probably not going to get a multi-year deal anywhere. It doesn't serve me any good to take a 1-year deal to go back to Kansas City. If the goal is to go out, have a good season, reestablish yourself as look, Sammy Watkins, when right, which is not usual, he's like a borderline number 2 receiver. Borderline. He's probably a really good number 3, as we've come to find out in Kansas City. Baltimore's a great spot for him. Willie Snead also left. So Sammy Watkins did the right thing. Easy to say that now when you look at it. Robinson goes back to the Chiefs. Willie Snead this morning going to the Raiders. I mean, Sammy Watkins is looking at it like, well, I'm not getting a multi-year deal. I'm not getting as much money as I probably thought I would. Mm-hmm. Let me go take a 1-year deal with a team that needs a receiver. Boom. Baltimore.
Yep. And honestly, felt like a guy, and I know we talked about this in the past, like, that seems like I thought it would be a Patriot. Just felt like it. Sammy Watkins. Like, I know he fits. I just said a few minutes ago, he feels like he would be a Raven. Just like the players they have signed over the last 10 years, but like $6 million, but they already kind of filled up that position. I think it's a great signing. If you're Baltimore, you're going to be ecstatic. $6 million for a guy that could be, a top line receiver for you next year, and that's pretty darn good. You don't see that a lot.
Well, and the number one question is, are they going to get in trouble? The Ravens again reaching on a guy who's really not that good, and not that good, but more so not that reliable because of his injury history. the second guess will be, all right, so you'll fork up $6 million to get Sammy Watkins, but were you in on the other receivers, Juju Smith-Schuster in the division?
Yes,
were you in on Kenny Golladay? You got to give Lamar Jackson some something to work with here.
They were in on every receiver. There was reports of like Juju, that was the spot, and then he went back to the Steelers.
Right, yeah, the Chiefs were even interested. Yeah.
Yeah, that's strange to me. I thought for sure if I'm Juju, and I kind of think he stinks, but if I got the Chiefs and the Steelers,
you're consistent.
I may have run that one by you before.
Hey, you're consistent. I can appreciate consistency.
I also would say like he would be better fit for the Chiefs personally, because just the way that offense runs. But anyways, he goes back. Golladay, Baltimore was kicking the tires on him. Like everybody was just saying no. I know you were all about The Bachelor, so like everybody was not accepting the TikTok Rose, we'll say, when it came to Baltimore and receiving, and that's a bad sign. Like, obviously Sammy Watkins kind of bailed him out. So, like, hey, we'll throw you a bunch of money, Kenny Golladay. You want to play here? No, I'm gonna go play with Daniel Jones. Like, what? Okay, cool. Hey, Juju, you're done. Like, why don't you come over here? We'll kind of like smear it in the face of the Steelers. Like, they stink. They didn't treat you right. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Okay. Hey, Juju, is that you? Hey, yeah, guys, I'm going to go back to Pittsburgh on a 1-year deal. But we had 3 years out for you. Yeah, I don't want that. Oh, okay. Call us back next year? Yeah, maybe. All right. Bye.
Right, like that. I was talking to Reed and Jeff about this. Like, how does Juju Smith-Schuster elevate his value by staying there for another season? I thought the best case scenario, like you just painted, if he had gone to a more team-friendly situation, maybe not for his personal stats, like the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm talking Juju here. It would have been great. Now I'm talking fantasy football standpoint. We would have loved it for Deontay Johnson next year. And I love the silver lining from Jay Duncan right now in the chat. I love Mecole Hardman now more than ever.
Hey, don't forget, second-round pick. They know what they have in him or what they want to use him for. Maybe this gives them the option to use him a little bit more. But I think you're right. I think you said it earlier. With Robinson there, he's just more reliable.
Sammy Watkins, 1 year, $6 million, $5 million guaranteed with the Baltimore Ravens. Adam Schefter reporting 15 minutes ago. It's 24-6, 3 minutes to go. We're just looking at garbage points now for your lineups. Patriots have this one in the bag. There's Miles Sanders, run after the catch. Care Bear on the Twitch machine says, as a Pittsburgh fan, I can agree. Juju is not a number 1 wide receiver, but he's a strong 2. Can't handle double teams.
I agree. See, this has been my breaking news.
I'll do it for you. Let me do it for you.
Okay.
This is DraftKings Dream Stream breaking news with Jason Rossi.
This just coming in from my wife. It's the text message says, "It's so nice out. Let's do sushi." Wanted to make sure the DK Sim fam was in and they knew what was going on. This is huge news. Appreciate your respect and privacy during this very, personal time.
You devil. I really thought you had an NFL news nugget. But the sounder there was worth it.
It was. You sounded like it was like drums in there. There's a little bit of bass. There was bass pedal. As Daniel said, it was a little bit of the remix.
See, breaking news is fun.
As a former radio producer, when you have that button at all times, I used to hit it all the time. Once I pulled into the GM's office that we had to stop as a show. So, but it was a gag, so like we enjoyed that. It wasn't like I was getting actual in trouble. It's like you can't do that.
Yeah, only for like legit breaking news.
Yeah, it was
every piece of news.
Yeah, it was also like sponsored, so that was the real reason. It's like we're also giving the sponsor way more than they have paid. I was saying like breaking news every time, like a host would say like, "Oh my, I don't think." Like if I said, I don't think Juju Smith-Schuster is good. Breaking news brought to you by, DraftKings. Like, guys, they only pay a certain amount for that. Speaking about things that are paid, I heard Irish Spring's new sponsor on the Dream. Ooh, for DraftKings.
I didn't know that.
It happened to me yesterday. I thought Andrew was lying to me. Yeah, see, Daniel confirms. Irish Spring, baby. I can't wait for the free soap to come to my door.
Actually, wait, I might have known that. We were doing something.
I think you did a read or something, or the sponsor of one of your videos.
Oops. Irish Spring, I hope they'll remain my buddy. Play of the day with Irish Spring. Got it. Very good. Cool. The play of the day, smelling good with Irish Spring. All right, we can't read that too much. We're giving them too much.
That was it, dude. That was like, because one day I played like 18 times in a 4-hour show, and they were like, all right, like, slow it down. But days like yesterday, when there is breaking news all with like the NBA, I heard the show because I listened to my former colleagues, and they were hammering it. So go after it, boys.
Breaking news like this morning. I know we talked about it a little bit from an Eagles perspective. The trade.
Yep.
It's just a great, juicy football draft trade to carry us through the day. Like, I love you all. Love you, mean it. Onside kick. The chat keeps this going. It keeps the wheels spinning, no question about it. But to have a juicy, thick football trade to pick apart the perspective for the Niners, the perspective for the Dolphins, perspective for the Eagles, perspective for teams looking at a quarterback. The draft's a month away. What's going to happen with Garoppolo? Are we going to see something else? Are the Niners going to keep Garoppolo? Are they going to trade Garoppolo? Are the Bears going to get back in the mix here to maybe get Garoppolo? Just so many elements to the whole thing.
Yeah, I love and I think, like we were saying, like Michael thinks they're taking Trey Lance at 3. Like, there's all that. Like, it's draft pick capital too, so it's not like, oh, they just traded for a player. So there's all the variables. Like the Bears side of this, like, didn't even really think of it, to be honest. So you just mentioned it. I know, like, I've seen some of the headlines, but it's like, hey, Andy Dalton was just told he was the starter. Now, is Jimmy G better?
Right. Well, and to that point specifically, that's the first thing I thought of. I'm like, oh, now the Bears can, right the ship, and they can get rid of that stupid QB1 tweet they put out and put it all to bed. And then you look at Andy Dalton's contract. Oh, he can earn like almost $13 million. So you've got a lot of guaranteed money. And oh yeah, there's a signing bonus included. Yeah, it's a lot of money to pay for a guy that might get cut. So.
It is. Ooh, excuse me. Still got a few of those burps in me. Jeez.
It's totally fine. Burp away.
Andrew L., would you call Rossi buddy? We've covered it. Call me whatever you like. Andrew, Glash, Mike, Daniel, when Jesse comes back, Zach, whatever they want.
Deshaun Jackson scored a touchdown for the Philadelphia Eagles. Jordan Lindenbaum asking, is D-Jax with the score?
That stunk for me because I have Sanders, Ertz, got Goodwin, Elliott. Didn't get D-Jax in there.
On 3rd and 2. Ooh, nice run. Patriots are going for it here. They'll probably take a new risk.
Just find N'Keal Harry. I thought my lineup would be a top 10 finisher. I'm right now at 26. Campton N'Keal would really could get me right there. Come on.
No chance.
No.
They're taking them.
So I'm going to lose points. Gosh darn it.
Decimal points. Dream Placebo is now in first place in our free roll. CJ71. CJ71, you were winning the whole sim. You were in first place pretty much the whole sim. That's a bummer. Rick says Dalton is better than almost every Bears quarterback in their history.
Honestly, it's not far. He's like, if he has a really good season, like, people don't give enough credit to Josh McCown for that weird year he had. I know the team stunk, but you're right. Like, Jay Cutler, I still think is the best quarterback that franchise has ever had. I don't really think it's close. But that's
who do you put second? It's not the fact that you don't even have it off the tip of your tongue is
Jim McMahon, I guess, because he won a Super Bowl, but he wasn't really all that good. Like they never really have had a great starting quarterback. Jay Cutler is it. And that was, a trade too. It wasn't even like their guy.
Mm-hmm.
Not that doesn't count. I'm just thinking. It's going to be exciting. More to come on this. Andy Dalton, baby. Load him up. Already on the Mount Rushmore of best quarterbacks for the Bears and hasn't even taken a snap.
Oh, nice tease for the Mount Rushmore. Very good.
Oh, we do it a lot.
You and Freeze Pops. Love it.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz, 209 passing, 1 touchdown pass. Cam Newton, 131, 2 touchdown passes. 1 to Edelman, 1 to N'Keal Harry. What's the punter's name?
Johnston.
Let's get
Kyle.
Yes.
Corey.
Cameron.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Cameron Johnston with -1.
Yep. Tough day at the office. Just threw an awful interception.
Ertz, 7 receptions, 50 yards. Sanders, 6 for 43. Edelman, 5 for 98. Touchdown. Deshaun Jackson, 4 for 47. And a touchdown. Jeffrey, 3 for 34. Question in the chat, Boston Joe. Does the interception on a fake punt count towards the DST for the Pats?
Yes.
It should, yes, because it was a 4th down play in the motion of the in the flow of the offense, and they chose to throw the ball. So it's a pick. Patriots, you get the points.
And we got the best dude on the job. He'll take care of everything.
No doubt.
Zach, because his name reeks of being cool.
Yeah. So Zach will be on it. And I think we're correct about that.
You are.
Yeah, sometimes you're like, wait a second.
The interception right here for J.C. Jackson. It's going to happen.
Okay.
It's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, duh. There he is. J.C. Jackson had the pick. So if you don't see it yet, I get it. That's why you're asking the question. Totally fair. Understandable. NYC King won the public free showdown. Edelman captained Newton, Sanders, Jackson, Michelle, and Nick Folk in the flex. Dream Placebo, the winner of our free roll. The name of the sim was Enough Cam Talk. It hurts. Yeah. And we actually didn't really go into the Cam Newton angle of things.
We gave it a rest. For everybody.
I'm actually kind of proud of that, to be honest with you.
You should be proud. You did a great job.
All right, so we need a player of the game and a not my kid. What do you got?
Real quick, I was going to be the Patriots defense till the last score. It's Julian Edelman. He came 2 yards shy of the bonus, but showed out tonight. 98 yards, touchdown, 5 grabs. He is your player of the game. And the Not My Kid award, I don't know if there's an obvious one here that I'm missing. I think, Zach Ertz had a lot of catches for 50 yards. He had under 10. Sander. I'm going to go with Goodwin. He was owned at about 50% of the league. Had just 2 catches, 35 yards. He stunk. He couldn't down a blood orange lemonade polar seltzer in 15 seconds, burp, and then feel bad about themselves for the following 3 minutes. So he's out. He's not my kid.
All right, dude. Love it. You have a great night. You have a great rest of your weekend.
Oh, I sure will.
If you suffer any other side effects from the bubbles, just maybe you should give my contact information to Deer.
Yes.
And just in case, I'm a quick car ride away. I'll come over and take care of your family.
I appreciate that. I will put you down as the emergency contact immediately in my other workplace's workday. So let them know if anything happens, please call Glash.
The pause, the pause when you asked, or not, you didn't ask, you actually told your Deer that Glash would be taking care of things. And the fact that there was a pause means there was just a lot of confidence. So.
To be honest, there was actually not a response till she told me we're going to have sushi. So to this moment, she has not really recognized that, but it's already done. It's in YouTube history.
Okay. All right. Well, enjoy your sushi. Coming up next, Chiefs and the Jets, Kaufman and Brandon Cristal.
Party.
They'll have the sim at 8:00. So in the meantime, we need to figure out what else is up at DK and the Sportsbook. I'm back Sunday afternoon. Rossi, are you here tomorrow?
Back tomorrow, baby. in 6. Don't know who I'm with. Doesn't matter. Just load them up. Be fun. It's going to be
Good.
great.
Very good. All right. So I'll see you guys Sunday. Rossi's here tomorrow. You all have a fantastic weekend. Let's find out what else is up at DK with Jesse Cofield.
Well, like you said, Glash coming up at 8, Adam Carpenter, Brandon Cristal joining the fun, as they call the Chiefs and the Jets. That showdown is featured in the Madden Stream 1K Flea Flicker, $5 entry, getting you a shot at a $150 top prize. And we got the free contest for that showdown. It has a $250 prize pool, $25 going to first. All right. All eyes will be on the college basketball tournament this weekend, obviously. And coming up, Pat Mayo and company go through the matchups for the round of 16, but that doesn't get underway until tomorrow. So to help you pass the time, here are Adam Kaufman and Jeff Ulrich breaking down tonight's NHL action on DraftKings.
Well, we have a very light slate in the NHL tonight, but it doesn't mean we don't want to talk that hockey. We got Jeff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman. How are you, Moose?
I'm doing good, man. Yeah, a little light Friday action going on here in NHL.
3K twine contest, obviously, in the DraftKings lobby. You've got the Blues and Ducks going at a showdown contest a little bit later on tonight. Who stands out to you in the captain spot?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got the Ducks here. I mean, not a good team at all, but the Blues have not been playing well either. So, I mean, this is kind of, this feels like a game where you could see a lot of goals just because, neither side playing good defensive hockey right now. I like going down, I guess, to Vladimir Tarasenko in the captain spot. I mean, look, Tarasenko obviously coming back from massive injury. He hasn't done that much, but at the same time, you look over his last couple games, he's getting aggressive again. 10 shots on goal over his last 2 games. Now he's going up against the Ducks. They're bottom 10 in terms of shots allowed. They don't have a good penalty kill at all. They're just a bad team who allows a lot of scoring chances. This does feel like a game where the Tarasenko line with Jaden Schwartz, Braden Shen, they can get on track. I like stacking them, if you're playing classic lineups as well tonight. But for this showdown, it really does feel like Tarasenko is building to kind of, a multi-goal game here. Don't forget, this is a player who has scored 30 goals or more in the NHL multiple times. He's a very, very talented winger. He's going to break out eventually. I like targeting him here as a captain because, again, we've got such a weak defensive team in the Ducks. I think you got to target one of the Blues goal scorers.
Where are you going to find value then?
Yeah, again, I mean, Troy Terry has been interesting. He's been pretty productive for the Ducks, playing on their second line. Look, the Ducks are just starting a bunch of young kids in their top 6 right now. All these guys are complete boomer bust targets. None of them are really producing on a nightly basis, but Terry has been consistent, 5 points now over his last 5 games. Again, playing kind of in that top 6 second line role. The Blues are just not playing good defensive hockey. So realistically, I think you can take a shot with someone on the Ducks. And I think Terry does make a lot of sense. He's kind of been that consistent force there for them. I also don't mind Vince Dunn on defense here for the St. Louis Blues. Again, getting power play exposure. You could pair him with a guy like Tarasenko easily, because I do think you should be targeting the Blues offense a lot in this showdown. But Dunn's only 6K. He's playing big minutes. He's also getting blocked shots and stuff. So he's giving you a chance at that kind of double bonus with the shots on goal and block shots. I like targeting him and Jaden Schwartz there down in the 6K range. All things considered, you probably don't want to play more than a couple Ducks, but there's a couple Blues out there like Schwartz and Dunn I really like for value in this one.
There are 2 games on the NHL's late slate starting at 10 Eastern for Winnipeg. You've got Andrew Kopp, of course, coming off that monster performance against Vancouver. 4 goals, Jeff. He's not going to do that again, I recognize, but any interest in going back to him at $4,500?
I mean, you could definitely go back to him. I think the only thing I'd say is, he's obviously he's playing in a third line role right now. I mean, he's not, he's not really on their power play or involved in anything like that. So it was a nice breakout, playing alongside Adam Lowry down there at 3,500. You could go really cheap there, but again, we only have a 2-game slate here. We're talking about on the late slate. And I'm just not sure if you definitely need to. I think I would rather, if I'm playing a Jet, I would rather go up into their top 6, a guy like Nick Eller's there. So, Kopp, again, if you need value, he's playing really well. I like him as a player too. He's very versatile. He's a guy who can slot in the top 6, but his role right now is a little bit reduced. Again, I think if you're looking in his price range, I think even just, going down to a guy like Phil Kessel at 3,600 tonight, going up against the San Jose Sharks. The San Jose Sharks have allowed 86 shots on goal over their last 2 games. Phil Kessel's playing 18 minutes a night. He's got a bit more of an involved role than Andrew Kopp. So I kind of like the value getting a guy like Kessel or even other Coyotes forwards tonight over Kopp.
Let's remember though, Cop, while he's not as cheap as Kessel and some of the guys, that you could hone in on, it's not like he's expensive either. So if there's someone that you want to pay up for here on this 2-gamer, who is it?
Yeah, I mean, Evander Kane is in a pretty good spot tonight. I mean, he's probably going to be chalky on the 2-game slate, and that's fine. But the Coyotes are really banged up in net. They're probably going to start Aiden Hill again, which is their third stringer. I mean, he's had save percentages under 0.90 in like 3 of his last 5 starts. He's allowed 3 or more goals in 5 straight starts. Quite frankly, the Coyotes just don't really have a good goalie right now. And that's definitely going to open up things for the San Jose top line. I mean, Evander Kane, 7,500. You look at between him and Nick Ehlers. I like both these guys. I mean, I do feel like you can just put Ehlers and Kane in and go from there, because there are good values out there like Kessel. You could even play Kopp again, but realistically, I like paying up for both the top wingers on this slate. I mean, Ehlers is averaging over 3 shots on goal per game over his last 10 games. The Flames, they've been okay defensively, but they're also coming off multiple losses to the Ottawa Senators. I think all things considered, I'd lean Kane over Ehlers, but you can probably fit both those guys in on the slate.
Let's move from DFS over to the DK Sportsbook. Any team jump out at you on the puck line tonight?
Yeah, for puck line purposes, I mean, St. Louis does feel like, again, their offense has to get going here at some point. I mean, minus 1.5 on the puck line, plus 125 going up against Anaheim. I mean, that's probably where I would lean. Again, the matchup for Arizona, San Jose is a team I kind of like to target, but they're starting their third string goalie. The Jets, actually coming in as underdogs. So if I'm going to bet the Jets, it's probably going to be on the money line at plus 108. I think the Blues here, if you're looking for a puck line play, the Ducks are just so bad. The Blues have not played well of late either, but I really feel like this is a spot where the Blues offense probably going to get off. And, this line could even get up a little bit, because I don't think the Blues are like a high sentiment target or anything. So if I'm targeting one team on the puck line tonight, it's definitely going to be St. Louis. I'm not really interested in the Ducks as an underdog play. So St. Louis plus 125 on the puck line tonight. Yeah, I'm a little bit interested there for sure.
Jets and Flames have the highest goal total tonight. That's set at 6. Are you inclined to go over or under?
I would lean the under here. Connor Hellebuck coming off a couple really good performances. Hellebuck's sort of last month or so hasn't really been up to his standards. But again, he's stopped 60 of his last 61 shots now coming into this game. If he's playing well, like the Flames have scored twice over their last 3 games. This is not an offense that does anything well, quite frankly. They don't really have a good power play, so they can't even really take advantage of like a weak Jets penalty kill. If the Flames are going to win this game, they're also probably going to get good goaltending from Jakob Markstrom or whoever starts a net for them. So, if the Flames are going to win, it's probably going to be more like a 3-2 game. And the Jets, even if they put up 5, are the Flames really going to like put up 2 goals against Hellebuck in this kind of form? I don't think you can count on them for that. So I actually really like the under here in this Jets Flames game. Again, Flames 2 goals in their last 3 games against Ottawa. That's terrible. So give me the under here.
So with the few games that we do have left on the slate tonight, do you have a favorite bet over on the DK Sportsbook?
Yeah, so I'm going to target, let's talk about the San Jose Coyotes game quickly. I do like the over here. Again, I talked about the Coyotes starting Aiden Hill in net. That really takes away from any sort of under prospects for me. So again, a goalie who's allowed 3 goals or more in each of his last 5 starts. The Sharks goalies have played well, like Martin Jones is playing well. But again, the Sharks are allowing like 40 shots on goal every night here over the last little bit. Eventually that dam is going to break, so to speak. So at 5.5, I would take the over there. Again, if we're looking at player props, look at Phil Kessel. He's plus 165 to go over 2.5 shots on goal per game. He's playing over 16 minutes a night. The San Jose Sharks, as I've talked about, they're allowing a ton of shots on goal, 3rd most per game in the league. We saw those Dustin Brown over shots on goal totals hit. I like Phil Kessel at really nice odds to go over 2.5 shots on goal here.
Jeff Ulrich, he's not always in Simland, but he's always on the Dream Stream. Thanks, pal.
Always. Thanks.
Time to talk MMA as we always do on Fridays. We've got UFC 260 out in Las Vegas at the Apex. And of course, with Tim Finnegan, our DraftKings MMA contributor. I'm Adam Kaufman. Tim, how are you, man?
Hey, it's great to be on again.
So I understand there have been some changes to the card for Saturday. So let's just start there. What do we need to know?
So a lot of fights got canceled or at least postponed. The most notable was the co-main event, Brian Ortega and Alexander Volkanovski. It was the second title fight on this card, and that got moved to a different date because of COVID. Also, something else I want to note, Alonzo Menifield just got his opponent switched, and he's fighting a guy on really short notice, and his DraftKings salary has stayed the same. So he could be like good value at 8,100 because he's fighting a guy who just took the fight on a few days' notice. So it's always a good place to target.
Let's begin here with, of course, Daily Fantasy and DraftKings. You go to the lobby there, and there's an MMA $600,000 260 special contest available. Whole lot of money going to first place, $150K. There are a few fighters priced at $9K or above. Who stands out to you?
Sean O'Malley, he's the biggest favorite on the slate, so this isn't like a groundbreaking pick or anything, but he was a top prospect. He hit a speed bump in his last fight, but he kind of attributes that to like a fluke injury. Like he kind of hurt his foot. And he's the biggest favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook on the whole slate. And what I really like about him for fantasy scoring is he has really high striking volume. He's landing over 6 significant strikes per minute. So that type of striking volume gives him pretty good upside in this fight. So I would look at him if you're going to pay up for somebody.
Presuming people aren't going to pay up, or, well, even if they are for that matter, obviously you got to round out a lineup somewhere. Who's the value here?
So there's a few value plays that I like. The first one we talked about before, Alonzo Menifield. He's 8,100, and his salary didn't adjust despite him getting his opponent switched. And he's facing a guy on really short notice, and that's always a good thing because he's been preparing for this fight, and his opponent, he could gas out early. And he's also a pretty big favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook. So I'd look at him. Also, Stipe Miocic at 7,800. He had such an incredible game plan against Francis Ngannou in his first fight, where he was just throwing all these feints, which had Ngannou swinging at air, and he gassed him out by the second round. And he registered a ton of control time, tons of takedowns. I would look at Stipe at 7,800 too, because he can score over 100 DraftKings fantasy points for sure.
All right, so let's go on over to the DraftKings Sportsbook side of things, and we've got a bantamweight showdown here. Sean O'Malley minus 335 favorite against Thomas Almeida, and of course, O'Malley's coming off his first career loss. Do you expect him to rebound from that and, well, be justified as the favorite?
Yeah, so O'Malley's the biggest favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook, and O'Malley thinks that his loss was a fluke. He injured his foot. If you watch the fight, and he's facing Thomas Almeida, who had eye surgery, and he's only had one fight in 3 years, so he hasn't really fought that much recently. And if you look at the striking metrics for this matchup, O'Malley has better striking metrics, and he's considered one of the top prospects in this weight class. So I would really expect him to rebound in this fight.
Next up here, we've got the co-main event welterweight showdown, 38-year-old Tyron Woodley, and it's Vicente Luque on the other side. Now, Woodley's coming off 3 straight losses, said last week. Quitting is not an option. I've got to go out on top like I plan to. Are you going to take his word for it at a plus 200 underdog?
So Woodley is on a 3-fight losing streak, but if you look at his competition, like he's had a really rough schedule. Like he's fought Kamaru Usman, Gilbert Burns, and Colby Covington in his last 3 fights, and those guys are at the top of his weight class. Like all three of the, like Usman's a champion, and Burns and Covington just fought for the title recently. So he is 0-3 in his last 3 fights, but it's been against elite competition. So that's something to note. Woodley has power. Like he has thunder in his hands, but he's really passive he doesn't attack enough, which kind of frustrates a lot of fans. And if you look at this matchup, Luque absorbs a lot of strikes. He's taking about 6 significant strikes per minute, and Woodley hits really hard. So if Luque is absorbing a lot of strikes, it only takes 1 punch. So I think Woodley is a live underdog. I wouldn't pick him, but he does have a chance to win.
Okay, one more for you, and that is the main event heavyweight bout between, of course, Stipe Miocic, who has the favorite, minus 130, Francis Ngannou on the other side. Ngannou, longest it's taken him to KO any of his last 4 opponents is just over a minute. Probably not the kind of guy you want to run into in a bad mood in a dark alley. What do you expect here? Miocic going to add to this unfortunate list?
So there's a couple ways this fight could go. One, Ngannou could have learned from that first fight where Stipe basically had Ngannou gassed by the second round because he kept doing feints. And what happens is when you feint, and Ngannou thinks that Stipe is coming forward, and he was throwing these thunderous uppercuts that were just connecting with air. So he was throwing all these full force shots that were just totally missing, and he just completely gassed himself out. And then for the rest of the fight, Stipe just kept, shooting single legs, double legs, and taking him down and getting control time. And Ngannou by like the third round was like totally out of gas. So that could happen again if Ngannou falls for Stipe's feints, if he's struggling with his wrestling. But I actually think like Ngannou is going to learn some lessons from that fight. He's going to be more reserved, and he hits so hard. He's probably the hardest puncher I've ever seen ever in MMA. And all he has to do is land one punch, and that could be it. And something to note: Stipe is getting old. He's 38. He's had some battles with Daniel Cormier. Like he's been knocked out since he fought Ngannou. And he was getting like beat up pretty good in that second fight before he landed like this fight-changing liver shot. So Ngannou is the favorite on DraftKings Sportsbook, and with how hard he punches, I wouldn't be comfortable picking against him. So I actually I think he's going to right the ship and beat Stipe this time around.
I'm sore just thinking about it. Tim Finnegan, thanks, buddy.
All right, have a great one.
All right, guys, busted brackets, no problem. Pick a new set of brackets in the round of 16 for your shot at a share of $10,000 in total prizing. Play the Irish Spring Clean Slate Second Chance bracket. Pick the winners across the remaining 15 games of the CBB tourney and grab some green. It is free to play. Just head over to the pools section on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Make your selections and collect your cash for how many correct picks you make. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for details. And while you're looking to reclaim your pride with a new bracket, here's some tourney talk with our friend Pat Mayo.
Who do you think is the most susceptible 1 seed that is left based on their draw?
I mean, right now, just off the sheer prices, Michigan versus Florida State, outside of Isaiah Livers' injury, I think, he's Michigan's best 3-point shooter, second best all-around player. I think most people would argue, potential NBA guy. So I think they're going to play cautious with him and his injury. Look, that was 3.5. Now it's down to 2.5 some spots. So money coming in on the Seminoles that's influencing the market. And so just a price that cheap relative to, Gonzaga's laying 13.5. Baylor's laying 7 now against Villanova. It's got to be Michigan. And even after that, I think Alabama has, assuming they take care of UCLA, a great chance of winning that East Regional Final against Michigan, if Michigan even can beat Florida State. So it has to be the Wolverines, not because of the Big Ten thing. I mean, it's part of it, I guess, right? They're the only one left, and maybe the Big Ten's all overrated, so therefore Michigan's overrated. But I'm not looking down that path. I think this should be more like a 1.5 point spread. So people that got the Florida State plus 3.5, plus 3s, I think those were decent bets. And I think it should be not quite a 50-50 game. Michigan wins this more like 53.7% if you're looking at the exact numbers that I have. But it's close, and so they're definitely the most susceptible, unless Livers makes a drastic recovery and appearance, and that'll help them quite a bit.
It's still currently, as we speak right now, +3 at DraftKings Sportsbook. So if you did want to grab Florida State, you can still do that. I felt like not that I'm a huge NCAA basketball head by any means, as the first moments of college basketball I watched were the first round of the tournament this year. But is Houston actually legit? Because everyone I talked to didn't seem like they were like, they're kind of like a fool's gold 2 seed, but they seem to have a pretty open path to get to the Final Four now.
So, yeah, the path's fantastic now, and they should have lost to Rutgers. I think Rutgers were up 9 or 10 with a few minutes left, and then Houston goes on the big run. So that's another reason people are going to double down on that sentiment that Houston doesn't deserve to be a 2 seed, or they at least aren't going to be a team that can make a run. I'll say this. I think to the extent that Loyola Chicago was underrated and underseeded, right, when there was an 8 or 9 seed, I think Houston was probably overseeded slightly, but also both teams are still top 15 teams in the country. So, Houston maybe doesn't deserve to be a 2. Maybe they're not the quality of a 2 seed. Their resume may have been, but I think a 4 seed would have been absolutely fair. And you could even argue a 3. So I'm not going to say they're extremely overrated. They definitely have talent, and their efficiency numbers, both sides of the ball, are fantastic. The question for me, and I don't know if you have an opinion on this. Are you on the East Coast? I think you're on the East Coast, or at least you were at some point, and then you've moved around. But Syracuse, do you have any ties to Syracuse or this 2-3 zone everyone hears about? No one can beat a 2-3 zone. And it shocks me, even in the NBA starting to incorporate zones more. It just boggles my mind that these players cannot figure out how to beat a 2-3 zone. And Syracuse, again, now as a 11 seed in the Sweet 16.
I mean, the only ties I have to Syracuse is I didn't go to Syracuse, and a lot of my colleagues and friends did. So it makes me actively root against Syracuse because
I feel like a lot of people have. That's why I just thought to ask, because 50% of the people I've talked to are like, oh, no, yeah, I went to Syracuse. Like all of a sudden, the last few weeks, everyone's letting us know. But anyway, so I had to check, make sure you weren't an alumni either.
No, so it works one of 2 ways. So if you're in broadcasting or production, the chance of you running, especially in sports, because the sports program at Syracuse is awesome, and that's where just a lot of these networks and even people online just originate from. So if they populate a lot of the jobs, it's just like when you see writers around, like Northwestern is such a hot spot for sports journalism that all of a sudden that if Northwestern is good at anything, there's just an outsized voice about like, oh, look how good Northwestern is. Almost just it's exactly the same way. So if you are reading something and Northwestern is good, that's going to be blown out of proportion. Or if Syracuse is good, generally, unless Donovan McNabb was Donovan McNabb Syracuse? He was here, Syracuse, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. So if they're good in football, that we'll hear about it all the time. But whenever they have a modicum of talent in basketball, it's like they're the greatest team of all time. So I feel like that does influence the markets either way, but I just like rooting against them because I have no rooting interest in any of this in terms of having loyalty to a team. So I just want to see everyone miserable because that's just the type of person that I am, especially the people that went there too, because it's all like, oh, Syracuse is so great about everything. You must hear it. I mean, if you're a UCLA fan, you must have a lot of USC fans in your life too, right?
Dude, that is one of my biggest pet peeves, or just the thing that puts me on tilt more than actual betting on games and gambling is the fact how many friends I had growing up that were not USC fans at all until the Pete Carroll era with Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart and everyone. All of a sudden, USC football got good. And every one of my friends jumped ship from UCLA and were like, oh, no, I've always been a Trojans fan, big USC guy. And it's total BS. And so I am, I guess, contrarian in the sense that I stuck with UCLA, and it's been fun to finally have a basketball team, at least this year, that's been relevant. And I'm excited to see, hopefully the next few years, they can keep improving.
Well, I mean, we didn't even talk about Oregon and USC. That's the other Sweet 16 game right now. USC's favored by 2.5 points at the moment on DraftKings Sportsbook. Do you have a lean in this game either way? Like, how do they rate out when they played each other during the season?
So they played each other once. And let me preface, I guess, Oregon's prospects in general, just because it's really intriguing. And they were the team, I think, that had more upside or a higher ceiling than people anticipated entering the tournament for a few reasons. One being Will Richardson, point guard, shoots like 40% from three. He went off against Iowa. He didn't play a single game for the Ducks until February 4th, I believe it was, right? So they played this majority of their season data is without Richardson, which is a big deal. Then Chris Duarte, who is their go-to everything guy, 43% from three. He's a prospective first-round NBA draft pick in a draft class that's absolutely stacked. Okay, he was dealing with a foot injury for a lot of the season, and he hasn't really been healthy until the last month. So when you're looking at Oregon as a team, as far as their ceiling, it's if you only looked since February 4th, they grade out a lot better than they do prior to that. And for good reason. They have two of their best scorers and shooters now playing. Dana Altman, a coach that in the past, I believe his record now, since he took over at Oregon in the Pac-12 tournament and the main March Madness Big Dance tournament, 82-40 against the spread. He just always is overachieving expectations. And so here we are now. Again, I think defensively, they can throw different schemes at USC, and they have an opportunity. A really sharp group bet the USC side, though, yesterday. Like, this was -1. Which I thought was closer to fair. I am more bullish on Oregon, and I did think they were going to beat Iowa in that second round matchup. And here we are now, it's -2.5. So I like the Oregon side at +2.5. I'd love it if it kind of kept trickling up to 3. Don't know if we're going to see that. But if either way, I do think it's getting a little bit out of control. I think Oregon's just still a little bit undervalued in the market, and a team that can really do it all from a coaching aspect, defensively, and then offensively with the weapons they have.
Welcome to the Price Check. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for the Bristol Dirt Race, whose salary jumped up this week. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,300 up to $10,200, the biggest increase ever. He owns a dirt racing team. He probably knows what he's doing. Christopher Bell, $7,800 up to $11,000. The Chili Bowl's a big deal in dirt racing. Kyle Larson's won it twice. Christopher Bell's won it 3 times. Chase Briscoe, $6,800 up to $9,900. Another dirt racer. His achievement, he won the 2018 dirt race at Eldora. Whose salary dropped this week? Kevin Harvick, $11,000 down to $8,100. Here's a quote from Kevin Harvick. I suck on dirt. It's probably not worth $8,100 this weekend. Brad Keselowski, $10,200 down to $7,500. How about a Keselowski quote? I have 0 dirt racing experience. It's probably not worth $7,500 this weekend. Eric Almirola, $8,000 down to $5,800. No quote, but he ran go-karts on dirt when he was a kid. These are the stats we're working with, this people. Come on. Favorite play of the week, Kyle Larson, $12,000. He has 11 billion dirt racing wins. Well, not exactly, but you get the point. Imagine Jacob deGrom pitching to high school baseball players. That's Larson. Ryan Newman, $6,900. Call me crazy, but I think he can win this weekend. He's got dirt racing experience, and he's going to get extra reps in the Truck Series race on Saturday. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter @RaceForThePrize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
All right, guys, almost time for our 8 p.m. sim, but the huge 11-game NBA main slate has already locked, but you can still get in on the 5-game turbo slate with the NBA 25K pull-up jumper contest. For just $10, give yourself a shot at a top prize of $5K. We still have a 2-game NHL late slate coming up at 10 p.m. Eastern, but you don't have to wait that long to get your hockey fix. Try out the NHL Showdown 3K Twine contest. Just $10 to enter. Comes with a top prize of $1K. That contest locks in just a few minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern. And of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams, so you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the DK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. And don't forget, this Sunday is the 1-year anniversary of the Madden Sims. We have a special contest going on for Sunday's 3-game late slate at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Madden Stream 30K anniversary contest features a top prize of $10,000. Be sure to join us to celebrate on Sunday night. But let's get to the primetime football action. Chiefs, Jets, Adam Kaufman, Brandon Cristal, take it away.
Jesse, thank you so much. Brandon Cristal, I am Adam Kaufman. You just heard that, but we feel the need to announce ourselves, I suppose. How are you, buddy?
Doing good. I'm trying to get an NBA lineup in to play against you.
Well, you have approximately 20 seconds, so I'll tell you what. I'll talk about this for a second.
Okay.
We'll get to that, and then we'll regroup there after. It'll be terrific. It's great to have everybody here with us. As Jesse said, got a big anniversary coming up on Sunday. We'll tell you more about that and everything you need to know as it concerns that big contest there for the evening, and I will be along with you for part of that late slate as well with Tom Carroll, so that should be a good time. Maybe even some special plans that we can't quite tell you about because those aren't finalized. So we'll see if those end up coming to fruition, but that would be exciting. In the meantime, it is a hashtag Friend Friday, as we have called that in the past when Tara Lynn's been around. Certainly it applies to Jesse as well and all of you because it is a Friday and we are all friends. So let me tell you just a little bit here about this game between Kansas City and the Jets. For one, it only comes as, the logic we all know is to stack the Chiefs in a game like this. Here's the thing, though. In Madden 21, as we've come to realize, at least since our last tournament, the Chiefs, not that great in Simland, at least not as a team. So since lineups have locked, and I'm sure you have at least one for this sim, and we can revisit the NBA situation, what did you end up going with for this?
So I paid up for Patrick Mahomes. I didn't want to get burned by a 4-touchdown game and not have him. Now watch it, and it needing to be running back, but I'm ranked 17th right now, so I feel good about that. Mahomes, and then I paid it for Tyreek because his points were just more noticeable than Kelsey's. Snuck in some Jets, Herndon, Perriman, Hogan, and then Butker. So I really need Mahomes and Hill to have a big day for me to really make any noise.
So I went with Travis Kelce in the captain spot, as about 10% of people did. Looks like Tyreek Hill, who is in my flex, was the popular captain. He is 23% owned in that slot, at least in our smaller free roll here. Patrick Mahomes, naturally, you got to roster him. Only 7.6% captain, though. 80% owned, so very few people did fade him. Also have DeMarcus Robinson, Chris Hogan, and Harrison Butker. So the only Jet that I have in this game, and normally I will include Le'Veon Bell, but I didn't hear today. The only Jet I have in this game is a guy that now plays lacrosse.
Yeah, but he's a really good lacrosse player.
That's true. As far as we know, right? It's been a while for him. We don't know.
True. But I think, based on what we've seen in the past, his athleticism, knowing that he has that pedigree, it's not like Tim Tebow just starting to play baseball, or even Michael Jordan starting to play baseball.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
he did play lacrosse in college. He was an experienced lacrosse player.
Right. So I think
forgive me if you've heard this before, that Chris Hogan played lacrosse. Did you guys also know that Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard?
Did you know that Hogan's nickname was 7-Eleven?
You know that Julian Edelman was a quarterback in college?
Right?
Yeah, you guys.
Or did you know? How about this one? Did you know Jerome Bettis was from Detroit? Had you heard that?
Does anyone else have any good ones of those in the chat? There are a zillion of them. So
we have one in Denver that's been almost 15 years now, give or take. But when they went on the run to the World Series, it was either World Series or a playoff run a couple years later, the Rockies. You had Todd Helton and Seth Smith both on the team together for a good stretch. And Todd famously backed up Peyton Manning, and Seth Smith backed up Eli Manning. So that's one that when their names would get mentioned in some sort of, combination.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
It was, hey, did you know that Helton backed up Peyton? Did you know Seth Smith backed up Eli?
Well, we're grateful to have everybody here with us on a Friday. BK and I, we've got you for the next couple of sims. So get comfortable, and hopefully you can tolerate us because we are thrilled to be here with you. Again, the Chiefs and Jets here for this one. A completion. Mahomes picking up the first down to the 43. It was his first throw. Picks up 13, a 1st and 10 on the way after Tyreek Hill. The Cheetah himself coming up with that gain. Some news just prior to the sim as it relates to the Chiefs in real life. Sammy Watkins, no longer part of the Kansas City family, a Baltimore Raven now, a 1-year, $6 million deal. I don't think it comes as any great shock that he's no longer a Chief. I think people were kind of reading the tea leaves there. But what do you think of the fact that he's in Baltimore? It seemed inevitable, didn't it, that they were going to add a wideout? It was just a matter of time. I mean, hell, they were so desperate they added Des Bryant last year. Who knows? They could add Antonio Brown, but Sammy Watkins, it just makes sense to me.
Well, we know that they tried to get Juju and offered him more money than the Steelers did. They tried to get T.Y. Hilton, offered him more money than the Colts did. But here's what I think you have going on. Well, one, Sammy Watkins has gotten paid a couple times, right? We could go double check his money. But two, I don't think receivers want to go play in that offense and only catch the ball sometimes, right? If they're signing, they want to go catch a ball from Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes. And I get that Watkins is obviously leaving that situation. Even Carson Wentz and what I'm guessing what T.Y. Hilton thinks that offense is going to be. He's been with Frank Reich the last couple of years. And Juju knows what it is in Pittsburgh, even though it's just that 1-year deal, right? He knows the offense. He knows Big Ben and the other guys around him. And so I guess it's, Sammy was happy to take the money. He has a ring. Maybe his veteran experience will help with some of their young guys with Hollywood Brown. Not that Hollywood, needs a lot of help. That's not what I'm saying. It's just when you look at it, you say, well, if frontline guys are turning down more money to go back to where they came from, what's that say about? And it's not like the Ravens are the Jaguars. It's like, hey, come join us. We're going to build something here. They have the MVP from 2 years ago, and they've been in the playoffs the last couple of years. So, but I think reading between the lines, you can see that pass catchers don't think there'll be much pass catching going on there. There'll be a lot more blocking than they're looking forward to, or just kind of standing around trying to block downfield once the quarterback breaks, the line of scrimmage and is just trying to make a play.
How do you like the fit? We have a 4th and 8, and the Chiefs ultimately kept the ball for 3+ minutes, but they're going to get rid of it here as TK celebrating his dinner here. Got Chinese food cough. I'm jealous. I made some pasta and had some other assorted leftovers that were in the fridge. So I assure you, TK, you are feeling better than I am. You are in a better psychological place than I am. You are definitely more full or fuller than I am. So I congratulate you across the board. As far as Watkins, though, in Baltimore, to me, Sammy Watkins has always been that guy that, because of his draft position, and obviously you can look at the various stops that he has had, he's not quite a journeyman, but he's bounced around ever so slightly. Some people have said that he is a first-round bust. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I don't think he was a bust at all. Now, if you want to say he has failed to live up to the hype or expectation, I think that's fair. But I think there's a fine line between that and bust. Bust is like you just, you were totally overvalued. You came in, you did nothing. You're in and out of the league pretty quickly. That's not the case with Sammy Watkins. Sammy Watkins has been a productive receiver for the most part in his career, and there have been some injuries, obviously, and we saw it as recently as last year. But I think that he's more or less done what's asked of him. He just hasn't been in a real featured role. He certainly wasn't in Kansas City. I mean, you're at best case scenario the number 3 guy, obviously, behind Tyreek and behind Kelsey. Now going to Baltimore, where he really could be featured. Do you think that we could be staring down a potential career year out of Sammy Watkins, or is he too old for that?
No, I think it's less about his age and more about the limited opportunities in that offense, right? We know Mark Andrews is going to have solid numbers. You know that Hollywood can get deep, but I don't think Sammy Watkins is going to be a 110 catch guy in that offense. I just don't think any receivers. I think that's, going back to what I was just saying, why Juju and T.Y. balked at the chance to go there for more money to a team that's likely going to be in the playoffs again, right? There's no reason to think they wouldn't be. So I think that
you say 110 catch guy. I don't think he's going to be a 110 target guy.
Well, and that's the thing. And so I'm struggling to find my internet. I've got my new iPad attached to my computer, and I'm having a hard time I've got the Zoom window open, so I'm good there, and I can see old things on Twitter. But beyond that, I guess that's what my phone's for. So let me look up, their offense real quick, and that'll give me at least a little bit better sense of what we're talking about. Because I think we're probably hitting it right on the nose without even looking at the numbers.
Right.
But here, Ravens stats. Last year, and Lamar obviously played all 16 games. And so you look at their pass catchers, and you got to think that it's either going to be Andrews or who were the most targeted. And of course, they put rushing first. When you look at targets, Marquise Brown, so Hollywood was the most targeted at 100. And then after him was Andrews, 88. And then there's a huge drop-off to Willie Snead at 48. And Andrews played in 14 games. Hollywood played in all 16 games. Snead played in 13 games. So they just don't throw the ball a lot. So your total attempts, right? Total passing attempts for the year for Lamar.
Snead a Raider now, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that today, right? He signed just that one. It was a one deal.
One less guy out of the way there, anyway.
So when you look at Lamar last year threw 376 passes. Since he's in this game, let's go with Patrick Mahomes. So 376 is the number.
First Ficken points to this game, by the way. Sam Ficken field goal.
I switched Ficken to Butker because I had more money. I'm like, that offense is going to do more. That was silly.
You know what? I still don't think that was the silly move. I will never roster Sam Ficken.
All right. Well, so Lamar.
Constant disappointment.
Lamar, 376. Mahomes, as a rookie, whatever he was, that second year, completed 383 passes and threw 580. Then on the run to the Super Bowl, completed 319, threw 484. Last year, completed 390 of 588. Lamar only threw 376. So Mahomes completed more passes than Lamar even attempted in the exact same amount of games. So
yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, so it kind of gives you an idea of what you're looking at as it relates to the opportunities there to be a dynamic pass catcher. I just don't think that they really exist.
What would you guess is... So Sammy Watkins had his rookie year. He was basically a back-to-back 1,000-yard receiver his first 2 years with Buffalo.
And people think he got hurt more than he did. He wasn't as hurt as people think.
His first year, I'll just quiz you, just for giggles. Sometimes we do movie acting credit quizzes. Now, why don't we actually keep it to football? So his first year as a 21-year-old wideout, fresh out of college, 128 targets, okay? 128 targets. Now, what would you say was post-Buffalo, so the 1 year with the Rams or any of the 3 years with Kansas City, was his career high in targets in that time, just the last 4 years?
It was probably still in LA. I'm going to guess it was like 80.
So you're off the mark on two counts.
It wasn't in LA.
70 Rams, which is pretty close to your number. And he went 10 the other way, 90 with Kansas City in 2019 when he only played in 14 games. Looking that up, that really surprised me that he was targeted that many times. Now, the catch rate, not great that year, actually, among his worst. Well, I guess I shouldn't even say that. Pretty consistent to his career average, about 58%. Now, the other 2 years in KC, he was much better. He was right around 70%. That year, it was... he was just targeted much more frequently, and the catch rate was not good. He had his best season with regard to yards and even for touchdowns. But I just, he's still how old? He's 27. He'll be 28 this summer. So he'll be 28 next season. I don't know. I get what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying about Baltimore and its style of offense, and that certainly could limit him. But beyond that, I think the potential's there to have a 700 or 800 yard season. I really do, which is not something he's done since he was in Buffalo.
Yeah, but that to me is the high end. I guess I didn't. most people probably don't realize how young he is, but he probably came out after his junior year. He was probably 20, just turning 21 when he got to the league, maybe. I guess we could double check all that. But he's only 27. When's he going to be 28?
June.
Yeah, so he's still got, plenty of prime years left. I think maybe one of the things that worked against him in KC was he had some nagging injuries, but then also he was the third option at best and sometimes lower.
Safety territory not going to happen, though. Jets take it from the 1 to the 13. Le'Veon Bell. About 30 seconds left here in the opening quarter.
Do you want to get into our basketball debacle?
What happened?
It's not a debacle. No, I just
well,
I'm not ducking you. I'm just
well, our chief debacle. This is the best. This is why I love BK. BK here is what's the best way to put it? It's like when you go to a grocery store when you're hungry. You know what I mean? Like it's the wrong time to go food shopping because you're gonna make bad decisions. BK said will often he'll get all wide-eyed seeing an 11-game slate or something like that in the association, and he'll text me like, "Oh, we should do like 3 different lineups tonight. Let's do a whole bunch of head-to-heads." And so I'll just send him one for 7 o'clock. Right when it locks. Missed it. Okay,
here's the problem with 7 o'clock your time is 7 o'clock. You got your kids and everything. It's 5 o'clock my time, and I'm on the air every Friday at 4. And we were out getting this iPad for my birthday, and
your birthday?
so no, Wednesday is.
Okay.
But this was just kind of a window when we could do it because 14-year-old could keep an eye on the sleeping kiddos.
Sure.
And the Apple store nearby, we were able to just walk right in. And I really just wanted to compare a couple of them, and we bought one. It will end up being a good setup for me down the road. But so I totally forgot. Like I saw your text. I'm like, all right, let me wait. And then I get out of the car and it's 2 after. And I'm like, oh, well, there goes that. Great idea.
Yeah. So it's like, send me the next one. Next one's at 8 o'clock, the 4-game turbo.
Sure.
Nope.
And I was on, I was on the phone with Apple support trying to get the sidecar thing to work. Then I tried to use my iPad as my primary camera, device, and that's not really working great. So it's not that it's a comedy of errors. It's just I have this other stuff I'm trying to get figured out because I need multiple screens or it makes my life easier.
Yeah.
It's one thing if I'm sitting in a hotel lobby and just trying to get through it, but in an ideal world.
Let me just tell you what you have available to you.
Okay.
You could do an 8:30 turbo, but that's in 15 minutes. People probably wouldn't appreciate us completely removing our focus from the sim to build NBA lineups, and it's only a 2-gamer anyway. And then at 10 o'clock Eastern time, so you could have a window before Madden After Dark. That's also a 2-gamer, 2-game night slate. Now we could wait for the 9-gamer tomorrow if that's too small for you. I'll leave that up to you. Or
you're the one that complains about small contests. I think I tend to fare better in those.
Okay, so what's it going to be?
Let's just do the late one. That'll give us time because I'm still messing with this iPad. I don't want to take away any more attention to rush through a lineup before I can do my proper research.
Makes sense.
But anyway,
Robbie Noble saying AK to the BK.
I'm not dodging you. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't worry about you. Hey, buddy, says BK is my buddy. Alana says, and then later you're like, why did I buy so many waffles? I'm telling you, like some of the, I don't know if anyone else has been through this very specific situation, but if you have, it is, it is a total mind bleed. Okay. So you go to, let's say you go on a family vacation to Disney World or some similar type of place, similar type of getaway, because it doesn't specifically have to be Disney, but just one of those amusement park themed type of vacations where everything is just absurdly overpriced but it's like the old Damon Wayans joke of you walk in, it's like they come over to you to get your tickets and you're like, why don't you take my wallet and give me back how much you think I should have? Like, that's basically what it's like when you go on those vacations. Okay. Everything is overpriced. You're happy to pay it. You're having a great time. Your mind is blown by what it costs. Every dinner, for like 3 people, 4 people. Like, it's well over $100. Like, there are no bargains anywhere. And never mind if you got a family of 5 or something. Everything is incredibly pricey. So the worst thing, okay, so that's one end. That's one half. The other half is this. You get back from the trip and you were away for 5 days or a week or 10 days, however long you're away, right? The very first thing you do is what? You go to the supermarket because you were away. You got to restock. You got to feed the family. And you walk in, man. You walk into that supermarket and everything is like, you may as well be at a flea market. Everything is the cheapest you have ever seen it in your life. You have never seen cheaper food in that supermarket that day than coming off of that kind of vacation or like a cruise or something like that. It blows your mind. Like, you may as well be pushing 3 shopping carts, one in front of you, dragging one beside you, have the kid push another one. I mean, you are going to stock up like you have never food shopped before. And again, happy to do it. Is that going to be Hogan? Hello, lacrosse. PLL, baby. Chris Hogan, 48-yard score.
He's in my lineup. Feeling good about that.
So you do that, man, and then you get home and it's like, oh, what? Like, to Alana's point, what did I just do? What did I just do?
That's why my wife, there's 2 reasons she doesn't let me go to the grocery store. One, because I don't really know what's in most of the stuff she makes, or that I, in theory, could make, other than like spaghetti and meatballs, where the meatballs are frozen. We're using, this tomato sauce out of a jar. But beyond that, she's always worried that if she actually sends me to go to the store. Obviously, I am about to be 43. I can go to the store on my own and buy stuff that I want. But even if it's like, hey, go pick up bagels, I'll come back with extra this and a couple of, like there's all this other stuff not because I was extra hungry, just something, oh yeah, I'll get through that, or I can eat that. I'll eat that at some point.
It's quite a thing. I can't believe nobody in the chat is even reacting to this, other than Alana saying, "Ooh, that's a good price for 12 pounds of nutmeg." That's exactly what it is, man.
I will say this, and
Disney World in Orlando will destroy your bank account. No question.
This could be a chat topic, but is there anything that anyone can prove to me is a better bargain in the world of food shopping than bananas? In terms of what you get, for how long they last. I feel
like bananas don't. I mean, doesn't a banana go bad inside a week?
Well, sure. So you aren't gonna keep buying. You're not gonna buy a month's worth of bananas when you go to Costco. You buy one, bushel or whatever.
Sure,
you're buying 4, 6, 10. But I'm saying the value per banana per pound.
A banana's what, like 70 cents a banana?
I got it for 25 cents a pound. I literally, I don't know if I entered it wrong. I mean, I said it right there. I scanned it, put it on the scale thing today. I got 9 bananas for like $2 or something, $2.12. I don't know.
Yeah.
Find a better deal for me. I'm all ears.
Then you go the other way. You know what are in the same food department? It feels just way more expensive than they should be because again, it's done on weight. Apples. Apples are just
for sure. Apples, and it's even more expensive than that. Grapes, because I've got a 2.5-year-old that eats grapes like, I don't know what animal eats the most grapes, but he'd be it.
Abby says, pull up a chair. Cough long story with timely play-by-play insertion ensues. Bad Boys of Pop, this very day, I saw a couple with their entire cart full with Hot Pockets. I made a joke, but they didn't laugh. They just proceeded to take the entire stash of Hot Pockets. 1st and 10 after a long Sammy Watkins gain, and Patrick Mahomes twisted around and sacked.
This Mahomes captain play for me isn't paying off currently. But how many people captained him? What was those numbers again? I can scroll up.
Sammy Watkins, you're wondering about?
No, Patty Mahomes.
Oh, Mahomes.
17.5% captain.
Only about 8%.
80% owned.
That's a nice game. 19 to the 4. First down pickup. It's DeMarcus Robinson that time, who is, by the way, part of my lineup. Don't mind telling you.
You have an iPad that you use?
I don't. My wife has an iPad that she uses and the kids use. I don't care for the iPad. I prefer to just be on a computer or my phone.
So I have a MacBook Pro that I do almost everything on.
Yeah, same.
And my wife thinks I'm on my phone too much, so I'm like, why don't you get on my iPad? So she knows I'm reading. I'm not. Obviously, you can text from your iPad, but it's one of those things where she's like, well, that's not any better. But when I realize I can do the multiple screen, like I can make this an extended screen from my laptop, and I don't have the whatever, the like not tripod, but like holder thing yet.
Yeah.
So that'll make this easier, and I'll start to figure it all out. But I'm also thinking like, yeah, I just want to read. Like, I have a nice phone and it's good size, but if I want to read a 4,000 word article, I'd still rather read it. I don't want to sit there in front of my laptop and read it. I like holding it and, you know, the versatility of it. I used to have like a generation 1 or 2 iPad. So this is the 10th generation or whatever these are now. So
Second
I don't
time
know.
the Jets have been pinned very deep in their own territory, and Bell trying to keep them out of safety range.
I just like the
yeah,
Chiefs keep going for it, by the way.
Yeah. Why
They don't
not? Yeah, I mean, I've got the dual, as you can, I'm sure, tell.
Yeah.
People can tell because I'm always looking away. I'm not just distracted. I have a dual monitor setup here because I got the sim, you know, our Zoom with the sim up on one, and then I've got YouTube and our Slack channel and my notes and whatever up on another one. As Le'Veon Bell shy, the first gets out to the 11, 6-yard pickup there. That's just that has worked for me. I used to do everything on one screen and I did not enjoy it. So
Well, my next plan from this, because part of this was my wife was happy to do it because to not bring the big 27-inch family computer down from the kitchen every time I do these, especially if it's like, if I decide, well, I'm doing them on a Tuesday and then on Thursday, so I'll just leave it there. Rather, it's not tedious, you know. It's no cords. It's just the power cord and a little whatever mouse and a little keyboard. But in general, she likes
you have
to
a
do
family
stuff.
computer in the kitchen?
Yeah, because there's like a little desk area.
Gotcha. Okay.
So like it'd almost be like a kid's homework area.
Yeah,
It could be.
Kid workstations.
Yeah, that's what it. And so we got a family, you know, nice MacBook there. And so the next step from this, though, because as I'm using my laptop, I can't really reach out and use it as easily. So I've got the screens up that I need, is to get a webcam that can be faced there, so I can have my computer right here in front of me.
Yeah.
And then put the Zoom on the iPad, or I mean the game on the iPad once I have the iPad stand. Not that anybody cares about any of this, but just talking through my technical.
Maybe people have advice. Who knows?
Well, I know this. I like the idea of being at sitting in a press box and having the second screen to either watch that game, another game, whatever, while I'm doing all the stuff I need on my computer. But like the iPod stand or iPad stand I'm talking about is like a big, you know, kind of almost tripod thing. I don't need that. They have these little fold-up ones that'll be perfect for like, because I don't need the keyboard or anything, you know, but it folds up like the size of a wallet or your phone that'll go right in my backpack. It'll be perfect for game days. So I think I'll use this a lot. And we also bought the 2.5-year-old yesterday because we were at the mall. The little Amazon Kindle thing, you know, because we're eating out more than we should.
2.5-year-old?
Well, I don't want him looking at my $1,200 phone all the time to watch Elmo while we're trying to finish dinner. So it's just easier. Like,
go the other way, man. No phones at the dinner table.
Yeah.
What kind of example are you trying to set?
That's fine when we're at the house. When we're at a restaurant and we're trying to finish our dinner and his came first because we ordered it for the little one, you know, and he turns into a terrorist because he's done and he wants to just go for laps around the restaurant. So I usually say, hey, do you want to watch A Good Dragon? Okay, perfect. You want to watch Elmo? Great.
He turns into a terrorist.
I shouldn't say that he turns into a terrorist. He's always a terrorist. It's can you calm him down to not terrorize? And it's a crapshoot because sometimes he'll just chill out and keep kind of eating and picking at his food, and other times he's done like 2 bites in.
Do you find, and this is a question for any parent out there who does the same thing that BK is talking about, or actually other side too, any parents that take their young children out to eat, or if you just, you know what, I'll rephrase, you don't even need to be parents in this situation. You go out to dinner, okay? Let's say pre-pandemic, if you've been locked up for a year. You go out to dinner and you either are BK, you are that, you know, those parents with young children, you got devices at the table.
But ideally, we don't want to be. My wife doesn't want my phone anywhere near the table.
Yeah,
She doesn't
my
want
question
it.
is like, do you feel judged by other people at the restaurant, or do you just not even care because you're just trying to finish your meal and keep the kids occupied and whatever? I don't care what other people think. And the flip side of that is for the people, are you doing the judging when you see this, or do you not care and you're just minding your own business?
So for me, I used to not care other than think, oh, we're going to try not to do that with our kids.
Right.
You know, and we did a good job up until the pandemic hit of kind of limiting his screen time to almost nothing. But then, you know, because there are all those studies that talk about kids and screen time before they're 2 and brain development and all this stuff.
Sure.
And so we just, we fudged on it a little once summertime rolled around and we weren't.
Well, look, the pandemic screwed up everything.
Yeah, pandemic screwed up a lot of stuff. But
screen time, because now they got to be on screens to do their school.
Yeah, for sure. But like, I'm not certainly after having kids, and my stepson, I've been in his life since he was 5. Whatever you can do to get through the meal, the flight, the car ride, nobody wants their time ruined by kids going nuts. So that's the way we look at it. It's like, if we can keep them from not running around or throwing stuff or whatever, then we're only eating an extra 20 minutes. He's not watching the whole movie. But admittedly, I do have him watching more movies because the weather hasn't been good. So we can't go to the little park by us or to the little jungle gym we have out back.
Jets up 10-0, threatening for more before the half, by the way. We've only got a few seconds remaining, 7 to be exact, with the Jets at the 8, 3rd and 8 specifically. Le'Veon Bell, second catch right there. We'll see what they're able to do before the break, and then we'll review some numbers. Alana says we would always do a lot of count the sugar packets while we wait for the food to arrive. Yep, totally been down that road for sure. She also said she's forgotten how to entertain kids at a restaurant with a couple. When you get there, not yet. Lev Bell to the 1, and that is going to kill the rest of the clock, unfortunately. No timeout time available to them, so ends at a 4th and 1 from the 1. Jets, here's my question. Are the Jets going to live to regret that moment? Are we going to be looking at a KC win later on by 3 points or 7 points, and the Jets say, the way the half ended?
Maybe virtual Adam Gase.
Or do the Sim Jets not care?
No, the Sim Jets are just trying to get through the season. They're giving the 1-2-3 Cancun cheer in the huddle.
Yeah, there you go.
But 10-0. I guess I should look up how I'm doing. I'm sure it's not great. Of course, I did roster Hogan. So
it's very appropriate. Like I said earlier, the Chiefs are just disappointing in Simland. So Darnold, 210 passing already and a touchdown. Mahomes has 112 to his credit. Obviously, no points thus far for the Chiefs. We will check out the rushing stats. Lev Bell, 9 for 39. CEH, 4 for 21. As far as the receivers, Chris Hogan, the only touchdown in this game. He's 4 for 95. He's got almost half of Darnold's yards to this point. 4 for 58 for Crowder. Herndon, 4 for 32. Bell, 3 for 20. Robinson, 2 for 27. 1 for 44 for Sammy Watkins. Those are the notable numbers to this point. You will notice I did not say Tyreek Hill or Travis Kelce. They've both disappointed thus far. I'm sitting 106 out of 171 in our prime time, the hashtag Friend Friday free roll, with we've got Gradius Maximus in front by about 2.5 points right now.
I just like the idea that Daniel's tweet or text to us. The Sim Jets want the first pick. We haven't talked about is these trades today.
Big trades. Let's get into that. You're right. We're talking about a lot of nonsense. Let's talk about the trades. Let me give you the specifics here. So the Eagles, actually even before the Eagles, let's talk about the more notable.
No, the Niners were the ones that kind of got. Eagles are last.
Let's talk about the Niners and Dolphins here. So the Dolphins traded the number 3 overall pick to San Fran for the number 12 pick, a 2021 third round pick, and first round picks in 2022 and 2023. So my initial impressions of that were, 1, that is an absolute haul that Miami got from San Francisco. I mean, my goodness, that return for the number 3 pick. No reason not to do that, especially if you feel good about your quarterback situation. So maybe that means this is belief in Tua. If you are San Fran, obviously there are the immediate questions of Jimmy Garoppolo's future. And a lot of people, whether it's Schefter or Rappaport, they have come out and said this doesn't mean anything for Jimmy G. He is still their quarterback this year. You have Michael Lombardi, longtime NFL analyst and former staffer executive, saying Jimmy G's on the way out soon. And I think then you have people in the middle like me who are saying, let's wait and see how this plays out draft night. Because I absolutely believe that you do that with a quarterback in mind. There's a QB that you want. You are intending to trade up to draft that guy. And that doesn't mean Garoppolo's gone. I mean, Garoppolo could be the starter this year, to emphasize that. And then that guy gets the reins, and then you will, rid yourself of Garoppolo's contract. But Jimmy G, flying the coop, exiting the Bay Area as soon as draft night, that absolutely is not off the table to me. What were your impressions?
Yeah, but I think to me that's only a concern to you because you are a Patriots diehard.
We can talk about this, after, but I'm not even like choosing between Cam Newton and Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not sure one is exponentially better than the other, to be perfect.
But I'm just saying when you break down all the elements of these moves today, Jimmy G's future to me is
in New England,
fourth.
Not in San Francisco.
No, I'm saying where he ends up to me is fourth on the list of things that that will be the chain reaction from this.
Okay, well go on. Give it all to us.
So you start with the Niners, right? They're to get from 12 to 3, you're going to have to give up a lot, right? So the thing is about the ones they gave up, based on where their roster is right now and the fact that they're not going to have to, at this point, make any moves to acquire Deshaun Watson, they just traded the 12th pick and then a bunch of picks in the 20s, 2 picks in the 20s. And we know the value of first-round picks, but likely picks in the 20s, if not lower, especially if they have their right quarterback and Kyle can get him dialed in quickly. And then you're looking at the rookie quarterback financial window where you can pay everybody else. So the point of they have to have their guy identified. That seems the most obvious. And it seems like it can't be Wilson right now because everyone thinks Wilson's going too. So it's either Trey Lance who's thrown, or it's Fields who you haven't seen, or it's Mac Jones, which seems nuts that you would go all the way up to 3 for Mac Jones. The one thing Mac Jones does is process really fast, right? That's his number one trait. And so we know the guys that Kyle has had success with: Matt Schaub, smart guy from Virginia, Matt Ryan, and then got him an MVP, and then Kirk Cousins, who we know he loved. Kirk Cousins' number one attribute is that he processes things fast. And so maybe it is Mac Jones. That would blow a lot of people away, but we had Daniel Jeremiah on KOA here in Denver, and he mentioned that he's hearing that it might be for Jones. But it also gives them some flexibility at 3. If they were going to trade with, let's say Houston does make Deshaun Watson available, right? The stuff off the field gets solved.
Sorted out one way or another.
Yeah. The number 3 pick is a much better place to trade from. Yes, you're giving up. You also don't have those ones, but you're trading the number 3 pick, and you can maybe cobble together some other stuff. Plus, you can throw the players in, which is what I've talked about plenty. So the Niners either clearly love Mac Jones, Lance, or they've done enough work on Fields that they don't even need to worry about his pro day Tuesday. And they're going to get that rookie quarterback, and they're either going to let Jimmy G play this year. The reason they're saying that is because they gave up a 2 for him. They'd love to get more than a 2 back, right? They'd love to get a 2 and something else from the Pats just to say, yeah, we had him. He took us to a Super Bowl. Yes, we didn't win it. And now we're giving him back to you, and we're getting more in return. Now, obviously, they paid him lots of money. Then you look at the Dolphins.
I mean, the Pats only got a 2 for him. If the Pats could get him back for a 2, I think they'd be perfectly happy.
Right, but what about a 2 and something else? Even if it's nothing, even if it's a 4th, a 5th, then the Niners feel like they won that trade.
Sure.
They have to feel like that. Then you look at the Dolphins, and the Dolphins, as producer Michael points out, to turn the number 1 or to turn the Tunsil pick into what it's become, and all the one, they've got 4 number 1s out of the Laramie Tunsil pick, who's a guy that, as I just saw somebody else point out, wasn't even really supposed to be there, right?
Arnold bullet touchdown back of the end zone after he rolled out. Jamison Crowder with the score. And it's a Jets route right now. It could be 24-0.
Let's keep my streak alive, by the way. I rostered Perriman, which is why Crowder scored. Whenever I pick one, the other one scores. But so the Dolphins are playing this masterfully. As long as we believe they are in on Tua, and I think they have to be for now, right? And you probably have to write him out for 2 more years. My issue with Tua is going to be until I see him take chances, he's always going to remind me of Alex Smith. And while Alex Smith is a good quarterback, Alex Smith doesn't go win you playoff games and doesn't go win a championship. He doesn't lose you games. Tua's not going to make the mistakes to lose you games. But when they're down 10 with 4 minutes left, he's not going to make enough plays to go force overtime and then go win the game in overtime. I don't think. Maybe he'll prove me wrong at some point, and I'll have to eat those words. Then you look at the Eagles, who, no matter what, are not taking a quarterback this year. Jeffrey Lurie said, we're not getting in that business. We're going to ride it out with Hurts. They just signed Flacco, and we'll see where it goes. I think that's a mistake, only in that at 6 they could have jumped up to 3. They could even maybe jump to 4. If you don't think Atlanta's getting in, they could jump to 2. or they could acquire Sam Darnold. Right? There's a lot of things, and they can still acquire Sam Darnold. Anybody can, I think. So, but I think the Eagles, to pick up an extra first just to move back to probably get the type of guy they were going to get anyway at 6. Depending on, if they want one of those receivers. Maybe they won't get Pitts at tight end, but they can also move back up if they want, in theory. So I think I look at Jimmy G to the Pats as the 4th thing, but the Niners clearly have a plan for John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan there. The Dolphins are playing this really well as long as Tua turns out to be a player. If not, then they'll have acquired a bunch of good pieces around whoever the next quarterback is. And the Eagles, they could have 3 first-round picks next year. Now, it's not a great quarterback draft, we hear, but you can still do a lot with that. If there's one quarterback or if there's somebody out there and you want to move some of those ones for Russell Wilson. So say Russell Wilson's available next year and you want to hey, we got 3 ones in this draft. Let's do it.
So are you feeling the Eagles, obviously they wanted to get rid of Carson Wentz, fine, but are you thinking they don't even believe in Jalen Hurts?
No, I'm saying I don't believe in Jalen Hurts. Jeff Lurie wants to play it out, but you've got him learning another offense. I think it's another offense. I don't know how much Nick Sirianni's offense looks like Frank Reich's offense looked like Doug Peterson's offense. That derived from Andy Reid's version of Steve Mariucci's, Mike Holmgren, Bill Walsh offense, right? Everybody's basically running their evolved versions of the West Coast at this point, except for Gase, who was running his version of Peyton Manning's offense, and McDaniels, and I guess Tom Brady.
Couple minutes to go, third quarter. Yes, it is 17-0. The Jets are just demoralizing the Chiefs right now. Third and 8 on the way for the Chiefs from the 37. So what is your, you ran down, you were talking about Mac Jones, you talked about the quarterbacks, and obviously it's, as we know, Trevor Lawrence and Justin Fields and Trey Lance and Mac Jones and Zach Wilson and, there's a healthy group there. My question for you isn't how you would rank them. How do you believe, whether it's just looking around at mock drafts or the intel that you receive or needs that are obviously, emerging among these various teams with the draft order, how do you think these handful of projected first-round quarterbacks will be ranked come draft night?
So I think Mac Jones is going to go 1 to the Jags.
No, you do not.
No, I don't. Trevor Lawrence is clearly number 1.
Right.
Sorry, I'm reading. I got thrown off by Must Be High's comment. I'm not saying Drew Lock is definitely a starter either. I'm telling you that I don't think Jalen Hurts is very good. And if he becomes good, I'll be wrong. Drew Lock is going to be the Broncos starter, and they want to see him do everything he can.
Yeah, they want to play that out too.
They want to play it out. And next year they'll be in the quarterback market if it comes to pass, and they may end up trading for a quarterback this year. They may trade for Sam Darnold or Teddy Bridgewater to jump in and take Drew's job sooner or later. Anyway, I think it'll be Trevor Lawrence 1. I think it's going to be Wilson 2. I don't think there's any way you're moving off it now. If the Jets think there's somebody else that really wants him and can, they don't think he's that much better than Darnold, and I don't know if I do. But I don't know. Wow.
Off a tip. Travis Kelce touchdown. That's
Demarcus Robinson.
Scores that we've seen here in Madden 21.
That reminds me of like old school original Madden on Sega Genesis, where the ball would get tipped and Jerry Rice would always snatch it out of the air.
Look at this.
Demarcus Robinson
on the tip?
Yeah, either he or the DB.
Way to volleyball that ball over to Travis Kelce.
Look at Kelce.
Holy cow. My captain capitalizing there. I'm good with that.
And so Wilson's definitely going to be 2. 3 and 4 and 5 is where it gets interesting. If you believe that Mac Jones is now the 3rd best quarterback, and if the Niners believe that, that's the one thing about them trading up to 3. If they think that, then good for them. Or maybe they think at 3 they can then trade back down to 5. I don't know, but it's like if there's a guy you want and it turns out to be Mac Jones, well, that'll surprise a lot of us. If it is Mac Jones, great. I talked to a scout about a couple of the quarterbacks this week, and this is a pro scout who's going through all the college tape now. So he works in an NFL front office, but he's not, college isn't his first priority, pros. And so he gave me a couple of notes, but the one with Mac Jones, and I've talked to a bunch of people about this, Mac Jones' only elite trait is maybe the most important one, is the way he processes. but nothing else is elite. Not his speed, not his arm, not his size, not his strength. Leadership too, I guess that's hard to quantify. It seems like all his teammates like him. But all these guys seem to have that too. Certainly Trey Lance does. You know, Trey Lance turned down a chance to go play at a couple of Ivy Leagues. There aren't a lot of dummies walking around Cornell and Dartmouth or wherever he turned down. And so with Lance, he's got a little hitch and a long windup, kind of like Tim Tebow. Now, I'm not saying he throws like Tim Tebow. The guy is a million times better thrower. But watch, or even Tua's got he kind of loads up. Trey Lance has that too. But all the off-field stuff, you know, all the intangibles, the scout told me Trey Lance is like off the charts. And so I don't know enough about Fields from pro scouts yet. I know what I saw against Clemson. And I saw enough highlights. The problem was it was such a weird year. I'd love to see how fast he ends up running, because if he runs 4.5 or even high 4.4s, that's different than if he runs 4.66 like Deshaun Watson.
Sure.
Which is fine. So right now I can give you 1 and 2, and then I think Jones will be the 5th one. So I think it'll be a coin flip between Lance and Justin Fields, but maybe the Niners are dialed in on Lance, and then it's Fields 4, Mac Jones, the 5th QB take.
Darnold 242 through 3 quarters, so it was a pretty quiet third for him, but a couple of touchdowns. Mahomes with that score to Kelsey, the kind of fluky, weird score, but we'll take it, especially the Mahomes and Kelsey owners. 182 passing for him. Straight cash, I agree, does not beat Robinson's catch. I mean, that thing was just otherworldly that we had, obviously. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers here with a 10-point game right now. Bell, 15-54, so the bonus is not likely, but not out of the question. He could certainly break one off. CEH, 6 for 28. Darnold had a 28-yard rush to his credit as well. Let's see here. Herndon, 6 for 52. Crowder, a touchdown, 5 for 61. Hogan into the bonus, 5 for 104. He is a score. Watkins, 3 for 75. Kelsey, 3 for 48 with that touchdown. Bell has 3 for 20. Hill, just 1 for 13. Tyreek Hill, averaging 20-some points per sim, has been very, very quiet here in this one thus far. So producer Mike says, while the Niners moving to 3rd, or with them moving to 3rd, don't you think that means the Jets are going QB at number 2 and want Wilson? Would think the Niners would have tried to move up to number 2 if possible. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm guessing that they called Joe Douglas or saw him. I don't know who all was at Zach Wilson's pro day. I mean, I definitely know some of the names that were there. But if John Lynch was there, then he could just walked over. Although a lot of these deals happen via text or at breakfast before. You don't necessarily need to do it with the NFL Network cameras around, random media, and all these GMs and scouts. Now, I will say this. Each NFL team, it's a league rule that is being complied with, are only allowed 3 members of their staff, whatever that looks like. If that's a head coach and a GM, then it's one other scout. If that's your quarterback's coach, the Broncos sent George Payton, the GM, Mike Shula, the quarterback's coach, and the college scouting director. So you get up to 3. So I don't know if Kyle and John Lynch are going to the same place. But anyway, I'm sure that there was at least a text to say, hey, what are y'all wanting for 2? And they might have just said, no, we're not coming off of 2 right now. And maybe that's because the Jets aren't ready to decide exactly what they're doing. Maybe they still think they have a shot at Deshaun Watson if that becomes a possibility. And trading 2 is better than trading 12, right? And so I'm guessing that as the Niners were, they probably call the Jag just to make sure they're not giving up 1. And then they go on from there. And I'm sure they called the Jets. I think that's a good question by Michael. I would assume that happened. But, we haven't heard yet. I'm really fascinated by this move, though.
I'd have to pull up the draft order to, really think about it, and I can do that. Let's see. Where I'm going with that, my question for you is...
I've got the top 12 memorized.
No, well, all right. Well, might need to go beyond that. You probably will with this question. But how quickly do you think all 5 of those guys, the QBs, are off the board?
Well, and I'll go to just what experts are saying, and we've never seen it. We've had quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3 twice, I guess. But this may be the first time quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4. And so if that's the case, and if Mac Jones is the 3rd quarterback taken by the Niners, then you'll very likely have quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what the Washington football team is doing at 5. And so I don't know, or the Bengals, I'm sorry, the Bengals are at 5. I don't know, I thought Washington was there. The Bengals are at 5. But we know they're not going quarterback. They have Joe Burrow.
Right.
That doesn't mean they won't trade with the Panthers.
Sure.
And quarterbacks go 1 through 5. But otherwise, I think we're seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 quarterbacks. And then Mac Jones. I think it's a question of how worried, if you believe that the Patriots really like him, and take Jimmy G off the table. If you believe the Patriots like him, do you think that if you're Bill Belichick and company, do you think someone's going to try to leapfrog you to get to 11 with the Giants? We know they like Daniel, or they're going to ride with Daniel Jones a little while longer, you would think, right? So how nervous are you as Bill Belichick? So are you trying to trade with the Broncos at 9 to go get Mac Jones to make sure Jerry, who we know has no problem making a trade, doesn't trade 10, and next thing you know, Mac Jones is not a Cowboy. Mac Jones goes 10. Or the Dolphins, or the Eagles even at 12, right? So if Mac Jones doesn't go 3, I don't think you'll see him go past 8 or 9, because I do think the Broncos will be looking to trade back, even though they went to all these quarterback pro days.
It's really interesting. It really is. I mean,
well, just having a moves of this magnitude a month before the draft, not a couple days before the draft. That was the best tweet I saw, was Mike McCartney, the agent who reps Kirk Cousins among others, and Philip Lindsay. He tweeted, and I was thinking the same thing. He tweeted, is it March 26th or April 26th? He's like, I had to check my calendar to make sure it was March 26th and not April 26th. Because you just don't see moves like this happen at this time of the year. It happens draft week.
Right.
Calls are made, and the framework's laid out a bunch of scenarios.
So what do you suppose motivated that? Why so early?
I'm guessing that the Niners wanted to be able to control things at the top, and they're not worried about those 2 number ones the next couple of years. Right? They want to do either lock in on one of these guys. Maybe they think they like a few of them enough. They didn't want teams jumping ahead of them, because the highest they could get was 5 with the Bengals, right? And then you're picking 5th. Maybe they decide they don't like, they have to like one of them, because you wouldn't make this move to draft Devontae Smith or Jamar Chase or Penny Sewell.
Again, that's what brought me back to the Garoppolo thing, regardless of the timeline. Like, you're not trading up to number 3 to not take a quarterback.
Yeah, you just wouldn't do it. You wouldn't give up these assets, because you can find tackles and wide receivers and everything except a quarterback, right? It's the most coveted position in sports, the hardest to find. We can name all the good ones ever.
No matter what Kenny Ducey tells you.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that tell you otherwise. They'll be wrong, because we can also tell you the historic defenses, because there's about a half dozen of them. But other than that, you had really good to great quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls. And again, we've had 55 Super Bowls. Only 35 quarterbacks have ever won one.
Chiefs trying to narrow the gap here. 1st and goal from the 2. It's 17-7, couple minutes left here.
Believe it or not,
2-minute warning. We're approaching it.
The Chiefs won the Super Bowl last year, and this year played in it again with basically this roster that we're watching get demolished by the Jets. And the Jets had one of the worst teams in football this year, coming off of last season. And you wouldn't know it.
Sim day, BK. Any given sim day.
If you landed from outer space or from another country, and we're trying to explain to you, and what Mahomes means to the game and all of that, and the generational talent, and you're watching this game as a representation of that, your mind is blown.
AMP. I'm gonna smash my screen. Stop it, Hill. All right, Mahomes, he's got time, he's got space. Will he run? No. Pass, and got it. Touchdown. It's DeMarcus Robinson.
Way to go, DeMarcus. On a day you get paid. Did you get paid today or yesterday? Maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. He's back with the Chiefs.
It's that week. We're good.
Sure.
Tyreek Hill owners not feeling good. In fact, probably feeling very, very triggered. Robinson could have been a 2nd touchdown of the game. The other one, of course, went on a tip to Travis Kelce. But nevertheless, DeMarcus Robinson, who is captain in 9.9% of lineups and owned in about 38% of lineups in our smaller, more modest free roll here on a hashtag Trend Friday, capitalizing. They'll go for the extra point. Harrison Butker to bring things to a field goal game with a little less than 2 minutes to go. 25th touchdown of these Sims, Madden 21, for DeMarcus Robinson. Jeff Duke, yes, Captain Robinson. Look, guys, it's Mr. Robinson's neighborhood.
Sure.
Mike says, how are those points the Jets left on the field at half looking now? That's what I'm saying. I mean, I still think they're going to win. I really do. But
They just need one first down, but it is the Jets.
it is the Jets. PK, AK. I've not yet told you to smash the like button, folks. And as a result, you really haven't. You need a reminder. Let's hit the like button. We're a couple away from 250. I'd love to see us get to 300 by the end of the sim. You know, more realistically, probably by the end of the next one. But nevertheless, let's hit the like button, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page if you're watching on Twitch. Appreciate that as well. Anywhere that you're watching, even if there isn't a chat there, I appreciate it. You've got twitch.tv/DraftKings, place that you can give us a follow there. But hit the like if you're watching along with us on the YouTube. 1st and 10. It's a rush for Le'Veon Bell, and this is the 28, the timeout. He actually picked up just the 1 yard. Plenty coming up for you in the hashtag FilmFest Friday for Madden After Dark. Whole lot we can get into.
I'm having the darndest time right now with Twitter on my phone because I put it on my iPad, and now I'm getting an error message over and over that's telling me something about account login verification. And
Yeah,
it goes away for a
you're-
second,
yeah.
and it comes right back. I know this technology is killing me, but the one thing I do know is that Twitter is one of the worst companies in the world to try to get in touch with.
I can't say I've ever tried.
Their support features don't work. Nothing. I mean, I literally just turn my phone on and off, which we know is obviously the way you solve
Way you
these
fix
types of problems.
Yeah. Blow on the cartridge. Unplug
Sure.
it and plug it back in. It is true, though. We got a first down pickup for the Jets. That should be enough. Let's see. Timeout here. That is just like the go-to, the de facto problem solver. Is, well, reboot it. Should be fine. AMP says currently winning in the free roll by a half a point. That's exciting. Radius Maximus by almost a full point. Here in our small free roll.
I had to change my password. No big deal, but it is just.
What'd you change it to?
I'll let you know later.
Okay.
But now it says if I remove this account, they will unenroll me from login verification.
Ah, okay.
It says this account has login verification enabled. If you remove this account, we will unenroll you from login verification, which I guess I don't really care about. I don't need to be enrolled in that program.
Choker getting feisty. Says, I told my IT guy I would punch him if he ever asked me to reboot again.
All right, I'm removing the app because I have it open on my computer, so it's like I'm deleting my account.
Yeah.
It does have
Lana
the.
says, just give it the old smack with your fist like the old TVs. Man,
Sure.
A number of times that I would punch a TV.
It does give, I am now going to have to email our IT, not IT, whatever she is, our
It should be
web
the final
person.
kneel down, by the way, to take us to the end of this 17-14.
I need the
Surprising.
radio station
Yeah, it's
login as well. The radio station login is a must. But anyway, let's figure this out.
Jenny from the league says, hi, guys. Hey, Jenny. Thanks for watching.
Pretty fast game there. Not a lot of scoring. I didn't feel like
Crackle says,
checking my
"Looks like
terrible
I'm gonna
line.
win the Sim Fam Showdown. Woohoo! Nice work. Your Gradius Maximus there, Crackle. Good for you. Hogan in the captain spot. Bold play, but it's paid off. Darnold, Kelsey, Bell, CEH, and Crowder. Some good performances in there. 20 plus for Darnold in the flex. Hogan went for about 37 in the captain spot. Sim done in less than an hour.
I'll take it.
More time for you to make a lineup for 10 o'clock, 8
Sure.
o'clock your time, and figure out your tech. I can catch some of the second half between the Celtics and Bucks.
Nuggets are playing in New Orleans against the Pelicans. I was going to roster both Giannis.
Gordon
not
ready
Giannis.
yet?
No, it's Sunday. Giannis and not Giannis, Joker and Zion. Zion murdered the Nuggets on Sunday. But
each
anyway.
QB went for 258 passing and 2 touchdowns. Clearly a discrepancy between the two in ownership. So you'd have to say Sam Darnold certainly had the better day, and he was cheaper as well. I think he rushed for more yards also, but we'll verify that here in just a second. I can tell you Darnold, part of the leading lineup, and Mahomes was not. And how often do we see that? Patrick Mahomes not being in the leading lineup. So yeah, Darnold goes for 26 on the ground and Mahomes 5. Bell, 21 for 66. Quiet and pretty disappointing day for him. Only went for a dozen fantasy points. CEH, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, 7 for 27. We'll look at the receiving numbers as well. Yeah,
finishing 94th.
5 for 104, a touchdown. Crowder, 5 for 61, a score. Herndon, 8 for 70, a touchdown. Kelsey, 3 for 48, a touchdown. Watkins, the new Raven, 3 for 75.
So I think you got to go with
sim all the way around. What are you saying, Mike? You talking about the commentary too?
Commentary's been top notch. We're talking about
spot on
eating dinner at restaurants with kids and iPads, or pick a tablet that you like.
Tech issues.
Sure. Although we did break down that trade,
a lot
I
of
think,
football.
pretty
Yeah,
well.
we got into some of that stuff.
Hogan's got to be the player of the game. It's not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. How about the babysitter really not my kid award? Who's that jumping out to?
Well, I went ahead and got Perriman. He was on 33% of the time in our contest, and he got me a whopping 1.5 in the flex. So
yeah,
probably the answer, right?
I think that's very reasonable. Ditch him. Hey, Winalda.
Oh, Winalda's here. So have you
Happy
let Winalda?
birthday, boys. My wife's birthday today, 39 again. Give her a shout out.
Well,
Mrs.
happy
Winalda
birthday,
watching.
Mrs.
Boy, what a
Winalda.
saint to
I
put up
hope
with
not.
you.
God, I hope she's doing something better than as much as we love everybody. Let's hope.
Yeah,
she's
I mean, Eric, if you're
celebrating.
subjecting your wife to these sims on her birthday,
Tell Eric to come back to the next sim. I want to know his take on Team USA against Jamaica yesterday. I watched a lot of that.
yeah, Eric, make sure on your wife's birthday you come back
Well,
in an hour to
or tell
break-
us now what you
break
thought.
down that contest for us.
Serginho
let's get the
Dis
details
scored
of
his
that
first USA goal.
Amanda, hello.
Same week as he scored his first goal for Barcelona. But
Keep your husband there in check. Not to mention all those kids running around that house.
did you text Winalda to let him know that his run as most famous celebrity in the chat may have
Is arguably
challenged.
No, I
we'll say
haven't.
challenged.
Yeah, challenged. I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, we had Morton Anderson hanging out with us in the chat about this time last week or a few
Yeah,
days
he's in
ago.
the Hall of
whenever.
Fame.
So, it's something about guys that like to kick balls. It's soccer players, kickers.
Well, they
Who's
know that
next?
kickers do really well on here. I mean, we had two
Yeah.
field goals or one field goal, I guess.
So we've got one more sim after this one, Madden After Dark, the two of us again.
It's playing.
It's BK's Cowboys, because that is the tried and true. That's the fan right there. And the Packers. So maybe I'll break out the cheesehead again.
Oh yeah, Ice Bowl revisited. And all those years the Cowboys went to the Super Bowl when I was in high school, they played the Packers in one round of the playoffs, it feels like.
Got the whole crew here. Mike will be back. Daniel will be back. Zach will be back. Jesse will guide you through everything you need to know before that sim rolls around. And like I said, it's a hashtag Film Fest Friday. So we can get into some decent things, some other non-football supermarket distracting children at restaurants.
I wanted to let Jessie know I saw her on a commercial during the college basketball tournament.
Sure.
Which was cool to see her on a commercial because,
had you not yet?
I hadn't during that TV timeout. And then I
Okay.
saw her the next TV timeout and the next.
During
And
that
this
specific
Nuggets game that I'm watching right now.
I got you.
She's helping us make it rain out here. The guy that won 33 grand on DraftKings Sportsbook from right here in Denver. $10, 10 leg parlay.
There you go.
Yeah, 33 grand. You could do that too.
This is Morton legend. He is. Absolutely is.
We should get them on together.
Oh, Mike says, I got a good Film Fest box office question for the next sim. Save it, baby. We're going to be back in a little less than an hour. BK is going to get a lineup in. We'll be able to check out and see how NBA sims and actual games and all that stuff is going. We can even talk a little NBA trade deadline now that that's behind us. Pretty much anything other than football in the next sim, because it's Madden After Dark on a Friday, and that's typically the way this works. But if there are things you want to break down, we can do that. Hit the like for us on your way out. We appreciate you. And thanks once again to the entire crew. We will return in a little while. Jesse, take it away if you're not shooting a commercial right now.
I'm not currently shooting one at this moment, but you never know. All right. Like Koff mentioned, these two are going to be back for the 10 p.m. Madden Sim featuring Cowboys Packers. Madden After Dark matchup is the basis of the Madden Stream 3K Flea Flicker contest. $5 entry, giving you a shot at $1,000 top prize. Also, the free contest for that sim features a $250 prize pool with $25 going to the winner. Before we get there, we still have some great analysis and strategy to send your way, especially on the NCAA tourney. We have the round of 16 tipping off tomorrow. Maybe there'll be a commercial with me in it, who knows? And with a look at some of the betting angles for those games, here are Steve Buchanan and Julian Edlow, also known as the Unreasonable Odds Podcast.
Last one on Saturday, Syracuse and Houston. Pretty big money on both sides for Syracuse, both on the spread and the money line. 79% of the money on +6, 71% on the +205 money line. This is probably one of the bigger discrepancies we've seen so far for these Saturday games. What are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, so this is outside of using Baylor and some money line parlays. This is the only game that I've bet the number on. I got Syracuse +6.5. It has moved to 6. Syracuse, anytime they don't deserve to be in the tournament, they get in. Then they're in the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final Four. Like clockwork, happens every time. And here they are again. And Houston's a good team. They should win the game. But I'm looking at the spot for them. First of all, the Syracuse's zone seems to work every time in March. It just does. Houston hasn't seen anything like it. It's going to slow them down. Houston's go-to scorer is a little dinged up. We'll see what he looks like on Saturday night. And then Buddy Boeheim is as hot as anyone in the tournament right now. He makes all his shots. He's scoring the ball really well. I think Houston's going to have some issues with him. So I like the Syracuse side, but then looking at Houston, the last 4 times that Houston has been favored by 10 points or less, they have failed to cover. When they're a double-digit favorite, they've run away with games. They were a 20-point favorite in the first round. They killed Cleveland State. They were a 9-point favorite. They closed a 7.5-point favorite against Rutgers in the second round. They almost lost and won that game by 2 or 3, whatever it was. Didn't cover. The last 2 times they've played Memphis, the most competitive team for them in their conference, the American, they were 7-point favorites and 9.5-point favorites. Both games came down to the last possession. 1 possession wins for Houston. 1 didn't cover. In February, they were a 9.5-point favorite against Wichita State. They lost that game outright. That was one of their losses this season. So this is generally a spot that Houston isn't quite able to cover the number when they see a team that can compete with them a little bit based on expectations. So I think Syracuse is going to keep this one close. Maybe they get it done. Maybe they don't, but definitely give me the 6 points.
Moving on to the 4 games on Sunday, starting off with what is the biggest favorite of all of these games, Gonzaga and Creighton. Gonzaga 13.5-point favorites on the spread for this one. The money has been following too as well. 74% of the handle, 73% of the bets. Probably not a money line you want to take, but 44% on Gonzaga for the money line there. 56% of the money is on +700 for Creighton. Obviously, some big number there that you can hit if they're able to pull the upset. But at least how the money is being distributed, that doesn't seem like it's going to be the case.
Yeah, -1,115 on that money line for Gonzaga against a top 25 team from the Big East in Creighton. Gonzaga is going to win this game. I don't have that much of an opinion on the number. It could be 20. It could be 10. It's tough to know, especially with Gonzaga not playing that much competition recently, playing a Big East team. I don't know exactly how it's going to look. So this game to me just screams, you start watching it live and see if Creighton comes out hot. Maybe you get something on the Zags live, first half, full game, whatever. Maybe it's something you look to the live team total. I don't know, but this is the only way I'm betting this game is on the live line, and Gonzaga is going to advance. Gonzaga's path to the championship game, in my opinion, not even the Final Four, but all the way to the championship, should be pretty easy for them.
one of the closest games on the board here. Florida State and Michigan. Michigan favored by 2.5 in this one, drawing 69% of the money, 63% of the bets. 57% on the money line, which is currently at -143, with 56% of the bets. Obviously, a little more hesitation, I guess, from the public on the money line side, but they are liking that -2.5 point spread.
Yeah, this one, I mean, Florida State I think it opened 3, moved to 3.5, and now we're sitting at 2.5. Florida State's a team I can't figure it out. I backed Colorado against them in the second round, way off there. But Florida State, just because they got a big win, it doesn't mean they're going to continue that momentum. They've had some big down spots this year. People are down on Michigan because Livers is out with the broken foot, one of their go-to scorers, but they have found ways to grind it out without him in this tournament. An impressive win over LSU. I think this is kind of a similar game. It's going to be neck and neck the whole way, but I do think Michigan pulls away. I'm kind of leaning towards going with Michigan State laying the 2.5 points here, but not something I've bet yet. But I have a feeling that Michigan's going to, even without Livers, find a way to get this game.
Yeah, just double check there. It did open at -3, was actually at -2 just a few hours ago before we started recording this, and then back down to the 2.5. So might be something to keep an eye on as the day progresses. UCLA and Alabama. This one a little bit more of a bigger gap here. Alabama 6.5 point favorites, and this one drawing 68% of the money. -286 on the money line, drawing 58% of the money on this one. What are we thinking here? Is Bama going to keep it rolling?
Yeah, so the Pac-12, we started with Oregon State. The Pac-12 is 9-1 straight up and against the spread in the tournament. UCLA has 3 of those wins, 2 of them as underdogs because they played in that first 4 round, beating Michigan State. So Pac-12's been great. I think this is where it ends for UCLA. This one has grown from 5.5 to 6.5, I believe. Alabama's looked terrific. I don't know how UCLA is going to keep up with Alabama offensively. I don't think I can bring myself to lay the 6.5. I do think Alabama covers, but this is a spot you can look with Baylor. You link those money lines up. You're looking at like -129. You might even get you were getting better prices before that Baylor line jumped so much, before both lines jumped so much, really. But yeah, I think you can either play Bama here and at the inflated 6.5. I do think they cover. But I really like a Baylor Alabama money line parlay. I know you just can't bring yourself to bet something that is a 2-day sweat. Who would ever do that? But I, as somebody that is patient, that enjoys making money, will gladly do so.
Last game, Oregon USC. There's actually has some pretty significant line movement, even when we started recording. Yeah. Just about when we started, it was at -2.5. It's actually gotten to -1.5 since we started recording. So, and this is the biggest movement that it's had because this did open at -2.5. So some big movement on this one. As we had started to record, 70% of the money was on USC. Also 136 on the money line, drawing 52% of the money on this one. Any thoughts on that big movement over the past basically hour and a half?
Yeah, this is a tough game. It's a really tough game. 2 Pac-12 teams that we did not expect to see meeting in the Sweet 16. Oregon is getting right at the right time. They have their guys back. They're playing really well right now. They play well historically in March. Big win a convincing win over Iowa in the last round. USC absolutely dominates Kansas in the last round. USC dominated Oregon in their one regular season meeting. They have a lot of size, but Oregon wasn't itself at that time. They didn't have all their guys. They weren't clicking like they're clicking now. I can talk myself into either side of this one. It's the last game of the weekend. It's going to come down to it's going to come down to probably all 7 games being done and me picking a side on this one. I don't know. Oregon is playing really well. I can talk myself into them, but I can talk myself into USC dominating the first matchup with good reason because of the size they have on the inside. They have both great tournament coaches in general. So you're not going to find much of an edge there. This is by far the toughest game of the weekend, I would say, and we finish up with it. So this is one, I guess, stay tuned for updates because I need to do a lot more digging on this game.
Well, after so many great days of madness, college basketball action, we had to do a little bit of a layover. It's time to get back at it this weekend, though. Ben Rassa from Osmo.com. I am Adam Kaufman. Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. Yeah, we got 4 big days, and now we got a little break, and now we got 4 more big days. So ready for it to start back up.
Well, what could be better than the Sweet 16? After all the chaos that we've already seen, this is definitely a matchup we were not expecting to be talking about at this stage. You've got Oregon State, Loyola Chicago, a 12 seed against an 8 seed. Loyola Chicago is favored by 6.5 points. How do you think this one plays out? And don't you dare pick against Sister Jean.
No, I can't. I mean, they're a very impressive team. They know what they're doing. I will say, though, these are 2 of the slowest tempo teams in the entire country. So 6.5 points in a game that might be played in the high 50s, low 60s is actually a good amount of points. So Loyola has shown, I mean, look what they did to Illinois. They absolutely dismantled them. Oregon State's riding ridiculously hot shooting right now. I assume Loyola will find ways to kind of shut that down. I think it's a competitive game, but I do ultimately think that Loyola Chicago wins the game.
Houston here is a 6-point favorite against 11 seed Syracuse, my beloved Orange. I feel like I need to tell you that, Ben, just so you really think twice about which way you go with this one. No one's been able to figure out the 2-3 zone so far. Is Houston going to be able to do it after that win over Rutgers?
Yes, I think so. Sorry to say to your boys. I think it's a product of 2 things. One, Houston is unbelievable at defending the 3. So they will have a plan for Buddy. They will have a plan for these 3-point shooters from Syracuse. And it's been a weird situation. You know, you look at the first game with San Diego State, they figured out the zone. I thought they got great looks. They just couldn't make them. You have to make your 3-point shooting. Houston, decent team from behind the arc, but I do think ultimately with some time to prep, they escaped Rutgers. Sorry to say this is the end for the Orange.
You wait. Buddy Boeheim's going to knock down like 18 3-pointers and it's all over.
Every time I will give them credit. Every week I say this and they're still alive. So credit to them, but this is a tough spot.
Well, another tough spot on Sunday here, and that's for Florida State. 4 seed taking on the top seed Michigan. And truthfully, the spread's actually very close. Just 2.5-point dogs here for FSU. How close do you think this is going to be ultimately? Is Michigan going to prevail?
Credit to Michigan. I thought that LSU was really primed to beat them. No livers. Michigan, I thought, was by far the weakest 1 seed, and they got it done. Now, Florida State, credit to them. I liked Colorado in that spot, and both these teams have a ton of talent. I just still worry about Florida State. They run such a deep rotation. They don't have that one guy, in my opinion. Now, the defense has been great. They're beating teams on the boards. I think Michigan will be ready. So I think the spread is about right. Of the 8 games, I think this is actually the toughest one to predict. I'll give the edge to Michigan, but this is not going to be on my betting card.
Well, I don't know if you're going to hone in on this one or not. Oregon, USC, a 7 against a 6. USC slight favorite here just by 1.5. Who wins this one, and does either have a chance in a hypothetical matchup with Gonzaga?
Yeah, that could be a problem. But these obviously 2 Pac-12 teams, they've played. USC whipped them on the boards during the regular season. Mobley was fantastic. Oregon is just so skilled, though. They have so many, they run a tight rotation, but everybody really contributes that gets in the game. And we saw this against Iowa. When they get going, particularly from behind the arc, almost unstoppable. And I think they will have answers to at least keep it close on the rebounding margin. If they can do that, I trust their outside shooting, miles more than a team like USC. So I'm going to call for the Ducks to survive in advance. Ultimately, they probably will take on Gonzaga. That's going to be a whole different ball game.
Who's your favorite upset pick to advance to the Elite 8?
So, you got teams here that are all pretty skilled at this point. I don't even know if this is that big of an upset, but just by process of elimination, I think I'm going to have to call for UCLA over Alabama. I like Alabama. Certainly, it is an upside. I should retract that. 6.5 points. But this is a team that I really have been impressed with. I like Alabama. They're starting to find their stride. UCLA, they really handled the pressure of Abilene Christian. Now, you could say, who have they really played yet? This is a massive step up, but that's a lot of points. So maybe they can't get it done outright, but 6.5 in a game like this is one that I could definitely get behind.
Any other game spreads you have an eye on here for this weekend?
So similar, again, I don't think these teams are going to upset, but Oral Roberts, they're getting 11 points. And to me, that's just too many points. They're one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country. They take a ton. They are the number 1 free throw shooting team in the entire country, and they have the highest scoring player in the entire country. All of these things That is why they were able to, get past Ohio State. They got past Florida. Arkansas, we know they want to play fast too. This totals 159 points, but I still think that Oral Roberts will hang in the game. I don't think they win the game, but I definitely think they keep it in single digits.
So when we spoke last time, going into the tournament, you picked Illinois to win the whole thing. The bad news for you is nobody remembered that until I just pointed it out. The good news is, though, you have a chance at redemption. You have 16 teams left as opposed to the 64. Who do you like?
Yeah, so listen, the obvious answer, of course, is I'm not copping out and taking Gonzaga. They are the best team. I'll hedge it with probably the second best team. No one's really talking. Baylor's just so far getting it done. They get Villanova, which I think is a pretty good matchup for them. And then they're going to get the winner of Oral Roberts and Arkansas. Both of these matchups for them should be winnable, clearly winnable. And then the bottom right region was Illinois. So they really have a pretty easy path to the finals. If they get Gonzaga, can they beat them? I know they can beat them. I'd say they would be dogs, of course. But I think that Baylor does have all the pieces to really make the serious run this time.
All I heard there was I can't wait to see Jim Boeheim cut down the nets for the second time. Ben Rassa, thanks, buddy.
Why not? Hakeem Warwick's not walking through that door, but you can always hope.
Okay, you just heard the guys from the Unreasonable Odds podcast and Ben Rossa give you their takes on this weekend's round of 16 matchups, and you can put that advice into action on the DK Sportsbook as we have lines and odds for all of the games this weekend. The Sportsbook is a good alternative if your bracket is busted, but another way to make this weekend interesting is our DraftKings Dream Stream play of the day. So pick a new set of brackets in the round of 16 for your shot at a share of $10,000 in total prizing. Play the Irish Spring Clean Slate Second Chance bracket. So pick the winners across the remaining 15 games of the CBB tourney and grab some green. It's free to play. Just head over to the pool section on the DraftKings Sportsbook, make your selections, and collect your cash for how many correct picks you make. Visit DraftKings.com/promotions for all the deets. And while all eyes will be on the tournament this weekend, there are always eyes on the NFL. Free agency has offered a lot of headlines over the last few weeks, and here's Ross Tucker and Greg Kossel going through some of the biggest moves so far.
It just occurred to me that you and I haven't spoken at all since free agency. And so whether it's some of the quarterback movement like Andy Dalton in Chicago, Ryan Fitzpatrick in Washington, or some of the moves the Patriots have made, they've been very notable. Some of the wide receivers with Aguilar in New England or Corey Davis with the Jets. Even New England getting 2 tight ends, which since we're talking tight ends today, what kind of jumps out to you about free agency so far, Greg? I gave you some choices to pick from. Maybe you can go off the board if you want.
Well, I think New England's fascinating because we constantly talk about a league in which there's 11 personnel as the foundational personnel package, meaning 1 back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers with the ability to spread the field out of that personnel package because we talk about it being a passing game and you need speed. And here's Bill Belichick, instead of, which I think most people thought, hey, they need wide receivers, he took the approach that he's signing 2 relatively young tight ends. I think they're both under 27 years old. So he took, in some ways, an antithetical approach, a contrarian approach by signing 2 tight ends. And it looks like their foundational approach will be 12 personnel, meaning 1 back, 2 tight ends. And most people would seemingly argue that that's not the direction in which the league is moving. So it'll be very interesting. Now, I happen to believe that Jonnu Smith has a ton of untapped potential as a split tight end. I'm not going to sit here and say he's Travis Kelce, but I think right now Jonnu Smith is in a position where you'll see him line up with a lot of wide receiver locations and be a split detached player in a lot of formations for the Patriots.
Is it a case on some level, Greg, where you could say they're almost kind of going back, back to the future with guys like Hunter Henry, more or less the Gronk role, and Jonnu Smith, the Aaron Hernandez role, if you will?
Well, I believe that season was 2012 where they had the big season, and I think they led the NFL in total offense that year, playing a lot with 2 tight ends, obviously. Look, there's many different ways to create explosive plays offensively. I think a lot of people get caught, and it's easy to do, get caught in the idea that, hey, there's one way to do it. You got to get wide receivers. You got to throw it down the field. You got to spread the field. There's many different ways to create explosive plays offensively, because ultimately what you're trying to do, Ross, is you're trying, based on your film study, to get the defense in predictable looks based on your personnel. And if you line up in 12 personnel with tight ends like Smith and Henry, the first thing the defense has to decide is, are they going to stay base or are they going to play some form of nickel, whether it's with 3 corners, whether it's big nickel with 3 safeties, which has become in vogue in today's NFL. So you're making the defense have to make a decision right away. And then if you have tight ends that you can split from the formation, that also gives your quarterback a lot more information before the snap of the ball. And that's the other thing you're trying to do, is give your quarterback as much information as possible before the ball is snapped.
So another thought on this, Greg, 2 more, I guess. Didn't know we would go this far with it, but it just—
No, it's good. It's good. This is football, Ross. This is football.
Yeah, you're talking. I'm thinking. I guess I've seen some stats out there where Cam Newton is much better throwing in the intermediate, in the middle part of the field than he is outside the hash, outside the numbers. I don't know that they would make these financial commitments to Henry and Smith for Cam Newton being the quarterback, because that might just be this year. Might not even be this year. But it certainly seems like getting those two tight ends fits in what Cam can still do better than some of the other stuff he does.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is he'll be the quarterback. We don't know that, obviously, for sure. They did re-sign him to the deal. Last year, he had no offseason whatsoever. It was evident watching the tape from a year ago that they really did not want to throw the ball with high volume. Now, I'm not saying they'll do that this year either. They have some backs that I particularly like. I hope Damian Harris can stay healthy. I think he's a very good back. They still have Sony Michel. As I said, you can do a lot with two tight ends. People probably think two tight ends, Ross, and think, okay, you're going to line up tight formations, run the ball. You don't win like that in the NFL. That's not necessarily the case. But I don't think with Cam, no matter what they do, I don't think there'll be a high volume passing team by choice. You know, I think they're also going to look to shore up that defense. They brought back Kyle Van Noy. You know, I think that Belichick clearly has a plan for how he sees his team. And the bottom line is you can win a lot of ways in the NFL.
Yeah, and to me, Greg, it's like if so many people are so heavy in 11 personnel, and there's a bunch of people that, you know, the Eagles did a lot of 12 personnel. There's a lot of 12 personnel out there.
No question.
But in the same way that teams struggle at times to know how to fit into some of the two-back stuff that the Niners do with use check, and that I think that they're just not, defense just aren't as used to some of the stuff you can do, I think, out of 12 personnel.
You are correct.
And so the Patriots, if they major in that, you know, and we think they will, you know, some defenses won't be as used to that as
a lot
they
of
are.
teams do not want to play in their base defense. They would much prefer, their D coordinators would much prefer to put sub defenses out there, nickel, dime, whatever it may be. They prefer not to be in their base. A lot of defenses now are not really that geared to play in their base.
All right, guys, it's almost 10 p.m. on the East Coast, but there are still 2 games that have yet to tip off, and you can find those in the NBA 150K fadeaway contest, $15 entry fee that offers you a shot at a $50K top prize. Not bad for a 2-game night slate. The NHL also has a 2-game late slate that is featured in the NHL 8K Twine contest. There's a 2K top prize up for grabs for an entry fee of $10 in this classic contest that locks at 10 p.m. Eastern. And then, of course, the NCAA tournament has reached the final 16 teams, so you can go check out the odds for those games and tournament futures right now on the GK Sportsbook. Plus, you can check out up-to-the-minute odds and lines for the PGA Tour, UFC, NASCAR, and more. And don't forget, this Sunday is the 1-year anniversary of the Madden Sims. Can you believe it? We have a special contest going on for Sunday's 3-game late slate at 6 p.m. Eastern. The Madden Stream 30K anniversary contest features a top prize of $10K. So be sure to join us on Sunday night for a celebration. All right, now what a week it's been. I'm ready to call it a night. We still have business to take care of, though. It's Madden After Dark time. And here for the call of Cowboys and Packers, we send it back out to Adam Kaufman and Braden Cristal.
Jesse, thank you so much. And it is, as you heard, Madden After Dark, so should be fun. Couple minutes away, not even. Lineups locking momentarily. BK, AK here with you, along with producer Mike. We got Daniel, our technical director, Zach, and Game Ops. How are you, buddy? Did you get anything done during your break?
I ate dinner.
Good.
Watched this Nuggets-Pelicans game, which has turned out to be entertaining. The Pelicans were up 11, up 12. Nuggets cut it to 1, then they were down 10 again, and now it's like a 2-point game, or a 4-point game, and we're going to the fourth quarter. Zion is beasting like he does every game.
Yeah.
He's a tough cover, man. I'm kind of glad they didn't trade Lonzo. But now
of course, he's not even playing tonight, right?
No, just in general. Like, I like that core of Lonzo, Zion, and Ingram. I think you can continue to add pieces. But anyway, so I was doing that and messing with my phone, getting Twitter to work again, which is good.
Good.
And yeah, made my lineup, made my NBA lineup so that I can take $1,000 from you.
Oh, yeah.
Get back in the winning way.
At least.
Yeah. So
What's your lineup look like for this one, for the your beloved Cowboys and, of course, the Packers?
Well, I want to go all Cowboys. I want to talk college hoops. We can do it all the way at the end. Everybody stick around for that after the sim.
Okay.
So we can kind of tee up tomorrow's day
There
a
you
little
go.
bit.
Yeah.
But my lineup, I captain, as I always do with the Packers, Devin Funchess.
Okay.
I feel like it's not paying off for me like it normally does. But nonetheless, I'm in first place right now, so you can't do better than that. Funchess went with Rodgers. He's been a pretty good player in real life and in Simland. Then instead of going Dak, I went Zeke. Zeke averages a few more points. Figured, let me see what Zeke can do for me because I normally don't roster Zeke. Gallup was the most affordable. Oh, I did Gallup and CD, actually. Huh. All right, and then this is the first time ever I've rostered MVS. Never had MVS in the lineup. No, just haven't. I'll usually throw Lazard in there, or thought about Mercedes Lewis because he just signed that deal.
Yeah.
I think he played in college with Mark Harmon at UCLA.
Is that right? That long ago?
Yeah, because when was it? Mark Harmon was the quarterback there probably in like 71, 73.
Yeah, so, yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah. Or maybe he played with Aikman. He might have played with Aikman.
I didn't even know that Harmon was
quarterback at UCLA. Come on.
Yeah. I don't think I just think of Mark Harmon from like summer school.
Can I tell you a Mark Harmon story that's unrelated to? Well,
I mean, it's a Film Fest Friday. I'd be upset if you didn't. What do you have?
Yeah, Mark Harmon summer school, and obviously he's been in NCIS forever. So when I was working at a radio station, first radio station I worked at, and I'll leave it alone beyond that. And actually, the two people I'm talking about have since passed, so it's not going to be that offensive. But I was working with Doug Gottlieb, and Mark Harmon came in studio. He was promoting something.
Okay.
And we had a boss, and I guess I'll leave out a bunch of the details, but we had a boss that came in, and it was just a weird comment. A male boss, this 03, and he comes in and either missed Mark Harmon or saw him or was like, hey, Mark Harmon's coming in, whatever. And he goes, yeah, People's Sexiest Man, what was that, 82 or 83? Like, that's a weird fact to know, like, the year. I mean, I think both of us could realize, like, McConaughey's been it, maybe Affleck or Damon. Like, we could name a few of them without thinking Clooney.
Sure.
But for him to, like, pull the year out, we were like, oh. And so then just kind of fast forward, it turns out that the reason he was a single dude was that he liked guys and kept it hidden from his father forever. And, like, the second his dad passed away, he came out of the closet. But anyway, it was more just one of those things where didn't pay much attention to his love life one way or the other, that he didn't have a girlfriend or a wife or a boyfriend or husband. But it was like such a random pull that hadn't been Googled, you know, because I don't think he knew Mark Harmon was coming in. He's like, oh, what do y'all have going on? Oh, Mark Harmon. Oh, Mark Harmon, People's Sexiest Man, 82 or whatever the year was. I was like, that is a very quick pull. That was all. And that was my, because I mean, I didn't care. You know what you know, and you like what you like, whatever. But it was like, it was just way too fast for it to be like off the cuff, you know, where versus Dennis Rodman. When was he Defensive Player of the Year? You know, like,
right.
It was that sort of level of whatever, maybe. But anyway, yeah, Mark Harmon played quarterback at UCLA in the early 70s, I think.
Producer Mike here says he made a movie with Mark in another life, so to speak. You know, before Simland. Says his dad Tom won the Heisman Trophy in 1940.
Wow, that had to be like the third or fourth, because Jay Berwanger won the first Heisman Trophy in like 36, I want to say. I used to go to the Heisman every year. I've been to the Heisman 5 times.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Is that a fun time?
It can be if you've got the right setup, and thankfully I did. No, it's really fun. You get to go to some of the events with the winners. Yeah, really fun. Tom Harmon played for the Rams. There you go. Mark Harmon's had a good run. Summer school being the pinnacle for you and I. We need 2 other projects so we could buy streaming trash it real quick. Summer school, NCIS, which has been on. Is it still on?
I think it is, yeah.
Okay, so the longevity, that has to count for something. As much as we like summer school, we need a third. Ooh, Mark Harmon had a nice cameo in West Wing, but, well.
Oh, that's true. It was
a little too brief, though. Like, you know, it was like a
short-lived.
4 or 5 episode arc. Let's come up with another Mark Harmon project.
Yeah, he was only in 4 episodes of The West Wing. I'm just
NCIS 2003 to 21.
Well, how
coming
about
for you.
Chicago
SVU.
Hope. I mean, I didn't watch it, but he.
No. But let's see how many years was he like.
95 episodes of Chicago Hope. That was
95, pretty good.
A half-decade run for him.
409 episodes of NCIS.
Oh my goodness gracious! Can you imagine?
Oh, Jack, you've only got 2 episodes.
409 episodes.
What do you think his residual checks look like?
He's still going. It's not even just the residuals in that.
Right, he's getting his current salary and the residual check.
Regular paychecks.
Right. What is his? Do you think he makes 100 an episode, 500 an episode, $1 million an episode? He probably doesn't make $1 million an episode. I don't know those kinds.
I mean, maybe I'm just undervaluing NCIS. 500 an episode, you think?
100 probably sounds right, but let's see what the internet says. Mark Harmon per episode. NCIS.
My lineup while you look that up.
What?
Aaron Rodgers, hang on. Aaron Rodgers, this is going to blow my mind. Aaron Rodgers in the captain spot. Ezekiel Elliott, A.A. Ron Jones, the other one. Michael Gallup, Mercedes Lewis, and Alan Lazard is my pseudo punt play here. What do you got?
According to the internet, and we know the internet's never wrong.
Never wrong.
$525 per episode. Because he's the lead guy on it. You know, like all those people on Friends, we know they made $1 million together.
When did
and
that go into effect? How many episodes ago out of these 400 plus that he's done?
I don't know. Well, let's just see what his net worth is. What are you going to estimate his net worth knowing he's been on 400 episodes? He really hasn't done anything else, you know. Wow. Different websites, radio.com. So we both used to work there.
Meeker says, Koff, you can't imagine what it'd be like to do 400 episodes of a show. Aren't you on like Sim 1000 right now?
Yeah, but yeah, that's fair, I guess.
A little different, but at the same time, it does feel a little fair. So
man, how long is it? This says how long he's been.
Mark Harmon's net worth.
So, and also looks at Selleck's net worth. In this one article I'm clicking on. Selleck gets $200,000 per episode of Blue Bloods,
which is on right now, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, he's worth $45 million.
I'm gonna say Mark Harmon's at like $40 million.
You'd be off. Why don't you double that and add another, and then cut that in half and add all of that together?
There was a lot of math involved in what you just said.
$100 million it says.
Is his net worth?
Multiple websites say that.
How about that?
Use the same source.
Lana says, Jared, could you make me a Simtini? There's a Friday.
Mark Harmon, $100 million. Like if I told you any of the cast of Friends had 100 million in the bank, you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Or
Yeah.
Big Bang.
Yeah. Well, what's like Scott Bakula's net worth?
Well, it's going to be less because that show's newer. Unless you want to
He's been
count
around- he's
Quantum
been-
Leap money.
Quantum Leap, among other things that he
He
did.
must have not invested well. He gets 120 an episode. The internet says so. He's getting a fifth or a fourth of what? I guess a fifth, whatever that percentage is. 120 an episode. The internet says he's only worth $10 million, and I say only as it relates to Mark Harmon. 10 million's obviously a lot more than you or I have currently.
That surprises me. That's like for a guy that's been.
Yeah, but what do you think he made? I mean, Quantum Leap back then, actors were probably making like 25 grand an episode, which is a lot, but.
Right.
And who knows what his back end money was. Who do we think the richest friend is of the 6 friends?
It's a good question. So.
Probably Aniston, right? Because of her like vitamin or glass, whatever that smart water is.
You know, certainly she's been the bigger movie star.
Yeah, and.
I think the more interesting question is which one ranks second, actually.
Okay. So I've got Aniston.
Because I'll just be surprised if Aniston is not number 1. Which friend do we think has?
Well, Joey Tribbiani, Matt LeBlanc's been in. He's worked the most steadily. Like he just goes show after show after show. It seems like.
I think that's true of Matthew Perry as well.
I feel like there's breaks in there more. Okay, so
I think we
to
can
put it in
agree
perspective, just looking, Courtney Cox is worth half of what Jennifer Aniston's worth.
Not Schwimmer.
You wouldn't think, because he does too much theater.
I'm going to say it's probably not Kudrow, even though she has steadily worked as well. I'm going to say Perry. I'm going to go Perry.
Okay.
I feel like I should say LeBlanc, but I'm going to go Perry.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Okay, and now I've left the Schwimmer, and I should be able to do this off the top of my head.
3-0 Dallas. Greg Zuerlein.
Oh, interesting.
Congrats.
Okay.
What do you got?
So in order, Matthew Perry and Matt LeBlanc, who, like we just said, have worked the most. The internet says they're each worth $80 million.
Each. Okay.
Okay. Lisa Kudrow, internet says she's worth $90 million.
Whoa.
David Schwimmer is worth $100 million.
What?
Maybe he's produced stuff that's made money that we don't realize.
Maybe.
I guess I could just click on the article that ranked it for me rather than which I just scrolled down to. And then Courtney Cox at $1.50. I say $1.50. 150. And Jen 300 mil.
Yeah.
She owned that production company with Brad Pitt for a long time, where even after they split up, they still were making stuff together.
Right.
And now she owns a production company with Reese Witherspoon. They do, the morning show, among other things.
Right. Jordan says, I did not remember, but Matt LeBlanc was unmarried with children. Yeah, very early on. Not a lot, but it was, I remember it was toward the very end, and Seven was in the picture. Like how many episodes was he on of Married with Children, do you think? Like half a dozen? It wasn't like
What do you think Christina Applegate's net worth is compared to Al Bundy?
She's worked very steadily. I bet she...
But Ed O'Neill obviously had such a huge run on.
Well, he's made so
Modern
much money
Family.
too off Modern Family, yeah.
So I looked up Applegate.
Tater hater. That's a joke. David Schwimmer isn't worth 100 million taters, let alone dollars.
Hey,
He is.
telling you what the internet says.
Internet don't lie.
So Ed O'Neill was getting $500,000 an episode on
Modern Family.
Towards the end. I don't know if that was front to back. It says he's worth 65. Oh, Aaron Jones. I do not have him last week. Internet says Ed O'Neill 65 mil. Christine Applegate 25 mil. I would bet of the 4, David Faustino is definitely
he's going to be last.
Pulling up the rear. Katie Seagal's husband, wrote The Commish and produced that. Wrote and produced Sons of Anarchy. She's worth $30 million. Her husband, Kurt Sutter, I bet is worth a lot because he probably owned part of most of those shows.
Bad Boys of Pops' cough. Don't you ever believe those net worth websites? They're money grabs, clickbait.
Well, they're working for us. For the sake of this conversation, we are believing them as fact. You can show us other documentation.
You could Google my net worth. I bet it wouldn't even show up. Wouldn't even register. Wouldn't be on the internet.
How about Chase Daniel? Who's got another job in between Sims.
Good for him.
Jeez, that's not a good story at all. Rockies pitcher Scott Oberg, he's a reliever, throws pretty hard. Undergoes surgery for blood clots. Career might be over. That's not good.
No, it's awful.
Are people in Boston fired up about Adam Ottavino? The guy who grew up in New York, loves the Yankees, signs with the Yankees from the Rockies, and then gets traded to the Red Sox.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if fired up is the way to put it, but he's certainly a high upside guy.
He's also a really good photographer.
Is that right?
You know who'd be cool to see in a Red Sox uniform if I were a Red Sox fan? Which Mookie Betts. He's a good player. Mookie Betts.
Yep. I think he would happen to look really good in that uniform.
I got the first pick in my fantasy draft on Tuesday. So I have all players available to me. And I did reach out to Syracuse Orange alum, who's pretty highly regarded in the baseball world at ESPN, and Jeff Passan. He thinks Acuna or Soto. I don't know if that's for public consumption or not, but share with the DK Sim fan. Who would you take? Because you can't, it's not that you can't go wrong. It's every mock draft has a different answer. Betts, Acuna, Soto, Trout, obviously, Tatis. Like, there's 5 to 7 guys you could take. Who would you take if you had the first pick? Just Betts for nostalgia?
Not even nostalgia. I mean, it's either Betts, it's Trout, it's Tatis, obviously.
Right. So who are you taking? Tatis, here's the only reason I'm worried about Tatis. He's only played in 176 major league games. So I'm not saying that he's not going to be awesome. I think he is awesome. He's great for the game. And I'm excited. Look, you know how these interdivisional schedules work, where we've seen it's cool when the Dodgers have come to town most years. Seen way too many Diamondbacks games here in Colorado. But I'm excited about the 48 times the Padres are going to start coming to town every year. I'll go to watch Tatis at batting practice and then go to all 3 games maybe.
He's good. Good player.
Good
Here in
player.
this 7-3, by the way. We'll
Good
dive
player.
into some numbers here. Jones on the ground, 3 for 13. He's got the only touchdown in this one. Zeke, disappointing everybody, just 2 for 8. In the air, he's not doing anything. You have Jarwin, 2 for 42. Cooper, 2 for 28. 2 for 17 for Adams. 2 for 20 for Funchess, your captain. Zeke is -1 in the air with that lone reception that he has. And I just pulled up NBA lineups, by the way, for the Classic.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I will, but I am on the verge of putting up a 300-point night. Okay.
Well, that's good. And that's without Zion.
That's without Zion. And I am going to lose like almost everywhere I'm playing. That's how wild the scores are tonight. It's just like everybody's putting up 300 tonight. It's absolutely a nutty night. It's a nutty night in the association for points. Tell you, I should have played Robert Williams though. Thought about it. Giannis killed me. Didn't even want to play.
He did
Bamba.
dunk on Taco though.
Mo Bamba. And I did. That was a mistake. Harden was great. McLemore, Ariza, Bacon.
I was gonna have Bacon in my roster. Bacon was in my lineup that I didn't get in against you. Bacon, Zion, Joker.
Yeah. So here in this Film Fest Friday, and that doesn't have to be limited to film. It could just be things that you see on a screen. I mentioned this in the chat recently, but you know what I started watching? I'm really kind of blowing through at a good rate. I'm already like 6 in. I just started a couple days ago.
Veep.
Not Veep. Do you remember the show? It's an older show. It's a decade old. Do you remember the show Blue Mountain State?
No. Why?
Oh, you watch 1 or 2 of them tonight, and you will thank me.
Okay, who's in it?
It's on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
Nobody. Well, there are some people in it that have sort of secondary roles, some recognizable people. But as far as main cast, at least in the first season, nobody that you've ever heard of or seen anywhere.
What makes it so appealing?
Think Van Wilder or Animal House, but football themed. In
Oh yeah. No, I watched a couple episodes of that show. I remember what you're talking about. It was originally on like FX or something?
Spike, I think. Yeah.
No, Spike. Yeah. No, I watched. I didn't, but I was way too far behind it. That it was just like. I got what they were trying to do.
BMS. Yeah, I don't know how I never dove in on this show. Yeah, Randy, Thad Castle.
Nuggets going to the Big Easy revenge game after losing Sunday in Denver to Zion and company and steal a win. We're down 12. Now they win by 5. Back to my fantasy baseball question.
Mm-hmm.
I had a tweet giving me ideas. Screw Betts and Trout. I'll take a pitcher. Well, you can have a pitcher first. I'm not giving up. There you go, Zeke.
Touchdown. First of the day for the Cowboys.
I'm not giving up
lead.
The first pick for a pitcher when there's plenty of pitchers to go grab later, but you can't, get that true front line top 5 MVP kind of guy. But I appreciate it. No bad answer
for Zeke.
All right, so
Alex
on
Moran,
this Film
I've
Fest
seen
Friday, is that what you called it? Film Fest Friday?
Yeah, there's a lot that's been on my TV or is coming to my TV after this sit-in. You need to. I appreciate the happy birthday, Stephen. Thank you very much. And hit the like button in honor of my fake birthday or BK's real birthday, which is just a few days away. There are, whether it's BMS, Blue Mountain State, that I'm telling you, like, just put it on, and it's unbelievable. I'm just rolling on the floor throughout every episode of this, and it's perfect. Like, 20 minutes is the right length for this kind of show. I mean, obviously 30 with commercials, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
And then after this, I'll probably check out the second episode now of Falcon and Winter Soldier. Now that dropped on Disney Plus.
So you talked me into watching it, or you told me to watch it, which I definitely did, and it was awesome. And like I would wish, maybe it's because it's been so long since Avengers Endgame. Haven't been to a movie theater except to see the Croods when my niece's birthday. They rented out the theater for the 12 of us.
Does that mean, do you bypass WandaVision? You didn't do WandaVision?
So I watched Falcon and Winter Soldier and was bummed there wasn't another one. Did 2 episodes of WandaVision, then fell asleep.
Okay.
I went to sleep, I think. I didn't. So, but WandaVision, I'm in on now that I did it, and I was already fired up after Falcon and Winter Soldier. But so 14-year-old, I'm like, hey, let's watch that later on, pull down the movie screen, and I'll rearrange the room that I, tear up to do these Sims.
Yeah.
And I go upstairs, and
already watching.
And to put the Nuggets game on. Yeah, he watched the whole episode. He's like, well, I wasn't really paying attention. I'll watch it with you again. I'm like, it's fine. You can watch, like, obviously I'm not going to tell him not to watch it with me. But it just reminds me how much I love the MCU.
Yeah, right there with you.
And I know we talked about it on Saturday, and you did the rundown of the 22 movies coming. Then we got the release date for Black Widow.
Right.
Like, I'm planning on going to see that in the theater. Even though it'll probably be available on Disney Plus in some form or fashion.
Yeah, I think they already announced it's going to be available on Disney Plus, premiere, so you got to pay however much for it. But it'll
and do we know what the extra bump is there? Because
I think we looked it up and determined it was like $20 or $30
for the month. It's 35, says Daniel, for the month or for a year.
I think it's just for the movie, isn't it? Or is it everything?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, look, if you're not vaccinated or you don't want to be in a movie theater or there's not a movie theater open near you, then I think it's worth it, especially if you've got a big TV or projector or whatever.
Right.
But I'm going to go try to see that in IMAX or 3D IMAX or whatever. I do need to find out if AMC's charging me $20 a month. I should probably look that up.
But so I'll watch that, and then so I'm looking forward to that tonight. That'll have to post sim. Probably a couple episodes of BMS as well, and then I'll wait for the kids on this one, so maybe tomorrow. But I do need to now that Mighty Ducks Game Changers has dropped.
Let me know how that goes, because
I gotta watch the first episode of that.
I don't want to say I'm definitely out on it, but like
I've been reading some articles. It's getting like heavily praised everywhere.
What's Gordon Bombay's role in it?
the curmudgeon who's like out on hockey and then gets lured back in to coach these other dysfunctional wannabe hockey players. You know,
Is he a main character though?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we see Josh Jackson, or I'd love
So
to
there
see
are, from what I read, there are a lot of cameos of original Ducks throughout this.
Keenan's got to come in and drop the knuckle puck.
I don't know
He
about
didn't-
Keenan.
He didn't have too much else going on. I bet he might
Bears
though. I
would be
mean,
one
look, I think he's probably appreciative for the nostalgia there, if it makes sense. And he's living in LA, or been back and forth, but was in LA to make a show.
Has anybody watched that, by the way? People out
I
there
have.
in the chat? Has anyone watched the first
Mighty Ducks
episode of Mighty Ducks Game Changers on Disney Plus? Curious to know how it is. Crosby. Field goal is good, and it's a 10-10 game. Mike says, are you ready for my Film Fest Friday box office and release year question? Of course. What do we got? Says, in honor of the first episode of Mighty Ducks Game Changers dropping today on Disney Plus, let's do the release year and box office for the first Mighty Ducks movie. So I'm going to guess 92.
I'm going to say 91. I go 91. That's what popped into my head first. I think Josh
92.
Jackson and I are the exact same age. Look at you, 92. Box office.
Box office, that's a tough one. How about
65. I'm going to say 65. Worldwide, that includes DVD sales, all of it.
I will say
1
55,
million.
45, 40.
Ooh. Oh, Daniel's guess.
No,
was
it's
89.
Daniel's guess. Daniel's guess is 89. I will. Yeah, you're saying 65. I'm going to price is right. Yeah, I'm going to say 55.
Okay.
50.
Ooh.
Box office only.
Oh, okay. But isn't
not
there a
low.
lifetime gross on Box Office Mojo? Bonus question coming. All right.
What's it? Run length? How long's the movie? Run time?
What Stars legend makes a
Been
cameo?
year, some things never change. I'm still in first. There you go, creature. From the
There's
Goldfish
the-
Lagoon. Tater Hater says, I watched Mighty Ducks Game Changers first episode today. It was too corny for the Tater Hater.
Total box. Well, Tater Hater's talking in third person, so there's that. But anyway,
Yeah.
total box office, all 3 Ducks movies. So first one was 50. I'll say 75. it took a sharp turn, I think, certainly by the third. And to be fair, in the first one, it's a coming of age. You got to prove you're not from the other side of the tracks. Didn't they play for a world championship? Didn't they just play JV against varsity?
Yeah, it's. I mean, it really like the one was there. The second one had so many problems. I love it, nostalgia, but it had so many plot holes, just plot problems.
The third one also, my man shows
the
up
third
in, the,
one was just
in the middle of the game and just starts hitting people. He's like, hey, I got this scholarship. Also, why did the chancellor of the school, if he hated those kids so much, would let him into school?
Yeah, little celebrities.
That school didn't
What,
need him.
75 for all 3?
Yeah, maybe it's a
I'm gonna
little
say,
north of that. It's
I
probably a
bet the
little more.
second one did pretty well because you got to remember, like, this led to the advent of an actual NHL,
NHL team. Yeah, but it costs it's 50. But what did it cost? It probably cost 7 to make. Or less.
think
You weren't paying anybody. Emilio's the only person that got a check.
Yeah, a bunch of cameos. I bet it was more than 7.
You think Mike Madonna made a lot for showing up? He made $500.
Still getting residuals.
I'm sure that check shows up for 8 cents.
Total
every
box
time.
office of all 3 Ducks movies, I'm going to say 85. You said
All right.
75, I'll say 85. Oh,
Whoa!
120.
45 for the second, 22 for the third. All right. There you go, Disney.
Yeah,
I
I
wish
did-
the team was still called the Mighty Ducks. I realize they sold it. But
Yeah.
boring that they're just the Ducks. Like, Ducks aren't cool. The Mighty Ducks are cool, especially with the Flying V. But there's way cooler mascots than a duck. I guess Oregon Ducks. Okay.
So Steven says, okay, Adam, do you have a recommendation to binge something on Amazon Prime? I'm not a binge guy, but maybe I'll jump into this and see how it goes.
Oh, well, are we
There
starting from
things that
scratch?
Well, 2 things that I've talked about recently. One being Blue Mountain State, absolutely
On Amazon Prime?
One football, and then Psych, which I just finished. Those are both
Okay.
on Amazon Prime.
I'm going to go Amazon shows because you have Amazon Prime. And I don't know what you're into, so I'll give you 2 opposite sides of the spectrum. But Marvelous Mrs. Maisel is great, and that's why Rachel Brosnahan wins all those Emmys, and
Mhm.
Tony Shalhoub. Other end of the spectrum, Jack Ryan with John Krasinski, 2 seasons, are about to start shooting the third, I believe, in Europe. The Jack Ryan series is fun. You know, it's not going to blow you away with the plot lines beyond, you know, just the excitement and the espionage elements and the violence and shooting and all the fun stuff that Jack Ryan movies or books have. But Jack Ryan's fun and quick, and you fly through it pretty quick. So those are my 2 recommendations in terms of Amazon Prime actual shows they produce.
Preacher highly recommends The Mentalist. I've heard that before. I've just not watched it. Preacher also adds, and I was like, Emilio, the Mighty Duck Man himself. Can you name that reference? You know what movie that is?
No.
Night at the Roxbury. Come on, man.
Oh, when they see him at the club or whatever.
No, he's just, well, they're in line at the club, and he's just telling the story about a time that they saw him.
Oh, right. Randy Barnes says Jack Ryan is dope. I think it's going to keep getting better because the first one went well. The second season might have been better than the first. Like they put more money into it. They put better writing into it. Emilio Estevez had a cameo in The West Wing. Did you see it? Because I did and pointed it out to my wife. Either I knew it or I just thought about it.
Emilio Estevez had a cameo in The West Wing?
Mm-hmm.
When?
So, without giving too much away, but when they're showing home movies that show the president and his daughter, when that's a central storyline, they show what's supposed to be a younger version of Martin Sheen. And I said to my wife, I'm pretty sure that's Emilio Estevez. It's literally like on TV behind, you know, whatever that central action is. It's like it's being shown on CNN, old home video clips. And I'm pretty sure it's Emilio Estevez. So I Google it, like, Emilio Estevez played his younger version of his dad for the split second that you see home videos. Like, they went to that level of detail.
Huh.
I'm guessing Emilio was around. It's a quick, like, hey, we need somebody to do this. You get a day rate, whatever. But fun little, because I think it was end of season 4 or early season 5. I guess it's early season 5.
Now I'm gonna have to
the show's
Google
pretty
the
well
episode.
established. They might have paid him more than a day rate too. They might have paid him a couple grand.
Bad Boys of Pop. Did you watch the special for Psych after the show? I did. That's on Amazon Prime as well. It was fun. It was a fun watch.
Daniel points out, and I did see this release, Disney recently announced new National Treasure TV series in development, focusing on a young dreamer living in the U.S. discovering her mysterious family history. And so Jerry Bruckheimer and Nick Cage are involved. I'd like Nick Cage to, be the central figure just because those movies are fun, but I get he doesn't want to commit to that.
Another field goal. Mason Crosby owners celebrate 13-10 as we near the half. Brewster B asking about Your Honor with Bryan Cranston. I've not seen that. I've heard.
I watched it,
but I've not.
I watched it. If you like Bryan Cranston and like New Orleans, you'll like it. It's not as good. I think it's not as good as you want it to be. And after more people watch it, we can talk about the ending and what worked and didn't work.
Okay.
But I'm all in. Isaiah Whitlock's in it from The Wire. He played Clay Davis in The Wire. I can't remember the lady that plays Bryan Cranston's mother-in-law. That's great in everything she's in. She plays like a mom or a grandma.
Fitting.
But no, I'll tell you who it is, and you're like, oh, that lady, yeah, she's always good. And actually, the dude from that was either nominated for an Oscar. Yeah, Hope Davis is in it too. Michael Stahlberg is one of the main bad guy, or main whatever. I guess he's a bad guy. He was in The Shape of Water. Played the doctor that falls in love with the creature.
Oh, okay.
Did you see Shape of Water?
No.
No.
But
you should. It won an Oscar.
yeah, I know you like to get on the all the Best Picture movie kick.
Yeah,
nominees,
I'm behind right now. Margot Martindale.
Okay.
She's just good in everything she's in. So she's in like half the episodes. So it's good cast.
13-10 game, by the way. Let me take a look at our scores at the moment here. And
Ryan had 39 tonight, shooting 84% from the field.
Madden After Dark contest here. I am 98th out of
I'm probably higher.
182, which is it's not good. Creature from the Glass Lagoon still hanging out in front, probably why he's in the chat. Just as soon as he dips into second or third, he'll leave. Zeke 6 for 15, a touchdown. Jones 5 for 11, a touchdown. So not much of a rushing game, but each of them has led to the only touchdowns of this game, and then field goals around that. Zerline, a couple for Crosby. Funchess, your captain, 5 for 61. You've got let's see, 3 for 50 for Blake Jarwin. No one else has exceeded 50 at this point. Bunch of guys, they could get hot, maybe pace toward a bonus. We'll find out, but
he's my captain. That's why I'm in 147th place.
Leading lineup with Creature here. Jones in the captain spot. Zeke, Cooper, Funchess, Jarwin, and Crosby. You will notice no Aaron Rodgers, no Dak Prescott. Getting the job done. Creature says, I'm going back to the Lagoon, swearing that I ended in first in your contest, both dollar contests and second in the free roll. And there was only one Creature, BK. I am the shape of water.
Noted.
Now I miss Creature giving babysitter Billy a hard time. You weren't around for those days, but that was fun.
No. Speaking of best picture movies, I want to watch Mank. That's on Netflix. I got a buddy who's a writer in LA. He said he's watched it 3 times.
Huh.
Like, I'll be cool with probably just one. I started to watch Nomadland. My wife fell asleep, and then I kind of bailed halfway through. It's a little bleak, but good. Frances McDormand's good in everything she's ever in. Have you watched Fargo, the TV show? Speaking of Frances McDormand, just because she was in Fargo, the movie. Everyone that watches Fargo, the TV show, says it's great. And each season doesn't really tie with the other seasons. It's on FX and Hulu. Chris Rock was in the most recent one.
Yeah, I remember seeing trailers and whatnot, but I haven't seen it. I haven't actually watched the show.
I'm laughing because here's a tweet. James Harden on whether he belongs in the MVP conversation. Quote, I am the MVP. Okay.
Another movie, by the way, here in this hashtag FilmFest Friday that I have not watched. It's not new. It's an older movie, but for whatever reason, a bunch of people, maybe even people in the chat, have mentioned it over the course of the last year that we've been doing these things. And
Star Wars?
I'm excited for Sunday night. A movie that I've not yet watched, but I feel like it, and it's on Netflix. I feel like I might need to put it on my list because people are telling me, you got to see it, you got to see it, you got to see it. It's right up your alley. You ever see Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
I did. I saw it in the theater. You'll enjoy it. Michael Cera's good as Scott Pilgrim.
I love Anna Kendrick. I know Chris Evans is one of the X's in there.
Yeah, it's good. It didn't blow me away. It's not a movie that, like, I have to stop and watch if it comes on. It was funny. It was when Michael Cera. It was when Michael Cera was on fire as an actor.
Right.
Everything he was in.
Rick says BK was the buddy in high school that had a hookup for everything and everyone. I buy into that. That's as long as I've known you, that's pretty much been the case.
Well, it's good to know people, I guess. It has its pluses and minuses.
Daniel says, I'd want to be BK's friend.
Hey, you kind of are my friend.
I was
Daniel.
going to say, I think he is.
We're ever in the same place, I'll happily buy you a beer. Or, better yet, have someone else buy it for us.
See? Creature. Scotty doesn't know. And now I leave. Scott Pilgrim is solid, says Tater Hater. Well, Tater Hater likes it. I don't know if I can. I'm kidding, Tater. So this came up in the. I tuned in for a minute. This was going on in the 6 o'clock stream tonight. Glash and Rossi were, the weather's getting nicer, and they were talking about getting people together, maybe doing some outdoor sims, having a good time, whatever. And I don't know, partying came up, and I didn't stick around for this entire conversation. So people in the chat, you can tell me where it went. But they were, Tater Hater asked about MacGruber. Own it, baby. Love it. Love MacGruber. Understand they're making a sequel.
Yeah, they're making a second one.
People were asking about, I think Rossi said something like, how do you, what kind of partier do you think Koff is? And then he's like, well, maybe I should ask him. And then Glash says, well, you can't ask the person what kind of partier they are. You need to ask people who have partied with that person to find out what kind of partier they are, which I think is, I think that's true if it's like, if the sample size is good enough. Like, it can't just be one person that you ask who went out with you one time. That's not necessarily a fair representation. But you and I, we've been out together a number of times. So how would you classify me as a partier?
I think that enthusiastic, but not over the top. You don't need to have all the drinks, right? Or be in the center of attention. You just kind of want to be there in the mix, saying hi to some folks. Now, this has been a lot of times it's been heightened, at the Super Bowl. That's a fumble.
Got a fumble. Dallas has it. Oh, poor Green Bay.
So, the only thing that keeps you from having a good time or a better time, I guess, is that when you've been at Super Bowls, you've had to work either at night or early in the morning or kind of both. So that muted it a little bit. But I guess, the old expression, he's good at a party. You're certainly good at a party because when you can blend in, talk to people, talk about whatever they want to talk about, listen, the things that make a good talk show host a lot of the time.
Right.
You're going to be fine as long as you're not being a jerk to people, being the drunkest guy in the room or gal in the room, right? Then, I think what's funny is there was somebody in the chat that offered a boat tour to Glash and any of the DK Sim announcers in Boston.
Sure.
And so I was like, all right, I'll fly out for a night. If it made sense, if I could swing it.
It made sense. Yeah, I'll fly for a night from Denver.
Absolutely. Or maybe we try to do it where if we're on the East Coast because we're going to be back there a little bit this summer. Do it then when I'm in Jersey or Delaware or DC or something, visiting family, and then it's a much easier one-night trip. And because my wife at that point is on vacation, assuming we're at the beach, she's not as aggravated.
So you guys now, next time Rossi or Glash are there together, you can just let them know.
Yeah, you seem much more boring on The Sims than you are in real life.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Because think about the.
I'm good at a party.
Think about the life that you not really have constructed, but we're in a pandemic, and so we know that you got the 3 boys. Yeah. And beyond that, we know that when you're not doing Sims, it seems like you're watching something.
Yeah.
And that's kind of about it.
A lot of screen time in the last year.
Yeah, big time screen time. Where the fact that you're watching 15 things at once and know exactly where you are in each thing is pretty impressive.
Choker says 10 months ago I called Koff a prude, and I stand by it.
Captain Blood says BK Koff is the guy that didn't show up. To be fair, he had to work, and the Patriots just completed the biggest comeback in Super Bowl history. So even though I was at this after party inviting him to meet us,
it wasn't even that though. Do you remember really what it came down to was it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and my flight was at 6.
Oh, right. Right, and you still had to get to the hotel. Now you could have made it work if you were that committed. But.
I had to pack. I had to get to the airport.
Well, this is where that's kind of a rookie move. When I know that my night may go like that, I pack ahead of time.
The flight for 6.
No, well, there's that, of course. I try to almost never do that, especially if I've been gone for a week for work. I'm like, now, you at that time had a couple kids that you wanted to see.
Right.
But, no, I pack before. So I'm like, I don't know where my night's going to end. The one thing I know that is if I need to swing by the hotel, my stuff just needs to be in the suitcase. I grab it and go straight to the airport, regardless of the time.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a rookie move on your part.
It was. No doubt about it. And I didn't make that mistake the next go around.
Look, hopefully DraftKings will get you back to the Super Bowl because the Patriots are not getting you back there anytime soon. I'd love to see you in LA with or without Glash's bus, but hopefully with the bus. Michael will be there.
No doubt about it.
DraftKings going to have a DraftKings something, right? They have to.
Yeah, absolutely.
So hopefully
DK comeback.
Your Koff, you, Glash, Jesse, Emerson.
Let's get the band out there.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Tater Hater says, Koff, I feel like we'd like all the same movies. Scott Pilgrim, MacGruber, the other guys, basketball. Maybe we should just host a movie night in my living room for the Sim fam.
Or a podcast.
But he says there's going to be no taters there. I like taters, Tater Hater. Alana says, I bet Koff's the life of any party. He tells a mean story about pizza.
Yes, if you're inviting Koff to a party, if it's a pizza party, you better have, I don't know, some carrots and celery handy because he is not eating pizza.
No. Ross's Fat Cat. The kids had pizza tonight, though.
Yeah, because they sound normal and awesome.
Exactly. Koff, for anyone here second Winter Soldier yet? Not yet. Post-Sim, I'll be putting that on.
Same.
Monster says, I've never heard of Scott Pilgrim. Now I got to check it out. Yeah, when did that come out? I mean, it's an
We'll call it. Well, when did Superbad come out? And when was
it's a
Arrested
solid
Development?
It's at least 15 years old.
Yeah,
God
that
Help
sounds
Me
right.
Versus the World. It
It's
is
going to
not
be
a
between. I lived in Denver, so it's going to be between. We'll call it 2007 and 2009.
I think that's fair.
Maybe 2010.
Daniel is now guessing 2008. See, this is we've stumbled upon another movie trivia question here on this.
Oh, 2010, which is what popped into my head first. But anyway,
2010?
2010.
Oh,
2010.
that's when BMS started.
There we go. Sean Preston wants to know where you and I are in the free roll.
Happy to tell you, probably not good.
84th.
122.
In honor of Jay Novacek and Sterling Sharp, the two
My
best players
NBA
to wear
line.
84 for those two franchises.
Man, NBA is really.
Am I beating you?
I don't know about our late one. I have to see here. Lamarca just messaged me. He said, "Thanks for going easy on me the last couple days. You can start winning again tomorrow if you want."
So you scored 300 and he still beat you.
Yeah, I mean, he had a.
Did he have Zion?
I don't think he did. No, he went for like 310, 324 for Freeze Pops. Freeze Pop, and he's still going. Freeze Pops took it to me tonight. You are beating me currently, but I've got more minutes, so we'll
You
see.
play LeBron?
Yes, I play LeBron. Rogers 231. Prescott has 160. It's a 13-10 game. We've had a couple of low-scoring sims here during this Friday evening. I was due for this kind of night in the NBA. If I beat you, I'll maybe break even.
You should be way up because you and I put so much more money in ours.
Well, yeah, of course.
But I guess you do so many of them.
Betty says I'm 75th in the cough free roll. 65th says Sean. 49th says Tater Hater.
My captain's only 9 points away or 9 yards away from hitting that bonus. It's been the only good play. Michael Gallup with the big goose egg right now is early candidate for the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. But Funchess, he came to play today.
Let's see. What's our leading lineup look like? Let me pull up the Madden After Dark here list.
So Milwaukee
No longer
native Shaka
Tater Hater
Smart.
in front. It's Rick James. What the five fingers say to the face? Rick James in front by about 1.5 points. Funchess, captained. Elliott, Adams, Jones, Jarwin, Crosby.
Shaka goes to Milwaukee. He's from Milwaukee. I heard Wisconsin was his dream job. That's not coming open. So rather than letting Texas fire him, he just leaves. I'm guessing they aren't getting sad about it. Texas is a job where you can win a lot because you can recruit. Their resources are off the charts, and there's a lot of good players in Dallas and Houston. Of course, you got to keep Kentucky and Kansas from coming in and stealing them. Or last year, Oklahoma State.
Looking back on the YouTube feed here, I feel like I'm way too close to the camera. People are seeing too much of me right now.
No such thing.
I gotta back it up. I apologize to all of you. I remember grinding my feet on Charlie Murphy's couch.
So those
Touchdown,
are-
Zeke, second of the day.
Those are on Netflix now?
Yeah.
I think.
Chappelle won that war.
Yeah, good for him. I always thought it was interesting that when they finally talked to him about why he left, he said because he thought people were laughing at his show for the wrong reasons.
Yeah. And he was at the top of his game, too.
Yeah, sure. You know who liked it less was Neil Brennan. I mean, Neil Brennan's landed on his feet just fine, but as the executive producer and co-creator, I think he would have liked it to have gone on a little longer.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Chappelle do stand-up live?
I'm gonna say no because I feel like that's one of those things that you'd remember. If I have, it was literally like 20 years ago, but I don't think I have.
Here's what I remember. He played one of those touring festivals, like Oddball Comedy Festival kind of thing.
Sure.
At an amphitheater, so 18,000 people, like same place, Green Day would play. And he was a headliner. And so my wife and I can't even swear we were married at the time. We go and get to see like the last four comics. But this is all I remember other than, he's Dave Chappelle, who's hilarious.
You know what?
but-
No, I think I honestly, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
I really think I saw him because early 2000s, like I said, like 20 years ago. I really think he came to Syracuse when I was there.
That's possible.
And I saw him. I have such a strong, maybe I'm convincing myself of that, but I'd have to Google it now to see if he ever toured through Syracuse in
I'm betting he did.
2000 to 04.
I'm betting he did. But so I saw him at that, and it was right as, have you seen the show Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
So right as Breaking Bad is ending, and I was way behind. I had a roommate at the time, or I might have been living with my then girlfriend, now wife. But I remember my roommate started watching it. I watched the first episode with him and then just kind of fell off and never watched it. But I'm getting caught up to be able to watch the finale on the finale. And I mean, I'm at Broncos training camp, and like I'll be in the media room the second practice and we're done with our stuff. I would sit there between practices and just watch 4 episodes of Breaking Bad, just one after another, and just stream
For
them.
sure.
And so I'm about 4 or 5 behind with the season finale coming like that week. Or whatever it is, a couple weeks later. So maybe I'm even a full season behind. Whatever it is, in the middle of his set, he goes, without saying the name, he goes, I can't believe so-and-so's dead. And I can tell you, I'll tell you off air. And I'm like, and look, with that show at that point, enough people had died that no one was going to surprise you, right? But there was still, I still had a couple of weeks to get caught up.
Right.
And so I don't remember any of the jokes. I just remember him in the middle of his set, like sitting there, smoking on stage. He's like, man, I just can't believe that blank. I just can't believe he's dead. And I'm like, I turned to my wife and I was like, with what? I go, I hadn't gotten there yet.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
And I appreciate it because it was totally genuine by him.
Yeah.
It was bothering him that this character had been killed. But
and you can't even get mad at him. It's Dave Chappelle.
yeah, and I was the one who was too
It's
far
not like,
behind
who was
on one of
the,
the most iconic shows of all time. So it was
Which football
I took
player?
as much fault.
Now I don't remember. Which football player was it that ruined the end of Endgame for everybody?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not saying I don't know. I just the story's not.
You remember it? We could probably Google it. It happened. Like he had like, and it wasn't one of those like a month in or whatever. Not everyone like it was literally like I think he had.
It was
like
like that night or like he'd seen it that Friday that it came out and like tweeted
like,
about it.
Yeah, and like tweeted, who died at the end.
Oh right, I can't
And
remember who it was, but
and then I remember years later seeing him.
Years later, that movie only ended. It was like 2 years ago.
Also, maybe it was several months later, but
Yeah, well, we've been in a pandemic for a year, so time is kind of a flat circle.
How long ago was Endgame? Was it 3 years ago?
I don't know, but you make it sound like it was a decade ago. Anyway,
No, but it was a year or two later,
Okay.
and he did an interview and he was asked about it. He's like, honestly, like I have never gotten heat for anything more on social media.
Oh, was it shady?
Than that.
Says
I think
Tater
it was
Hater?
shady. Wasn't it
Could have
shady?
been shady. Could have been shady.
Yeah, it was McCoy. Yeah.
Man.
Captain Blood, how's your NBA night going there, Koff? Not great if we're bottom lining it. Like I didn't have a bad night. Close to 300, but it just wasn't good enough.
I'm beating you, but yeah, you have 50 more minutes than me. Still, we'll see how it goes. You got Trae Young in. I couldn't do that. You got Dwayne Wade in. Ooh.
Not Dwayne Wade.
No, it says D Wade. So. Weissman's balling. Is it Weissman or Wiseman?
I think it's Wiseman.
None of our players, other than I've got the pool kid who started for Curry.
Yeah.
None of our players have the fire emoji or the snowflake.
Oh, really? Just all.
Yep. They're all
living
just
up
kind
to
of doing their
expectation
thing
right now. Can we get to 300 likes? We're only about 20 away. Let's get there before the end of the sim. 4.5 to go here, fourth quarter. Appreciate everybody hanging out here with us. If you've not heard, by the way, just to bring it back to Simland for a second, we've got our $30,000 one-year anniversary contest coming up on Sunday. It's a big deal, folks. $30,000 prize pool, $15 entry, $10K to first place. It's a 3-game late classic that evening. You will have the Niners and Patriots to kick it off at 6 Eastern with the happy hour sim. Prime time, I'll be with you for that one with Tom Carroll, maybe a special guest as well. for a Super Bowl rematch between the Chiefs.
Oh, special guest.
Potentially.
With Tom Carroll. I think I know who it might be.
No, it's not Morton Anderson. And then,
I was going to guess Charles Barkley.
No, you didn't give me his number yet. And then the Rockets and
Tom had
not the Rockets, the Texans. Pardon me, looking at Houston, thinking about basketball. The Texans and Saints will be with you for Madden After Dark to decide that thing that night. So it should be fun. Jump into the contest again. $15 entry, $30,000 prize pool, $10K to first place, and just crazy to think that we have been doing this thing for a full year. At least that'll be the case on Sunday. A full year. I mean, this right here, I believe, is my 300th Madden 21 sim, other than obviously another roughly 300 for Madden 20. So I've been around of our 1700 of these things that we have done. I don't. Do you even remember when you started? How long have you been doing these?
I started a little before training camp opened, so like maybe right at the 1st of August or last week of July. I feel like it was right at the 1st of August. And then, was doing it kind of sporadically because once training camp started, I just, I could do a couple a week and then I would go stretches. And I took 3 weeks off when the baby was born.
Goes by in a blink, huh?
Yeah, I know this. I had to have done per capita more Colts and Cardinals sims than anything. But what's funny is I still remember of all the details of all the games. I remember the very ending of the very first game we did more than anything because one, Mostert scored in that game.
Right.
And then 2, the Niners went for that fake field goal up 6 with no time left where a field goal would have put them up 9.
Right.
And then Derek Carr hits Tyrell Williams
you
down the
had
left
an
sideline, and
unbelievable first
Rashard catches a dump off, breaks 3 tackles, and scores as time expires. And that was the ball game. 24-23.
I felt so bad for you that night with Mostert scoring because it was just in Simland.
Just bonus.
It was such a big deal, and it just, through no fault of your own, meant nothing to you.
No, but what's funny is it meant nothing to me. But then for the game to end like that,
right,
as wacky as it was, it'll always be remembered. All right, Trae Young's on fire now, or whatever, fire emoji.
Good.
I'm up to 60th with my captain going over 100 yards.
Not this guy. 129th. And Creature back in first, by the way.
Way to go.
For you.
Proud of you.
He's back underwater somewhere. In
Wow.
The lagoon.
Not that big of a surprise, but I watched a lot of Zion and the Nuggets tonight.
Yeah.
From ESPN stats and info. Hang on. Let me go back and get this. Zion, only the second player in the last 25 seasons with 95 points and 75% shooting from the field over a 3-game span. You want to guess who the other player was in the last 25 years to score 95 points and shoot 75% from the field?
Who you got?
You're not even going to guess?
Give me the stats again.
3 games, 95 points at least. I guess I probably may have scored more. 75% from the field.
In the last how long?
25 years.
Daniel says Curry.
Too far from the basket.
What's that?
Curry's too far from the basket.
Yeah, I agree. Last 25 years. Shaq?
You got it.
All right.
Shaquille O'Neal. He took a lot of high percentage shots. I just
got hitters with me.
I just picked up a box of Frosted Flakes today at the store because a 2-year-old pointed to him, and I was like, yeah, I could use Frosted Flakes. We're looking for some cereal. Actually, I went to get bagels, but grab cereal too and fruit. Bananas, as we talked about.
Sure.
But as I'm sitting, I'm driving home, and I'm looking at the cereal boxes in the front seat because I didn't put it in the bag. And Shaq's just holding a basketball, and it really still doesn't do justice how enormous Shaq is. But he's holding a basketball the way most normal people would hold like a cantaloupe,
or like a little kid ball,
like a little kid's ball, like a mini ball,
like a Papa Shot ball.
Yeah, like a Papa Shot ball. That's what his hands look like on a regular basketball. and I show it to my wife. I'm like, it's just. And I'll tell you that story another time about the time she met Shaq. But man, She's like, yeah, I know how big he is. I'm like, yeah, but still. She's like, that picture doesn't do it justice. I was like, all right. Like, it's anybody that's played basketball or has held a basketball realizes how silly it looks to watch Shaq hold a basketball. Well, you were at Syracuse when Carmelo was there, right?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorite images burned in my mind that I wish I would have taken a picture of. All-Star game in Phoenix, or we'll call it like 07, 08. I was kind of following Melo around because we were the Nugget station and tagging along with him, the PR guy.
He's a stalker.
No, like the media stuff that he was doing. He did his media press conference, and I went up as he was like talking to ESPN and talking to TNT, and I was just kind of just hanging out, right? And he gets into a room where it's him and Yao, and Melo's huge, right? He's 6'8", whatever, 235, 240, 250, depending, but an enormous man. And he's talking to Yao, and Yao is almost 10 inches taller than him, and just looking down at him like he's a little kid almost.
Right.
Shaq still seems bigger in person than Yao, because Yao or Sean Bradley, he's doing okay, or George Merson, like those guys were so tall and so weird, and Yao's obviously thick, but it's almost too much to comprehend. But Shaq still just seems enormous. And maybe it's his personality and his head.
And I mean, obviously, like Shaq's not a fat guy or anything, but he's so wide now compared to when he played, even. That just like obviously he's not just like Orlando ripped to shreds, but thin Shaq.
Right, lean Shaq, very lean Shaq.
Yeah, it was. Now it's like an expansion of like Cleveland and Boston Shaq. Like just it's again like you see him. He'll do like those DJ shows in a tank top or whatever. Like again, he's not like overweight or anything. He's just he's not lean anymore. He's filled out.
Yeah.
And so it just makes him look that much more enormous.
Let's see.
And Daniel just sent us a picture of him with the Big Show, who is not a small man.
No.
Yet looks inferior to Shaq.
Right. That was my favorite when Shaq's in that Buick commercial and he's standing outside of it and then he's inside of it. And Chuck, they asked him if he wanted to be in the Buick commercial too. He's like, or if he wanted one or something, because they were the official car of March Madness or whatever. He goes, if Shaq can't even get into that car on camera, he's like, I'm going to be too big for that car to be a comfortable ride. So no thanks. I'm good.
Must be nice though. Hey, you want that car? No.
Well, yeah, no kidding. To be fair, it wasn't like he was doing a Mercedes ad.
Sure.
Not that most of us listening, if not all of us, would take a free Buick. But Charles Barkley's good on free Buicks. That was like when Peyton was doing Buick commercials. And then in year 3, they expanded it to all GM brands. Because like, is Peyton really driving a Buick Enclave or is he driving an Escalade? Peyton actually had 2 car deals. He had the GM one, and then he still has a deal with the BMW dealership here. That's like just a personal services deal. Like he does stuff for them and they give him a free car.
It's a good deal.
Sure.
If you can do it, right?
Yeah. I ain't mad at him.
Daniel's just sending us picture after picture of Shaq.
I feel like your team's headed in the wrong direction. I'm up on you by 50 now.
Are you really?
Yeah. And I finished 34th, or I'm currently 34th. We'll see how Zach's scoring. Zach, I could use some more points.
I lost both my Celtics showdowns too. Might just not be my night here in the.
No, but at least when you're done talking here, you get to watch Captain America, Falcon and Winter Soldier. Yeah, and then you and I are back tomorrow for the first 2. It's like we never left. Yep. Madison said she didn't realize it until she looked. What's that?
I feel like we hammered everything tonight. What do we have left? What are we going to do tomorrow?
Well, that's where we'll rely on our friends in the chat.
That's right.
And we'll help construct lineups for the $30,000 contest.
Yeah, something like that.
Or everybody can help me with my fantasy baseball first pick. No bad answers.
Who's your player of the game here in this one?
Well, I think, let me double check the winning lineup, but I'm going to assume it's probably got my man Funchess as captain. Absolutely. 47.4 points. Come on.
Yeah.
He is absolutely the player of the game.
Dominant.
And my lineup, it could have been a coin toss between Lamb and Gallup, who had more ownership.
I'm not kidding. I am too close. I'm going to sit back.
Who has more ownership? Sorry, guys.
Who has more ownership for who?
Lamb or Gallup?
Look, Lamb was 29%. Gallup was 32%.
I guess Gallup.
I mean, they were both bad.
Yeah,
But
2.7,
yeah,
2.4.
Gallup was worse.
Yeah. He was worse and he was owned a little more. Well, he was 0.3 better, but he was owned more. So had he even been over 3 points, I would have given it.
I mean, really, how
Lamb.
about Devontae Adams, though? Devontae Adams went 3 for 32, 6 points, 16% captained, and 63% owned.
All right. If he's owned that much, sure. Yeah. You need to, if you're captain that much, you need to score as many points as you're captained.
Right. And he did not.
Right, that's probably a fair metric. Right? You like that?
Yeah.
Do you guys like that metric?
I'm good with that. Why not?
If you don't score as many points as your captain, then you shouldn't be a captain, right? They shouldn't captain you.
So tomorrow, here's the deal. We have got Seahawks, Jaguars, the two of us together for the nooner. Comes up in about 13 hours from now. Browns and Colts at 2 o'clock. That will be your Madden matinee. Again, the two of us. And then we depart, and you will have two other combinations during the day. First, it is Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll together for, let's see, Chargers, Broncos. And that's at 4, followed by Dolphins and Titans at 6. So that is your early bird special, and then happy hour sim. And then at 8 o'clock prime time, Cardinals, Panthers, which is Jeff Ulrich and Matt LaMarca, and the two of them together for Steelers and Bills. And that is obviously at Madden After Dark at 10 o'clock. Darren,
I like the symmetry, though.
Spamming the chat right here.
But I like the symmetry. 2, 2, 2, 2. In terms
The
of
bad boys at Pop, my goodness. You guys didn't talk enough about the game. I won decent money and didn't even realize it because you guys lost the whole game throughout your ridiculous narratives. You're welcome.
Well, don't worry. Tomorrow morning or afternoon, depending on what time zone you're in, we'll talk. We'll just call the game. We'll just call Seahawks Jags. Straight up. Like, you can be Jim Nance and I'll be Romo / Collinsworth.
Sure. Why not? Bad boys of Pop, you're losing us, bro. Get back to the basics.
Oh, wait, here. But I said I wanted to touch on this. Now that we're out of the sim.
Yeah.
Who do we like? You know, DK Sportsbook, if you're going to throw some money down on some of these games tomorrow with the NCAA tournament kicking back up at 12:40 Eastern. Oh, 2:40 Eastern. We could even talk about this tomorrow. 2:40 Eastern is the first game. Yeah, we got 4 games tomorrow. I know this. I am picking Houston all day to cover, to hit the over. I'm probably going to take alternate points and because they'll probably win by like 30.
I'd love to tell you Syracuse, but
I'm just picking on you.
Yeah.
I know you love your alma mater, but you don't wear it the way some other Syracuse alums do.
Yeah.
And, and kind of put it in people's faces.
It's true.
So it's hard to get that back and forth. I mean, I hate Syracuse with the white hot passion. I should send you the pictures of me flipping off the Newhouse school when I was there a couple years ago and pretending to throw up outside the Carrier Dome. I sent them to DA.
There you go. All right, time for us to go.
I'm going to send them tomorrow in honor of this game to you and Bees and DA. So
I don't know what is happening here in the chat, but I think it's probably time that everybody.
We can talk college hoops tomorrow because we'll still have plenty of time before the games tip.
Yeah, Darren, I don't know what's going on with you, Darren, but I think it's time for a nap. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here. Thanks to Mike, to Daniel, to Zach, to Jesse earlier, obviously. And we'll be back with you in about 13 hours to start off another busy Dream Stream day. Look forward to it. BK, pleasure, pal. See you in a bit.